God, that gavel sound gets me every time. Like, god damn. Oh. Okay. Let me just move some stuff real quick. Let me fix my chair. Okay, okay. Before we begin today, I have a brief announcement. As with the closed trial 10 years ago, some astonishing facts have come to light in these proceedings. The revelation that the well-known Reaper is actually an organization illegally executing its own brand of justice. And the discovery that a respected yard inspector was at its heart, until he himself perished in an assassination plot. Well, I say to all members of the judiciary here present on this occasion, that we will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Counsels, you will undertake this trial with the resolve, roll the credits, to pursue the truth to the bitter end. Resolve? Yes, that's my intention. My lord, if I may inquire, the defendant may speak. On what grounds is Kazuma Asuge permitted to continue his role as a prosecutor? He has admitted to colluding with the victim in a plot to assassinate an innocent man. He shouldn't be enjoying the privilege of freedom, let alone be leading the prosecution. I submitted a written petition to Lord Stronghart, requesting that judgment of my transgressions be delayed by 1 day. You did what? In today's proceedings, I intend to expose everything. My whole life for the last 10 years has all been leading up to this 1 day. Kazuma, whatever the outcome of this trial, I give my word that I will accept whatever punishment is deemed appropriate, however severe. And I suggest you prepare yourself for the same, Reaper. Kazuma's bristling with hostility today. I get the distinct impression we're heading into very dangerous territory. Is that really even Kazuma-sama standing before us? As an extreme exception to normal practices, I have granted this prosecutor's request. The defense finds this acceptable, I presume. Yes, my lord. In that case, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the closed hearing of Barrack Van Zeeks. The defense is ready, my lord. The prosecution is more than ready. Very well then. This preamble has taken long enough. Prosecutor Asuge, begin. As you wish, my lord. The prosecution calls the first witness to the stand. Bring Seishiro Jigoku into the courtroom. At last then, we've reached the final battle. He's putting literally everything on the line now in order to get the truth. Come on, Ryunosuke. It's time for that steely resolve, because this is going to test it to the limit. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court. Huh. So it was you who issued this. So it was you who issued this, was it? Your subpoena. I did what was necessary. Well, look what the young man has become. I didn't think I'd see the day when you take that toad with me, I must say. The witness will ensure his responses are pertinent to the questions asked. My name is Seishiro Jigoku, a Supreme Court judge from the Empire of Japan. 16 years ago, this man came to London as a visiting student. 6 years later, he returned to Japan, as well as presiding over the Supreme Court. He is also currently Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. I am fully aware of Mr. Jigoku and his preeminent roles. I invited him personally to the International Forensic Science Symposium as a representative of his country. I hear he also played a key role in the conclusion of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It was a great honor to be involved in the negotiations. I put my all into that treaty. Judge Jigoku, I must ask. Well, I'd never. Fancy the young murdering student turning up here of all places. You acquitted me yourself, and now I'm a practicing defense lawyer. Oh yes, and full of self-importance like your friend across the courtroom, I see. You came here to London by invitation to the International Forensic Science Symposium, but then, without informing anyone of your plans, you took flight to France. Took flight? I'd have to object to that turn of phrase. Then explain yourself. What exactly were the circumstances? Well, I was somewhat expecting this, and I'm sorry to say, I decline to comment. Eh? What? Leaving the country prematurely when I was an invited guest may be questionable etiquette, but my decision is unrelated to this case. I can't be bound to testify. What the fuck? Unrelated, you say? I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been, I appreciate that a respected police inspector has been killed, for which I offer my condolences. However, being an alien, I obviously never met the man, nor do I know the first thing about him. As such, I'm in no position to testify. It's as simple as that. So you would run from all this? I beg your pardon. This case is more far-reaching than the murder of Inspector Gregson. It has ties to another murder, a case that was tried in Japan almost a year ago now. A year ago in Japan? The murder of Dr. John H. Wilson, you mean? That's right, and you, Judge Jigoku, are at the heart of both cases. The defense has evidence to prove it. Well, Ryunosuke, I see from the look in your eyes that you're resolved to carry this through to the very end, too. Roll the credits. Let's see your evidence then. What proof do you have that Seishiro Jigoku is involved in this case?
Take that!
This is a telegram detailing a communication sent between Britain and Japan approximately 1 year ago. The communication contained 4 names: K. Asugi, A. Shin, T. Gregson. You little... Where did you get that? In Tokyo. From your office, Judge Jigoku. What? How on earth did you? What's all this about? Why is my name on that list? This list of 4 names follows a certain pattern. T. Gregson and J. Wilson are the names of victims. K. Asugi and A. Shin are the names of assassins. No. A year ago in Tokyo, Dr. John H. Wilson's life was taken in a Western-style restaurant in the capital. The culprit was found to be a visiting student who went by the name of Giselle Brett, but her real name was Assassin, a professional killer sent on a mission to kill from Great Britain. A. Shin and her victim J. Wilson. And the murder that just took place here in London was the counterpart to that crime. An assassin sent from Japan, also a visiting student, Kazuma Asugi, whose victim was the British police inspector Tobias Gregson. K. Asugi, N.T. Gregson. One assassin from each country to kill a target residing in the other. What exactly is the defense suggesting? These two cases of murder, one that took place in Britain and one in Japan, were masterminded by a pair of individuals from each country as a form of assassination exchange. And the telegram the defense has acquired is proof of this international contract to kill. What? Hey Bryce, how you doing? The telegram was found in your office, Judge Jigoku. In other words, the mastermind in Japan was you. Oh shit. Dude, he is gonna sling my ass from one end of Britain to the other. We're still in case 4? No, this is the final case. It's just that with the ramifications of like everything that's been revealed in case 4, this is the true like climax of like all the earlier stuff that we've seen earlier in the games, or earlier in the last game and this game. And this is we're reaching the peak of the overarching story with the whole like professor case, the assassinations, like Dr. John H. Wilson's death, and all that stuff at a case 4 end. Oh god, my memory's like foggy already. But yeah, it's basically the ending of case 4 segued into this trial. This is all still the same trial, but then it's just like, as we uncover more of the truth, it goes back further to the professor case and this international contract to kill, which we're accusing Judge Jigoku of being the mastermind of, basically. It's kind of too big to explain in like just one brief summary. You really have to take a look at case 4 and then see the segue into case 5. Judge Jigoku, what's this all about? And you, Kazuma, you lied. During yesterday's proceedings, you acknowledged that you accepted the assassination mission, but the mark wasn't Judge Jigoku at all. It was T. Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard, as shown by the name on the killing contract. Very impressive, Ryunosuke. But actually, I didn't lie. The name of the target I was ordered to kill never passed my lips yesterday. The idea that Seishiro Jigoku was the mark came entirely from you. Ah. You deliberately avoided saying a name? The defense claims these 4 names indicate some sort of international assassin exchange. I'm sure I speak for all present when I say that the very idea seems utterly absurd. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what do you have to say for yourself? Stronghart's the judge now? Yeah, he's been the judge. Like holy shit. He's so intimidating every time he slams down his like unicorn like topped gavel. It makes such a different, like, imposing sound. It just, like, it gives you chills every time you hear it being slammed down. His silence only goes to prove his guilt. There's another very important point that this new development brings to light. There's now a distinct possibility that the scene of the scene of Inspector Gregson's actual murder was in the witness's cabin aboard the SS Groose. Judge Jigoku, you have to testify now. To refuse will put you in contempt of court. There's no need for such a vicious stare, young man. Very well then. As a parting gift to you all, I'll tell you everything I know. What's the catch? It seems this Japanese gentleman has information that the court must hear about the alleged assassin exchange and the events of the night of the 31st October. Is it because we're judging a judge? No, this is still in Britain. The normal British judge that we see, like, is not here because of, this is a closed trial. So this is very special circumstances right now. No jurors. The judge that we've seen, not present. Lord Stronghart being the supreme, or whatever his position is, Lord Chief Justice. He's the only one with the authority and the accountability to oversee such a serious trial. And all the public gallery members are members of the judiciary overseeing this trial as well. And Judge Jigoku was invited here from Japan for the International Forensic Science Symposium and all that stuff. But here we are now. Like, like, the fact that Judge Jigoku is a judge, like, doesn't really matter in this case because he's in Britain. So he doesn't exactly have anything to, like, hold anything. He doesn't have anything to hold over us. Well, for now. Bad time friendly Japan. He was invited here by Lord Stronghart himself for the symposium. It just so happens that all this, or not just so happens, it's kind of planned out to an extent, but yeah, after uncovering a lot of truths and a lot of other things going on under, or in the background, here we are now. Present your formal testimony now. As you wish, my lord. It's true that Kazuma Asugi was assigned the assassination mission 1 year ago now. The target was Inspector T. Gregson. That was a condition of the British study tour. However, in the end, something happened that meant the young man was unable to carry out his mission. On the evening in question, a member of the crew was on duty outside my cabin at all times. If there had been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly I can't be involved. Excuse me? So you admit it then, as his communication suggests. There really was an assassination exchange arrangement between Britain and Japan. A political endeavor at the highest levels, not something I can discuss here. To use such a worthy practice as foreign study to coerce somebody to commit murder. It's the most appalling thing I've ever heard. Appalling? Well, it's easy to judge. Pardon? Asugi had a reason for taking his sword to that British inspector, you know. What? Which is why he accepted the mission in the first place. Isn't that right, Counsel? Kazuma-sama? Judge Jigoku, if you are the mastermind behind this operation in Japan, then tell the court the identity of your counterpart in Britain. I'm not obliged to divulge that information. As I said yesterday, I've killed nobody. I freely admit that I accepted the mission, but on the night the plan was to be executed, I backed out. Oh my ass. In short, this assassin exchange that the defense has identified is unrelated to the events of this case. The crucial point is, your police inspector can't have perished aboard that steamship at Dunkirk. Because if he'd been shot in the cabin, it's inconceivable that a member of the crew wouldn't have heard it. That's right. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, with her. Uh-huh. Gregson was killed, whoops, that's my phone, sorry. Gregson was killed after returning to London, in the room on Fresno Street. And the perpetrator of the crime was the Reaper, Beric Van Zeeks. The prosecution's accusation remains unchanged. To think that a seemingly innocent foreign exchange program was a facade for such, Machiavellian dealings. Clearly it's a plot only a government minister and a high-ranking judge, such as the witness, could hope to execute. Well, I seem to recall of someone on the British side who controlled everything. Be that as it may, it is not the place of this court to pursue this villainous assassin exchange plot. We are concerned only with the tangible events pertaining to the murder of Inspector Gregson. Is the defense clear on that point, counsel? Yes, my lord. I'll keep that in mind as I cross-examine the witness. Machiavellian? Okay.
Hold it!
A year ago, when Kazuma was still in Japan then. Correct. It was at the examination center for applicants for the study tour that I approached him. I'll never forget it. I remember exactly what you said. You just came out and asked me forthright if I considered traveling to Britain on an assassination mission. Surely not. I thought it was a joke at first, of course, but then it was made clear to me that if I didn't accept, I wouldn't be considered for the study tour. So you agreed to it just for that? I mean, I know how much you wanted to study in England, but assassination? The Empire of Japan had accepted a proposal from the British Empire at the time, an agreement to send a student from each country to the others to deepen cultural understanding and friendship. But behind the scenes, the chosen students were to be given assassination missions. I had no choice but to accept the proposal that originated from my British counterpart. He's just laying the blame on Britain. Why? Why didn't you expose the plot there and then? Britain acknowledges no part in these alleged misbegotten dealings. I advise you not to make spurious allegations. Foreign Minister Jigoku. As a witness, I am bound to tell the truth, my lord. Anyway, I picked Asugi and explained the details of the plan to him. So then, anyway, is Jigoku trying to just bring his counterpart down with them? By just trying to... Because like... Okay, this is weird.
Hold it!
Why Kazuma? Why did you pick him as the assassin? He was the most capable of all the applicants, and in addition, I knew his desire to travel to Britain was very strong. In fact, it was almost more than a desire. It was his whole purpose in life. Yes, As his best friend, I can certainly attest to that. The way he threw himself into his studies, the way he pursued becoming qualified as a lawyer. It was all ultimately for that one single goal of being accepted on a study tour to Britain. And of course we know the reason behind that. He was determined to find out for himself the truth about his father, Genshin Asugi. There's nothing I wouldn't have done to get here. Be that agreeing to assume the role of an assassin, or betraying people's trust. Well, you certainly did a fine job of betraying mine, Asugi. But why was Inspector Gregson the target? I have no idea. Those were the orders from Britain. I was in no position to question them. You have no idea? Really? I find that hard to believe. Oh, do you? Judge Goku was once a visiting student here in Britain himself, of course. Perhaps he has some connection with Inspector Gregson from that time. The defense really ought to catch up. With what? The fact that the assassination exchange has absolutely nothing to do with the case under scrutiny here. Yes, I've already admitted to recruiting Asugi.
Hold it!
I presume you're referring to the incident that occurred during Cosmo's passage to Britain in January. The awful tragedy that took place on the steamship. Word arrived at the ministry that some 2 weeks after the ship's departure from the shores, our visiting student had been killed, but his body had somehow gone missing in Hong Kong. The news was wired to me from a detective I placed on the ship to accompany the assassin. Obviously, Cosmo didn't actually die at all, but he did lose his memory, including all the details about his special mission. Did you not consider dispatching another assassin at that point? That was not possible, simply because that black-clad young student over there had already put himself forward as Asugi's replacement, and there was no way to stop him from reaching Britain. Ah, my hands were completely tied. So Mr. Sholm's strategy worked perfectly. He predicted everything that would happen. Months later, my memory returned. I never intended to go through with the assassination mission anyway. So you were playing me right from the outset, were you? Is that it? I'd sooner be guilty of that crime than taking someone else's life. I was prepared to do whatever I had to in order to get myself here to Britain. This line of questioning has gone on long enough. All the court should be concerned about in the testimony given by this witness are details relating to his relationship with Inspector Gregson and the victim's murder. I have a feeling it's pretty obvious, but I have a bad feeling about this. In that case, as I've already made perfectly clear, I had no connection to the man or his death. You have some means of substantiating this plea.
Hold it!
Outside your cabin in the first-class area of the SS Groose, you mean? Yes, that's right. Not least because there was a murder of a student passenger early in the year, I would imagine. The line operators have taken to posting a crewman outside every first-class cabin door. I can confirm the presence of the crewman guard myself. What do you mean? Because I accompanied Inspector Gregson to Dunkirk that night. I witnessed it with my own eyes. There was a well-built crewman standing guard directly in front of the door to the witness's cabin. At that particular time, of course, I'd gone to the ship's dining room for dinner. The inspector and I asked the crewman to allow us into the cabin while we waited for Judge Jigoku's return. I suppose Inspector Gregson was there in his capacity as the Reaper, and he was intending to take the witness's life. Exactly. As I've said a number of times now, I had no intention of killing anyone. So the crewman who let two potential assassins into the cabin he was supposed to be guarding. Not the most convincing of sentries, really. In truth, those were my thoughts too. But anyway, I stayed to talk to Inspector Gregson for a short while, and then I left him there and made my way off the ship alone. Well, was the guard still at the door when you left? Yes, he glared at me as I walked past. You see, that proves it. If there'd been a shot fired, the crewman would have heard it. So clearly, I can't be involved.
Hold it!
The crewman who was standing directly outside your cabin door, you mean? That's right. A muscular man with a permanent grim expression on his face. He didn't once move from that spot. To be honest, I thought he was a miserable fellow. But as it happens, he's a vital witness now. There's no doubt that Gregson was killed by a gunshot. And it's inconceivable that a crewman standing just outside the cabin door wouldn't have heard that. But wait, what about the steamship's enormous steam engines? The noise of them could have drowned out the sound of the gun being fired. Sadly, young judicial assistant, that won't wash. Oh. You recall that my cabin was in the first class area of the ship, of course, which is the quietest. Don't imagine for a moment that's anything like steerage where the judicial assistants go. I didn't mean. But a hole like that made by a bullet was found in your cabin, Judge Jigoku. That's compelling evidence that a gun was fired in there. What's that? A bullet hole. Oh yes, you're talking about what happened. You're talking about what the detective uncovered in the wall yesterday, I presume. That was obviously a rotten panel eaten out by a woodworm. No doubt he wouldn't find an actual bullet. That's the hole in this argument. Sadly, I was unable to arrange for the crewman to be brought back to Britain with me. But obviously, if a gun had been fired from my cabin on the night in question, as the defense implies. Also, dear God, I need to take out my glasses. Hold on. Actually, you know what? I need to stand up for this. I think I at least figure out how to stop, or at least like slow down my drowsiness or whatever. Let me stand up for this examination. So I need to mute my mic and move my microphone a little bit. So one moment. Okay. Whoops, sorry about that. I moved my setup a little bit. You might hear me sound a little bit further away because I have to stand all the way up, and I don't exactly have like something tall enough to prop my mic on unless I want to get a whole bunch of textbooks or something, but I don't want to take all those textbooks, like that's such a hassle. Well, actually, wait, hold on. I just noticed something in the corner of my eye. Let me get this huge box here. I don't know how I missed this one. Hold on. You know what? I think that's a little bit better. Okay, finally. Let's see. But obviously if a gun had been fired in my cabin on the night in question as the defense implies, I would have been arrested on the spot, and would never have made it to Britain in the first place. Very true. The witness's logic is sound. Since no gunshot was heard from the witness's cabin on the night in question, we must assume that the witness is telling the truth. I'm glad you've seen sense, my lord. God damn. We just need to show that evacuation drill then. I know Cosmo's already admitted to taking on this incredible assassination plot, but even so, hearing it confirmed by somebody else is still a real shock. It's unforgivable. Using Cosmo-sama's feelings to manipulate him into agreeing to such a despicable plan. I think Cosmo manipulated Judge Jigoku too. He completely double-crossed him. Oh dear. It's hard not to see that as a stroke of brilliance on Cosmo's part. One way or another though, Gregson ended up dead. I really think that the murder must have happened aboard that steamship. So you mean... Judge Jigoku must be lying. I know I shouldn't let my emotions cloud my judgment. But you must destroy him, Mr. Naruhodo. Destroy him, damn.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. Yes, as the court has heard, there was a crewman posted outside Judge Jigoku's cabin. However, we can be sure that, contrary to the witness's claim, the guard wasn't there at all times. What? I here have a notice of a particular event that was scheduled to take place aboard the steamship on the 31st. Where did you get that? It's evidence gathered by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. You were acquainted yesterday, if you remember. Herlock Sholmes again. According to this itinerary, after leaving the port of Dunkirk at exactly 10 p.m. for a period of 20 minutes, all crewmen of the SS Groose were to gather on deck for an evacuation drill. All crewmen were away from their posts. And during that 20-minute interval, of course, any gunshots emanating from your cabin would have been heard by no one. In summary, Judge Jigoku, you had ample opportunity to commit the crime. Ah!
Objection!
Objection. A 20-minute window of opportunity. That's an excellent find, Ryunosuke. But it amounts to nothing. Why? Because the witness clearly stated in his testimony that no incident occurred in his cabin. Unless you have some decisive evidence that can show his testimony to be false. Your accusation is nothing more than conjecture. Very true. Well, counsel. Inspector Gregson was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin that night. I'm certain of it. Because the defense has the evidence to prove it. You will present the evidence for the defense at once, counsel. What proof do you have that the victim's life was taken in Jigoku's cabin on the 31st October?
Take that!
The crown. Judge Jigoku, this was found in your cabin yesterday. What is that? The crown of a pocket watch. A pocket watch. If you will observe, the victim's pocket watch, which we know he treasured, is missing precisely that part. It can't be. Moreover, this crown is a perfect fit on the spindle protruding from the victim's watch. Now, the fact that this was retrieved from Judge Jigoku's cabin tells us that the victim's watch almost certainly broke there. In other words, the victim was killed on the 31st during the 20-minute evacuation drill. In the cabin occupied by you, Judge Jigoku. Oh shit, those are murderous eyes right there. Sholmes is really the MVP. Hey, not to mention Professor Mikotoba. I don't... Wait, were you there for the whole thing? The fact that Professor Mikotoba was actually Sholmes' partner the whole time and not Wilson. And oh my god, Professor Mikotoba, you weren't there for the last stream. I'll let you see. I'll let you see that part where Mikotoba comes in. It was amazing. Quite the spectacular occasion, I will say. Oh my god, I was so giddy from that, dude. I was so giddy from that. You don't understand. Well, you're razor sharp, aren't you, you young murderer? I was so giddy like during that part. Oh my god. Expertly maneuvered, Ryunosuke. Is that how I spell maneuver like that? Wait. So Wilson having a similar name to Watson was a red herring? Yeah, it was. It was. Oh, and do you know the thing that puts a cherry on top for me? Like, you know the logic and you know, like the deduction song that always comes up when Sholmes does his thing? Oh my god. I didn't look up the song name, but then my friend told me. It's named Partners. And I'm just like, oh my god. Oh my god, dude. Oh. It was such, like, once he told me that just like made that section just like all the more impactful after the fact, and I'm like, oh. And your argument sounds entirely plausible. God damn it, Cosmo. At first. But rather like this pocket watch, it's full of cracks. What? And I believe Judge Jigoku feels the same way. I was wrong to acquit you earlier in the year. Sorry. If I'd known that it would result in anyone having to listen to this drivel, I would have declared you guilty just to spare the world your ridiculous bombast. What the fuck? I think it's clear that the witness will have to give further testimony. When you hear what actually happened in my cabin that night, you'll notice the pitfall into which you stumbled. Prior to your renewed testimony, I would like to clarify one point. The fact that this part of the victim's watch was discovered in your cabin means that you acknowledge he was there, I presume. Yes. Yes, I do. Very well then. You may proceed to give your formal testimony about what exactly happened in your cabin aboard the ship on the evening of the 31st October. Of course, as a man of the law, I have no intention of obstructing justice on my ass. Alright. The events in the cabin. I had a guest waiting for me when I returned to my cabin after finishing my evening meal in the dining room. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed English gentleman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me. I soon took care of him with an Ipun's I'm not sure how to pronounce that. A throw though. He couldn't wait to run away. After that. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw him over my shoulder. has nothing to do. It has nothing to do with his murder. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London. A common jujitsu martial arts technique in my country. I was careful not to use too much force, but the man obviously landed too heavily for his watch to take. So, Ryunosuke Naruto, I imagine you can see the flaw in your logic now, can't you? What? The fact that the pocket watcher is broken in the witness's cabin is in no way proves that the victim's murder took place there. Ah! I've no doubt that the inspector intended to kill me, but he didn't manage to pull the trigger. Yes, because he was merely the tactician, not the Reaper's hand of death. Well, the testimony appears to make perfect sense as far as I can tell. Let me express my deep gratitude for your understanding, my lord. But if this testimony holds, Judge Jigoku would be deemed to have no involvement in the case. Well, counsel, I really see no reason for wasting precious court time here on the cross-examination. Sorry, my lord. The defense has a right to cross-examine, and I don't intend to squander that. You're an embarrassment to your countrymen, not knowing when you're beaten. In that case, proceed, Mr. Naruhodo. Damn, Jigoku. Such hostility there. So, what's the ultimate goal of this, like... What's the ultimate goal of this whole assassination exchange to begin with? To even get Jigoku... having Jigoku mastermind all this.
Hold it!
Oh wait, oh hey Bretsu. So wait, this is a bit late, but Wilson was called Watson in the original. His name was changed like Holmes was. Oh yeah. I think I think I got that earlier. I think during the first game actually. Because the so-called guard posted at your cabin door had just let your killer pass, you mean? Apparently, Gregson told the crewman that he was a police inspector, which was the truth, of course. He wouldn't have had his identification with him, though. He had his trench coat and mustache, not to mention the bag of chips. I imagine the crewman was convinced. But the man accompanying him would have had two swords slung around his waist. You mean me? Who else? Yes, that's true. You would have hoped the sight of a few swords might have set off alarm bells in the guard's head. The point is, I left the cabin before its occupant returned, and I immediately disembarked the ship. Certainly, all I can tell you is that only the inspector was waiting for me when I arrived back at my cabin. And you enter without any inkling of suspicion. That's right, none whatsoever. When I walked through the door, a mustachioed Englishman was there, foolishly waving a gun at me.
Hold it!
Sorry about that. Need to get my cup. Obviously, you're talking about Inspector Gregson. Yes, though at the time I didn't know the man's name. And there's no time for introductions. I value my life over manners. By which you mean that the inspector was there to assassinate you, I suppose. That was certainly the impression given by the gun pointing in my direction. I'd never seen the muzzle revolver shake about so much in all my life. Anyone would think the man had never shot somebody before. Believe it or not, most of us haven't. Anyway, there was no time to call for the help of the crewman at the door, so I dealt with the man myself. I soon took care of him with an Ippon Seoi throw though, He couldn't wait to run away after that.
Hold it!
Even though the man had a gun? That was a very brave move, wasn't it? My iPhone Seoi is far faster than a bullet, I can assure you. But surely all that commotion caused the crewman to come in, didn't it? Yes, of course. He burst in immediately without knocking. The inspector hurled himself at the stocky fellow, and just managed to slip past him to make his escape. The outstanding guard does it again. Luckily, there are many situations I can't get out of, using a quick Ippon Seoi throw. I imagine his watch was broken when I threw it over my shoulder. It has nothing to do with his murder.
Hold it!
The crown snapped off and the glass covering the face of the watch was cracked. Preferable to the man's head being pulled off, or his spine cracking, wouldn't you say? Not that the man was spared for long, a bullet to the chest soon saw to that. But the point is, the broken pocket watch doesn't prove that a murder took place. Absolutely not. All the watch proves is the power of my jujitsu throw. Whatever you say, it doesn't quite ring true that no shot was fired in that cabin. Because there was an obvious bullet hole in the wall. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about? Huh? That's what the star of your lowbrow detective stories told you, is it? Well, I don't care much for such fiction. Haven't you worked it out yet, you little stripling? Or stripling? No murder took place in my cabin. The inspector was clearly killed having returned to Britain because his body was found in London.
Hold it!
But there's no evidence that proves the victim ever returned to London alive. Just take a moment to think that idea of yours through now, stripling. Stripling, I don't know. What? If the inspector was killed on the steamship in France, how on earth could he have gone back to Britain? When people die, their bodies remain at that same spot. It's a devil of a thing. I was so tempted to say that, or say it that certain thing. Well, then, obviously the culprit must have moved the body. How exactly? Carrying a corpse off a ship in your arms would raise a few eyebrows at least, don't you think? Well, yes, that's true, but all passenger luggage is inspected when it is unloaded from arriving vessels. And I would like to think that the border police would query the corpse of an English gentleman as hand luggage. If the murder had taken place aboard the ship, you would imagine the body would have been disposed of at sea. There would be no sense in risking being caught by attempting to transport the body back to Britain. That's good the idea then. But perhaps not. Mrs. Sato? We've heard that the first class passengers were under a constant scrutiny by the crewmen posted to guard them, which would mean that the culprit had no opportunity to dispose of the body in the sea. Yes, that's true. So transporting the body to Britain may have been the only viable alternative. Dear me, you really are new to this, aren't you? Huh? I thought it had been perfectly clear, but it seems I'm going to have to explain it in words you can understand. I think I ought to alter my testimony, with your consent of course, my lord. I have no objection. State your amended testimony now. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain.
Hold it!
There's an idea. Think about this, stripling. All passengers and crew disembarked at the same time and passed through the same checks at the border. The symposium guests were then driven straight to the hotel in carriages organized by the ministry. And we met you as soon as you arrived in the hotel, So you did. Well then, remind me, did I have a corpse over my shoulder at the time? Excuse me. What? No! So we're in agreement then. I couldn't possibly have brought the inspector's body back to Britain. Unless, of course, they develop some clever device these days to instantly move things from A to B. Funny you should talk about that. Funny you should say that. Professor Harrowbin's invention didn't actually work, if you remember, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, of course. The defense has become unusually quiet, I notice. Yes, because there's really nothing more to say. So that's his story. Well, I suppose if you think about it, whenever you drop a teacup in the office and it breaks, we don't say, Mr. Naruhodo must have been murdered there, do we? Is that a veiled threat about what might happen to me if I break another one? And the fact is that Inspector Gregson's body was found in the little room on Fresno Street. If he really was killed in Judge Jigoku's cabin, the body would have been moved somehow, obviously. Transporting a dead body over a country border, that would be impossible for the majority of people. So there must have been some special circumstances that made it possible for the culprit then. That could be a vital realization, I think, Mr. Naruhodo. Wait, would this be even large enough? And it's not all this stuff in it. There's no possible way I could have transported the victim's corpse back to Britain. Okay, you know what? Let's say fuck it.
Objection!
Yeah, I had a feeling that wasn't it. Okay, now that we just... Okay, now we got that one out of the way. Okay. There's no possible way. No possible way. I guess we could show this, right? Because there's no evidence in our court record that exactly shows us being able to present the trunk itself. Because I was like, wait, because remember, Judge Jigoku himself hid himself in his own huge ass trunk. So of course you can fit Inspector Gregson in there.
Objection!
There's no possible way you could have moved Inspector Gregson's body, you say? I would say the opposite is true. And what's that supposed to mean? Far from being impossible for you to do. The transporting of Inspector Gregson's body back to Britain is something only you could do. What are you talking about, Ryunosuke? As well as being a judge, Mr. Jigoku is also Japan's Minister of Foreign Affairs. which means he's exempt from having his luggage searched when he enters the country. We learned that when we first met you upon your arrival in London. Well, all those passport checks and luggage searches at the border took a rather a lot of time. I must say I'm very envious of your ministerial status. You didn't have to go through any of that, did you? Ah, I knew you were jealous. I presume you recall this, Judge Jigoku. It's a photograph we took in the foyer of the hotel to mark the occasion. As the coach will note, you have with you your large travel trunk. Large enough, in fact, to have a corpse inside. Mr. Naruhodo, surely you're not suggesting... I'm afraid I am, yes. 3 days ago, when we were chatting innocently with the new arrivals from Japan in the hotel, the body of Inspector Gregson was just meters away from us, inside Judge Jigoku's trunk. Order in the court. I'm skeptical, counsel, that a grown man's body could fit inside even the largest travel trunk. It could. Because I happen to know that the witness himself, a man of considerable size, fits inside his trunk. And verifying that would be extremely simple. Wouldn't it, Judge Jigoku? But inside his trunk? How horrifying! And after we've spoken with you at the Waterloo Hotel, you had the opportunity to visit the apparent scene on Fresno Street, taking your trunk with you in a cab to deposit the inspector's body. I don't have to listen to this nonsense. Dr. Gori, the coroner who examined the body, has confirmed the possibility. She acknowledged there are signs that steps may have been taken to disguise the true time of death. The onset of the body's decomposition could have been delayed by storing it in a refrigerator. Counsel, as I remember explaining yesterday, refrigerators of the requisite size are few and far between. Yes, I'm sure they are, but one place they're certainly found is on large ocean liners. Such ships are equipped with electrically refrigerated cold rooms to keep food fresh on their long sea voyages, and the SS Groose is no exception. Professor Mikotoba told me about it only yesterday. Well, Judge Jigoku? However much you prolong this debate, you can't eliminate the truth. All the evidence points to you being the killer. Well, this is all very heartening. I can see that it was a wise move, letting Asugi and you embark on this study tour. What are you talking about now? Logical reasoning, of course. All court proceedings will be built upon logical reasoning in the new century. And I can see that you both, laid firm foundations for that already. Judge Jigoku, please, stop diverting attention from the issue at hand. The defense has made an accusation against you. How do you respond? Respond? There's really no need for me to respond, is there? Why ever not? Because before you can even begin to answer the question of when the victim was killed, you must first establish one key fact. Where was the victim killed? It's quite logical. The actual scene of the crime. The prosecution's stance is unaltered. The killing took place on Fresno Street when the gunshot was heard, as the accused Barrick Von Zeke shot the victim at point-blank range. Since no tangible evidence exists to disprove the prosecution's claim at this time, the defense's deductions amount to little more than elaborate fairy tale. I'm afraid that's how the logic reasoning the British are known for really works, young stripling. The victim was shot in that little room on Fresno Street and died instantly. I'm afraid it's the prosecution's claim. That's the only fairy tale here. Also, I'm gonna sit back down now. Hold on. Actually, hold on. I need to boost up my chair. Okay. Actually, let me move my mic one more time. I need to adjust my microphone yet again. Okay, there we go. Hopefully it doesn't fall down. If it does and you hear a huge noise, I'm very sorry in advance. Quite simply, because that claim directly contradicts a certain piece of evidence in our possession. Very tantalizing, counsel. I think you had better explain yourself to the court, don't you? The prosecution claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene on Fresno Street. But this evidence clearly contradicts that claim. Is it the trunk with the blood on the side? I would assume so.
Take that!
Shit. No, cause yeah, no, that wouldn't have, whatever. The Japanese really are a curious breed. With such conviction, only to present such nonsensical, Perhaps my Japanese friend's inexplicable thinking is why people talk of the mystique of the E's. In case you haven't noticed, I'm not the only Japanese around here to even have a mirror. Okay, let's actually think about it now. Was the victim killed in a room on Fresno Street, or was he moved there after his death? One piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. You should try to present the correct one this time, then. So, okay, hold on. This evidence clearly contradicts the fact that Gregson died instantly on Fresno Street. So I'm gonna guess hold on. Wait, where is it again? Contradicts that he died instantly on Fresno Street. The time of death is indeterminate, so we can't exactly, like, prove it. Unless... What else am I... The red hairpiece! Whoa! Okay. Died instantly when he was shot at the scene. Died instantly when he was shot at the scene. So okay, basically we can eliminate the first page here. And I don't think there's anything on here. Standard issue for members of the judiciary. Municipal records are kept there who they're issued to. Past 5 years, they've engraved the unique serial number. As far as I can tell, there's nothing like that on this gun. Must have been issued longer ago than that. Oh wait, unless... Okay, I feel like I have to show the autopsy report. Unless there's something... Yeah, okay, let's try the autopsy report.
Take that!
Yeah, I had a feeling because of the indeterminate time of death that wouldn't stand. So then... Okay. Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot on Fresno Street, but we need to refute that with whatever we have right now. This evidence refutes... No, I don't think we can. No, we can't really use this because he said that it could have been broken off, and so during like that little sling or throw earlier, that might have crushed the pocket watch, and most likely, if you were to go by the scenario, dislocate like part of the crown and stuff. So that wouldn't hold. Claims that Gregson died instantly when shot at the scene, but then. Oh, whoops. Died instantly on Fresno Street, but we need to... But then, since that's obviously wrong, what proves that he was killed? What? Okay. What do I need to show that proves he was killed elsewhere that was not Fresno Street, basically? Unless, hold on, let me take a second look at this. Cause like, dark stains, blood. Yeah, no, like, it doesn't make any further notes of it, so I can't really use this. So... Died instantly. No, this is gonna be for much later. And I don't think the Asagi papers will really show anything. Claims that Inspector Gregson died instantly when he was shot at the scene. But then we need to look for evidence to contradict that he died instantly at the scene. So we need to find something that either this proves, or that proves he didn't die instantly, or was obviously killed somewhere else. No, I don't think, no, the identification, no, we found it on the other guys, so then. Something of great importance or a reminder. Ah. Wait. Wait. Tells us that it must have been issued longer ago. Oh, no, sorry. Sorry, no, that's the wrong, Is it time for brute force? I don't want to brute force it just yet. One piece of evidence we have that shows the answer to that question surprisingly clearly. Or was he moved there after his death? Or, wait, is it the hairpiece? Because then, was moved there after his death? Presumably. Wait. So then, okay. So then if you, let's say he was killed on the ship in Judge Jikoku's cabin, stored in the trunk. So there's obviously no way for the red hairpiece to actually... Oh, because then you can try to corroborate the thing with, like, did people see Gregson with some red wig on him? Oh no, he had his trunk with him at the scene, right? So then technically it could have been inside and no one could have seen it. Although, that's the only thing I got going for me.
Take that!
Shit. Oh, was I supposed to show the... Okay, hold on. Was I supposed to show the... Hold on.
Take that!
I was supposed to show... Okay, I wasn't supposed to show the red hairpiece by itself. Son of a bitch. Ah, goddammit. A photograph of the victim in the very location you claim he wasn't killed. Yes, but the point is, the posture of the body itself. When you use the wrong formula and come up with the right answer. Yeah, pretty much, and I still get, oh, rightfully, I guess, penalized for it as well. It's like, yeah, that's not how you're supposed to do it. You're right, but you're not entirely right. There's a process to this, and you can't skip said process, as in, we need to show the body with the hairpiece and the fact that we know, because like, what was it? They also explained the fact that, or it was like it was the deal about bodies and like muscles tightening after death after a certain period of time called, I forget what the medical term was, but they explained it in case, was it case 3? Or 4, I forget. But they explained that little concept of like the body tightening and all that stuff. Failing successfully. If Inspector Gregson had been shot there in that room, It's out of the question that his body would have been, curled up into a ball like that. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but your logic is flawed. He could easily have been he could easily have adopted that fetal position due to the pain of the shot, which subsequently proved fatal.
Protection.
Rigor mortis. Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Judge Jigoku, but it's your logic that's flawed. But yeah, I guess I was focusing too much on the red hair, on the hairpiece, and I was like, oh yeah, rigor mortis being a thing. Or it's more like I had both in mind, but I was fixating more on the red hairpiece more than the rigor mortis. I'm like, sure. According to this autopsy report, the victim died instantly. He would have felt no pain, much less having been able to draw himself into that position. Oh! Which begs the question of why the victim's body is curled up in that way. Though the answer should be abundantly clear by now. You're suggesting the inspector's body took on that posture ahead of its arrival on Fresno Street, before it was coldly turned out on the floor. From the inside of a large travel trunk. No, you're quite right. The shape of the body, it looks exactly as being kept in a confined space. Judge Jigoku, present your trunk for examination. I believe it's very possible that it will contain traces of the victim's blood. He's gonna break the witness stand. Present my trunk. I refuse. What? On what grounds? Don't tell me you're gonna pull up some diplomatic immunity bullshit. Diplomatic immunity bullshit. Fuck these international laws sometimes, dude. I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs from the Empire of Japan. I shouldn't have to put up with this treatment just because of some stripling's baseless accusations. In other words, Judge Jigoku, there is blood in your trunk. I decline to answer that. As the Minister of Foreign Affairs, I have privileges that allow me to... At this moment, you're not a government minister. You're a witness to it. You're a witness in a trial in Britain's highest court. I don't care who you are, or what your status outside this courtroom might be. You will not withhold information. Nothing is more important than the truth. Order. Order in the court. Well, Mr. Jigoku, what's it to be? You can't be serious. You did it! Have you no shame at all, Kazuma Asugi? What? Very well. I admit it. You're gonna try to bring down Cosmo or someone else with you, aren't you? Yeah, hold on, I got these. Okay, false alarm. I did bring the inspector's body into the country. Inside my trunk. Exactly as postulated by the defense. Okay, how are you gonna bullshit out of this one? What? You... Dear God, outrageous! So it was you! You invented... No, I admit to nothing more than what I've said. Of killing the man, I certainly have no recollection. What on earth is that cryptic statement supposed to mean? I merely disposed of the inspector's body, which was left in my cabin, in order to avoid unwanted attention. As the judicial assistant over there pointed out, I had no chance to throw it into the ocean. He's using our own fucking scenarios against us. So, I decided my only option was to bring it into Britain with me and dispose of it somewhere else. You can't still deny it. If you didn't do it, then who on earth did kill the man? Trying to make himself an accessory rather than the actual criminal. Pretty much, he's trying to like lessen the severity of the crime he's being accused of. As you know, there's one other person in my cabin that night. He had the opportunity. Moreover, he already accepted the mission to take the inspector's life. Yeah, that was so obvious. Like, he's so desperate, he's just gonna bring Cosmo down with him. Oh. Fighting a judge in court is rough. Fighting a foreign judge who is the minister of, like, okay, what was the full, okay, hold on. Yeah, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and all that. So, not only is he a judge, he's a goddamn minister. And he's a foreign, like, no. He's an invited guest into Britain, especially during these turbulent diplomatic times. Or not turbulent, since they quote-unquote signed a peace treaty or declaration of friendship, a la Civ 5, I guess, or civilization in general. So then, it's like, yeah, there's a lot of things in place to make sure there wouldn't be any diplomatic incidents. But Jigoku's using all of this to prevent himself from being sentenced to prison for his crimes. Who knows courtroom combat better than a person who runs one? Basically, he'll try every single trick in the book to basically get out of being accused of crime, or even bring anyone else down with him, or something like that. That's right. Who else could it have been? It was you, Kazuma Asugi. You. I never thought you'd stoop to this, Seishiro Jigoku. So you've taken the words straight out of my mouth, Prosecutor Kazuma Asugi. You thought by leaving the body in my cabin you could pin the crime on me, did you? Well, the prosecution counsel has already admitted to visiting the witness's cabin on the night in question. Yes, on an assassination mission no less. You wouldn't! So, what do you make of that, young stripling? You've heard my testimony now, and that's all I have to say on the matter. I'll admit to nothing more. I don't believe this. Counsel for the defense. What is your position now? The court awaits your response to the witness's assertion. The assertion that on the night in question the victim's assailant was in fact Mr. Kazuma Asugi. This isn't the dead end it seems to be. The answer's right in front of me. It comes down to Jigoku or Kazuma. Both of them had the opportunity to kill Gregson, but only one of them did it. And I'm just a step away from proving who. Very well. The defense is ready to respond to the assertion put forward by Judge Jigoku. The idea that the victim's murder could have been committed by Prosecutor Asugi is... But surely Kazuma couldn't have done it. Jigoku's just trying to throw him under the bus. But what if? Okay, let me see. The idea? Well, I mean, the man literally slashes fucking katana straight into the case. Like, he literally, like, swung so freaking hard that it tore into the metal rim of this case and broke the sword, of which we know the tip is broken by investigating this. So then it's just like, well, I mean... Oh, I wonder if, like, we can spin the possibility, but then, wait, oh, God, I'm not sure how I can exactly play out. Or, you know what, fuck, I'll say impossible. Judge Jigoku, let me remind you something you said only a few minutes ago. You claim that the logical reasoning is the future of the judicial process. It is, no question. Well, logical reasoning can prove something here. Namely, that it would have been impossible for Prosecutor Asugi to commit the crime. What? So this is the route we are. The court will only accept an argument that is supported by compelling evidence. So present what you have, counsel. What proof is there that allegedly demonstrates the impossibility of Prosecutor Asugi's involvement? Would have been impossible to commit the crime. Give me a second. Give me a second. The armband. Okay, no, hold on. I want to do it for shits and giggles.
Take that!
It's the armband. Music stop. Demonstrates the impossibility. The impossibility. Okay. I don't want to brute force this just yet. I'll brute force it after I mess up one last time. Okay. So if we're to prove Asugi innocent from, or declare it impossible for him to have killed Gregson, so then inside the cabin, so then Jigoku and Kazuma, cabin, but then Kazuma, if I remember correctly, he said he left, but Jigoku was still there, where Gregson entered in at a later point. So then... Fuck it,
Take that!
No, don't save here. The impossibility.
Take that!
Now that we got those out of the way. His involvement. Nah, going makes sense. The impossibility. Wait. From... So this is the type of revolver... No, but this is for, British, judiciary. Records kept who they're issued to, past 5 years with a unique serial number, but as far as they can tell, there's nothing like that. More than a more than 5-year-old gun. But then, although they say this was linked to Van Zeek's, but we don't 100% know that yet. Supposedly. So then... I'm grasping for straws right now, man.
Take that!
Yeah, I'm grasping for straws right now. Unless I'm on the completely wrong track here. Actually, I wonder what happens if I chose the other one. Oh well. The impossibility of his involvement. His involvement in killing Gregson.
Take that!
You know what, fuck it. Just let me retry this with extra lives. Oh, damn. Guilty as fuck. Wait, does it put me right at... Oh, okay. Wait a second.
Take that!
Yeah, no. Okay, hold on. Let me see what happens when I... So if they loop me back to the... You're about to make me weep too. That kind of obsessed is Sato-san. We know a member of the crew was on sentry duty outside the first class cabins nearly all the time. So as long as the guy was there, it would have been impossible to fire a shot without it being heard. That very much narrows down when the crime could have been committed. So then, it was this the whole time?
Take that!
Oh my god. Okay, what other... Okay, that entire line of thought just went completely over my head. This itinerary for crew members of the SS Goose, my lord. This is conclusive proof. An itinerary? How does that prove anything? Judge Jigoku, the moment you acknowledge that you found the victim's body in your cabin, this itinerary suddenly became much more significant. What? Why? On the night in question, as always, a crewman sentry was on guard outside your cabin door. As long as he was there, nobody could have fired a shot inside the cabin. Absolutely, because it's inconceivable that the guy wouldn't have heard it and come to investigate. So that tells us that the crime must have taken place when the guard was elsewhere. And that narrows it down to the 20 minutes just after 10 o'clock, as indicated on the itinerary. Yes, I see no flaw in your reasoning so far. But the crucial point is this: when the evacuation drill took place, the steamship had already put to sea from the port of Dunkirk. Now, clearly the murder could only have been committed by somebody who was aboard the vessel at the time. Oh, because Cosmo said he disembarked after... Okay. But Prosecutor Asuke stated in yesterday's proceedings, I didn't come to Great Britain to take anyone's life. So I left Gregson and disembarked the ship. I spent that night at a boarding house in town, and returned to England the following morning. Which I'm sure the court would agree is conclusive proof that Kazuma Asuke couldn't possibly have carried out the killing. No, absolutely not. I don't accept that at all. What do you mean? The boy just saying that to exonerate himself. We can't trust that he really disembarked the vessel. Obviously, after he left my cabin, he hid himself somewhere nearby the ship, or nearby on the ship. Just waiting for his chance to come back and... No, that's out of the question. Isn't it, Kazuma? As the defense rightly recalls, I disembarked the vessel and spent the night in a boarding house in Dunkirk. And as I said yesterday, I signed my name in the accommodation register's book. All extremely easy to verify, and undeniable proof. No, There's no escape this time. You can forget that you're a judge or a government minister. It's time you gave the court an honest answer as a common man. Oh shit. You killed Inspector Tobias Gregson and transported his corpse back to Britain. Then you dumped the body in the room on Fresno Street and made it look as if the murder happened there. That's what really happened, isn't it? Seishiro Jigoku. It was that damn trial 10 years ago. That's when all this began. Oh shit. Looking back now, my fate was decided that day. I was doomed already. Oh shit. It's over! My life is over. A British assassin to eliminate a professor in Japan. A Japanese assassin to eliminate a detective in Britain. Both assassins will use diplomatic immunity to evade a conviction and return safely to their homelands. The assassination exchange request arrived from Britain about 1 year ago. Though it was hardly a request. It was a demand. And for that, you decided to recruit Mr. Asugi. You were wondering how tough the deaths were? It doesn't matter about the death's toughness. You see how built Judge Jigoku is. The man can just destroy a mountain with his bare hands. But things didn't go according to plan. Your chosen assassin never made it to Britain, and you found yourself unable to dispatch a replacement, because I was already on my way to Britain at that time in Cosmo's place. And that left me with only one option for carrying out my obligation: to eliminate the mark myself, personally. Of course, there was but a single opportunity for me to do that. The International Forensic Science Symposium, I presume. That's right. I decided it would be safest to carry out the plan before my arrival in Britain, so I enlisted the help of my British counterpart, and made arrangements for a pretext that would take the inspector to Dunkirk. To lure the man in, he was given a sham mission by the Reaper. What? The Reaper? But there's only one person who could have done that. The mastermind of the entire operation. The Reaper himself. So, that means that the assassin exchange was... It was all planned by the Reaper. I'm not at liberty to say anything about my British counterpart. So, anyway, the inspector accepted the Reaper's mission and dutifully infiltrated my cabin on the steamship. But it was all a trap designed to lead him to France and his own death. Oh, how awful! It was past 9 o'clock when I returned to my cabin from the dining hall that evening. I didn't give him time to attack me. I choked him until he lost consciousness. But there was a guard just outside the door, so I left it at that for its time being. Even though the slightest noise might have aroused suspicion, I bided my time, waiting. For the 20 minutes after 10 o'clock. I had intended to finish him by strangulation, but moments before I had the chance, he suddenly came around and went for me in a reckless move. I received the British issue gun 16 years earlier, being a member of the judiciary as a visiting student. I never imagined I'd have to use it for something like that. Oh, so it was. So the revolver belongs to you, does it? Then the victim was killed inside your cabin on the SS Groose. Which begs the question of why you arranged for his body to be discovered in the room on Fresno Street. The young judicial assistant over there has already answered that question. There's no way I could take the body up on deck to throw it over by the side. That's precisely where all the crewmen were gathered for the evacuation drill. So before the first-class cabin sentries returned, I took the corpse to the refrigeration room. And then on arriving in Dover, you concealed the body in your trunk in order to smuggle it past the border police. I knew I needed to take steps if the police were to be convinced when the body was found in London. In that case, you must have known. You must have had intimate details of Inspector Gregson's intended schedule. Oh shit. Yes, my British counterparts sent me everything I needed to know. The inspector was due at Fresno Street at 5 o'clock that afternoon, in order to meet a man by the name of Hugh Boone, from whom he would take back his police identification. Ah! I decided that man would be the perfect person to set up as the culprit, so I took a hackney carriage over there with the body still in my trunk. That must have been just after we took this photograph with you at the hotel then. Yes, I wasn't expecting a welcoming committee. I was more than a little nervous. On Fresno Street, I spotted a young girl selling little firecrackers. Miss Venus, of course. I conceived of the candle trick there and then. So I donned a simple disguise and approached the girl to buy enough firecrackers to replicate a gunshot. What sort of disguise? For some reason, the inspector had a bright red hairpiece on his traveling case, so I put that on. Although I suspect I drew more attention to myself than I would have otherwise. The hairpiece we found at the scene. The inspector had it ready for the Red-Headed League investigation. I only arrived at the room at around 5:15. So I quickly placed the body on the floor and moved the notice board to set up my little candle trick. I arranged it so the firecrackers would go off with a bang around 15 minutes later, so that Mr. Boone, who was due to arrive at 5, would walk straight into a trap. Except, at the last moment, I made a careless blunder. What was that? I imagine it was a bag of fish and chips. Ah! I didn't notice that it had fallen out of his overcoat pocket when I moved the body to the refrigeration room. I put it back in his pocket the following morning, but... well, it seemed the warmth of the heated cabin had accelerated the decay of the fish. Anyway, that's everything. All the sordid details of what I did. It's just so funny that the Windows set isn't there anymore. But who's the British counterpart? I've heard enough. We've arrived at the truth about the murder of one of the country's most capable and respected police inspectors. The witness will be tried in the coming days. For a crime of such a vile nature, you can expect the most severe penalty. An exchange of assassins. What a foolhardy idea. Mr. Jigoku, one last detail. Who was your counterpart in Britain? Who was the mastermind behind the assassin exchange? Nothing you say now can make matters any worse for you. Just tell us. Enough! I've already told you that I cannot say. Even though, as things stand, you may very well never set foot in your homeland again. What are you waiting for? Can't we get this over with now? It's finished. All of it. I'm finished. Then, in the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I now pronounce the findings of this court. This man before us has admitted to the willful murder of Tobias Gregson. Seishiro Jigoku, it is the opinion of this court that you should be found guilty. And may I remind all those present of the strict confidentiality demanded by this closed court. Moments ago, Mr. Jigoku signed a written confession. admitting to the murder of Inspector Gregson and the subsequent conveyance of the body. In short, the defendant's innocence has therefore been established beyond doubt.
Oh, wonderful. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, thank you.
Is something wrong?
I'm just a little troubled by his silence. The true identity of the Reaper of the Bailey and his extraordinary assassin exchange. We do remain in the dark about these mysteries. However, insofar as the indictment brought against the defendant in this trial, we have reached a conclusion. I have every intention of pursuing both mysteries as a prosecutor. As you wish. Now, for the formal adjudication. I hereby declare the defendant Beric Van Zieks.
Objection!
Son of a bitch, I saw that a mile away, Cosmo, you son of a bitch. I was waiting for you to raise your fucking voice, you bastard. The prosecution calls for adjudication to be deferred. Counsel. The accused's innocence hasn't been fully established at all. And therefore, it would be wrong to deliver a verdict at this time. That is the prosecution's unwavering position.
What? But Judge Jigoku has already confessed.
Nevertheless, Beric Van Zieks has committed crimes for which he must be punished. Well, it would appear you have information that the court needs to hear, Prosecutor Asugi. Certainly, the murder of Inspector Gregson was actually carried out by Seishiro Jigoku. But it's all clear from the witness's testimony that he was coerced into complying with the plot. Into the sick, merciless assassination exchange. That may be true, but... So what I want to know is, who coerced Jigoku? Who was pulling the strings? The victim went to France having been ordered on a mission for the Reaper, only to be murdered. In other words, the mastermind behind the assassination exchange is someone in a position to give such an order. As we've already established, the Reaper himself. Well, certainly that would appear to follow. The prosecution hereby formally accuses the man in the dark, Beric Van Zieks, of being the Reaper of the Bailey. Furthermore, I'm going to prove his guilt beyond all reasonable doubt.
What? What?
He will not let this go to the very end. Order! 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 The Reaper of the Bailey is a long-standing mystery, Counsel. Are you suggesting you have some new information with which to build a case?
Scotland Yard has already investigated Lord Van Zieks very thoroughly in that regard. They found no evidence whatsoever to substantiate the claim that he is the Reaper.
Perhaps, but circumstances have now changed.
What do you mean?
It's already been established that the assassination exchange was negotiated with Jigoku by the Reaper himself. Don't we need to start a new case for these accusations? I don't know, dude. They do whatever they want. They basically write their new laws on the spot here in Britain, or an Ace Attorney.
Which means we now have a new line of questioning by which to identify definitively the man's identity. That is the prosecution's intention here.
I must say I'm surprised by quite how tenaciously you appear to want to besmirch my name. Somebody get Legal Eagle in here. Yeah, I remember seeing an episode or two from Legal Eagle about Ace Attorney. I'm like, yeah. The legal system in Ace Attorney is just all fucked. Here, let's just withhold evidence and present it at the last possible moment to screw over the defense, or vice versa. and so on and so forth. Also, not to mention how connected everyone is in this case or other cases already to begin with. Hey, hello? Conflict of interest? Oh, what's that?
You are guilty of an unforgivable crime, Lord Van Zieks.
And I will bring you to justice for it, whatever it takes.
That explained Cosmo's silence before. He'll stop at nothing to finish what Lord Van Zieks unwittingly started 10 years ago.
Very well. Whilst it's extremely irregular, I will on this occasion grant the prosecution further opportunity for witness testimony. The defendant will disclose any and all involvement he has had with the Reaper and the assassination exchange.
I thank you, my lord, for guiding the courts so wisely.
I hereby declare this court to be in session for a supplementary hearing. What the fuck is this?
This is unprecedented.
Pray turn a blind eye to the discourtesy as I verify that this vile and unremitting accusation hasn't soured the contents of my hallowed chalice.
Lord Van Zieks!
I first had to suffer the pseudonym of the Reaper 10 years ago now, and ever since that time I've endured the weight of the implied guilt that's gone with it. So I welcome the chance to testify now and crush those allegations once and for all.
Good. Then let justice decide, Lord Van Zieks.
The prosecution seeks to begin building its case by calling the accused to the stand as a primary witness. Also, I just noticed that they got a new stand.
In order that he may answer the accusation brought by the prosecution that he is the Reaper the Bailey.
And what says the defense?
Putting the defendant in the witness stand can be extremely dangerous. Because Cosmo-sama is so emotional at the moment, he's not thinking logically. You're right that he's not himself, but I knew it would be like this. And I came here today determined to face him through whatever might arise. As a lawyer, and as his friend. Then that's what we must do.
The defense has no objection, my lord. Very well. Defendant, you will take the witness stand and give formal testimony on the subject of your involvement with the Reaper and the assassination exchange. As you wish, my lord. I've never taken the life of another, nor have I instructed another to kill. Okay, I'll lower my seat a little bit. I've been investigating the truth behind the Reaper for years, and I was aware of Gregson's involvement. That's the reason why I went to Fresno Street that day, and how I came to discover the body. The point is, no common thread exists between myself, Gregson, and Dr. Wilson. Clearly, therefore, there's no reason to suspect me of being behind the assassination exchange. So you deny all accusations by the prosecution, both that you are the Reaper of the Bailey, and that you masterminded the assassination exchange. I acknowledge that the public at large believe me to be the Reaper. However, that's a fallacy, which I am alone in a position to forswear.
Naturally, the prosecution believes the testimony just given by the accused to be untrue. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Yes? Let me ask you, why are you here? What really brings you to this courtroom? A desire to uncover the truth, even if the truth proves your client to be guilty. From all my experiences in this courtroom, I've come to realize something. The truth can't be hidden. Sooner or later, it will come out. So it's always my intention to work with my client in the pursuit of truth. I want you to remember what you just said. Enough, dilatory chatter. Counsel for the defense. Proceed to cross-examine the witness. Yes, my lord. I know exactly what you're thinking, Kazuma. I know you're just waiting to point it out. The contradiction you're convinced lies somewhere within this man's testimony. Excuse me.
Hold it!
So you know what the general public refer to as the infamous Reaper, the Bailey?
Exactly.
Don't imagine for a moment that the court would be satisfied with a one-word answer on this.
I realize that.
If you were intending to comment on every sentence, this would take a while, Kazuma. Didn't you find it disturbing, though, that one by one, defendants who had been acquitted after your unsuccessful prosecution were killed?
Let me answer that question by posing another. If one by one defendants who have been acquitted after your successful defense were killed, would you find that disturbing?
Disturbing? I couldn't possibly say how that would make me feel with a one-word answer like that.
Exactly.
Well, that told me.
But even though I'm not the Reaper, that doesn't mean I ignore all the hearsay.
Hold it!
You say for years. How long exactly?
Since the very first time the Reaper's influence was felt in this courtroom. 10 years ago now.
And your investigations led you somehow to Inspector Gregson, you're saying?
I didn't want to believe it. It was a personal acquaintance. We worked on cases together in the past.
A friend, even.
It felt like a betrayal, but I demanded permission to search his office at the yard without his knowledge.
Which is when you found his secret notebook, is it?
It's when I first learned of the location he noted only as Gruce, and the appointment of 5 p.m. on the 31st, though I didn't know the significance of those details at the time.
So now we're at the nub of the matter.
As it turns out, the significance for me personally was very unfortunate.
Hold it!
Well, how would you go to that specific location?
I thought that if it was the Reaper's headquarters, then by turning up there at 5 o'clock I would catch whoever was involved red-handed. Sadly, that was all that was awaiting me. Was the inspector's corpse.
Yes, even though it wasn't designed for you, you walked straight into the trap set by Jigoku.
Exactly. Jigoku had intended to implicate Hugh Boone, but unhappily for me I arrived at the scene first.
Ha! A ridiculously careless blunder. Mood on just throwing insults around, I see then, Kazuma.
Think what you will. It doesn't change the truth.
Gregson or Dr. Wilson?
Hold it!
There's a link between you and Gregson, though. John H. Wilson, coroner. Death from a single stab wound to the heart. Alright, that's like the duel they said. Dr. John H. Wilson. Signed by Dr. John H. Wilson, who carried out the procedure, though Professor Mikutoba actually penned the report. Ah. Of course, we were close acquaintances. We worked on numerous cases together. I considered the man to be a mentor of sorts. He taught me a number of important lessons. He did? Such as what? Where to buy good fish and chips, and such like. That was so out of character, holy shit. Well, that was convincing. Dr. Wilson was a coroner, of course, but that was some time in the past. And in any case, I understand it was several years ago that he was invited to work at a Japanese university. That's right. He was a visiting professor at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo. It should be unambiguously clear then that no link exists between myself and him. In other words, I had no motive for sending some assassin across the oceans to kill the man. It sounds plausible enough, and I want to believe it, but something about this just doesn't quite sit right with me. Yeah, the evidence is just screaming at me right now.
Objection!
Yeah. What is this? An autopsy report. Wait, this is 10 years old. From the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. What? My brother's autopsy report. I'm pleased to see. The defense doesn't intend to run from the undeniable truth. Rabble, 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 rabble. Order in the court. What reason do you have for presenting a 10-year-old autopsy report to your counsel? The autopsy report from the professor's final victim is an indelible link between Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson, and the defendant. Not that accursed name again. The professor. I've personally researched all the court records relating to that case. I know that at the time, autopsy was considered sacrilege to the victim's souls. And for a member of the aristocracy like Lord Clint Van Zeeks, it was unthinkable. But someone implored the powers that be to allow the autopsy to go ahead. Inspector Gregson. He declared that he was certain that he would obtain conclusive proof from the procedure. And it was Dr. Wilson who conducted the autopsy. His signature is clearly visible on the document. As promised by Gregson, the autopsy did indeed produce evidence. Evidence that conclusively proved Genshin Asugi was guilty of the murders. In my brother's dying moments, he mustered all his remaining strength to leave that vital clue behind. Indeed, that was the key to indicting the professor for his crimes and the conclusive evidence that convicted him. It enabled Lord Van Zeeks to avenge his brother's senseless death, with a marvelous victory in court. A marvelous victory, was it? I wonder if that's really true. What? Could the same be said if it turned out that the key piece of evidence in question was in fact fabricated? Excuse me? If the inspector, coroner, and prosecutor all colluded together to cast an innocent Japanese man as a mass murderer and sent him to his death, that's outrageous. And now, 10 years later, for some reason the secret has been threatened and needs protecting. which is why the inspector and the coroner had to be silenced, isn't it? By someone in power in Japan and in Britain, using the two killers recruited for the assassination exchange. God damn. Order. Order at once. 10 years ago, my father was convicted in this very courtroom as a mass murderer, to be sentenced to death. But it was all a sham, and I swore to myself that I'd prove it. Which is why I had to come to Britain, whatever the cost. You'll have to forgive me if I feel compelled to toast this vengeful Nipponese's tenacity of purpose here. However, he who fails to quash his emotions in the courtroom has failed as a lawyer. Come on, Kazuma, you know this won't wash. You're claiming that your father was misrepresented in a trial that took place a whole decade ago. You must see that without evidence, that's nothing more than a wild accusation. As it happens, I have evidence. Ooh. Hold on. What? As the court has heard, I crossed the channel to France with Gregson on the 31st. I went with him on the pretext of being the assassin recruited to kill Seiichiro Jigoku. But my true intentions were to make the inspector tell me the truth. Oh. What truth? The truth about the evidence. And he acknowledged what I already deduced. There's a closely guarded secret about what went on that autopsy, or in that autopsy 10 years ago. What? A secret? I know nothing of any secret. While we waited for my supposed mark, in Jigoku's cabin, I drew my clan's illustrious sword Karuma before the inspector's eyes. He very quickly understood what my true motive was. Right, I see. You're that Asuki's young lad, are you? And what? You're gonna cut me down with that thing, is that it? That will very much depend on the answers you give to my questions. I want to know what really happened 10 years ago. The truth. That's all. Now, before we get into it, let me make one thing clear. I still believe your father was a professor. There's no doubt in my mind. But unfortunately back then, we didn't have the evidence we needed to make the crime stick. Oh shit. So, you admitted then, the evidence used in my father's trial was fabricated. It was for the good of the country. Anyway, I was just following orders. Orders? What exactly did you do? Speak! I'm not saying another word. Even if your life depends on it. Well, that's right. Even then. So that's when the tip of the sword broke. Oh, Kazuma-sama. If the results of Clint Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, then the investigating officer Gregson and the lead coroner Wilson must have known about it. And they can only have been ordered to pervert the course of justice in that way by one man. The man leading the case for the prosecution, Beric Van Zeeks. In other words, the defendant did have cause to organize this exchange of assassins. Exactly. And as was established earlier, it has to have been the Reaper himself who, liaise, I'm not trying to pronounce it, with Jigoku in Japan to arrange the exchange. So it follows that the Reaper's true identity can only be that of the man who stands accused in this courtroom today, Barrick Van Zeeks.
Objection!
Kazuma Asugi. What? What you've just told the court. Are you absolutely certain of your facts? Did Gregson really fabricate evidence for that trial 10 years ago? I heard it with my own ears. His shameful admission. So they pull the Phoenix on him like in Apollo Justice. They fabricated evidence and he unknowingly presented it. Oh shit. In that case, I know. The name of the Reaper. What? Lord Van Zeeks? I gave no such orders. I know that for certain. Which narrows down the remaining possibilities to one. If Lord Van Zeeks isn't the one behind all this, then yes, there is only one other person who could have done something like that. I believe I know who it is too. You. I just had a feeling this name was going to come up. The true identity of the infamous Reaper of the Bailey is... Wait. Did Gregson really fabricate? Gregson. The Reaper. He gave no orders. Wait. Wait. Asugi's young lad. You're gonna cut me down. I wanna know what happened 10 years ago. I still believe your father was a professor. We didn't have the evidence to make the crime stick. Fabricated for the good of the country. If Van Zeek's autopsy were fabricated, investigating officer Gregson and coroner Wilson, they could only have been ordered to revert the course of justice in that way by one man. But no, this is like Cosmo's line of thought here. Gregson, Wilson, the Reaper himself, who liaised with Jigoku in Japan. The name... So... if the evidence was fabricated and Gregson, Wilson had a hand in the whole affair, gave no such orders. Only one other person. Wait, can I not look at... Oh, I can't look at... Oh, obviously it was Pepino.
The infamous Reaper of the Bailey. So then... gave no such orders to fabricate evidence. So then to do something so serious, to go as far as fabricating evidence that even Van Zeeks didn't know about. Because obviously he's none of these guys. So then... Oh, it was me got home. It was Sholmes! I knew it! I knew it was him the whole time!
Take that!
The only person who could have arranged the assassin exchange and manipulated the autopsy results. Is the Lord Chief Justice himself, Lord Mael Stronghart. What? Lord Stronghart. Bold move indicting the judge. Yes, it's true that 10 years ago, the defendant handled the prosecution of the professor in court. But he only took over the case after his brother, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, had been killed. I can only assume that this is the most inappropriate joke in British judicial history. Can we even indict the judge? I don't know. Because then if we had to have the judge himself come up, then who's going to preside over the court then? Well, like, because this is a closed trial, and he's at the top of the, like, judicial, like, system or hierarchy, or as far as I know, then who can even run a trial with the judges? I don't fucking know. So I don't think they even thought this through in their legal system. It's like, what if the judge is part of the a huge crime here, or just a crime in general? Who's gonna run the court if the judge has to be on the witness stand? Do we just get the normal judge back? No, he shouldn't be allowed back because this is a closed trial of the utmost importance. Like, this is like national, like, confidentiality and all that stuff. Like, not a people that should ever go on to public. Especially with a serious case as the professors a decade ago, even more importantly. So then it's just like, what? Well, Lord Van Zeeks. 10 years ago, I was very new to my profession, but I had a burning desire to avenge my brother's death, so I pleaded for control of the case. The investigation to that point, the supplication of the lords to allow my brother's corpse to be examined, all the evidence I was given, the autopsy reports, it all came from you. I spent my life since then believing I was in your debt for the way you stood aside and let me handle the trial. But I see now, I was very much mistaken. It was a hugely influential force that caused the inspector and the coroner to break the law 10 years ago. And that same force was still felt a decade later, on the other side of the world, by Seishiro Jigoku. Lord Stronghart, everything falls into place when we recognize that you are the Reaper of the Bailey.
The court awaits your response, my lord. This may very well go down in British judicial history, but I assure you, it is no joke. Consider this a formal accusal by the defense. It doesn't warrant a response. A formal accusal? Don't be absurd. The defense's claims are utter nonsense, a wild fantasy at best. You're not going to defend yourself. You claim there was some wrongdoing with Lord Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. That's utterly untrue.
Objection!
When I heard it from Gregson's own lips, he admitted to it. Well, he's dead. And where is your evidence? What? Gregson's dead now, unless you were thinking of summoning a ghost to the stand. Call the Fays! Send a telegram to Japan! You mean to say... Okay, hold on, I need a drink right now. I'm no professional voice actor, and I can tell you for sure that I don't know how to, like, even try voices or even be careful with how to speak out without straining my vocal cords. So, oh my god, I need a drink. I wonder what kind of practice voice actors do to make sure they don't, like, or to train their voice and make sure, like, because, like, what was it? I'm pretty sure they have training on, like, how to speak or how to, like, speak their lines without, like, straining their vocal cords too much, or at least, like, to help go on for longer and all that. I kind of wonder. We have 3 lawyers fighting a judge. You didn't expect a boss fight? Nah, this ain't no boss fight. This is a raid boss here. Each boss fight is like the villain in each trial. Here we have the fucking raid, the final boss of the whole story. The fucking Lord Chief Justice himself needing every lawyer capable of taking him down. I forget how the system works in your little backwater country. But in the courts of the British Empire, without evidence, there is no case. I have no intention of entertaining some wild fantasy that can't possibly be substantiated by anyone or anything. Ah! Order! Order in court! Following Inspector Gregson's murder and in light of Dr. Wilson's death as well, there's really no one left who could testify about the events of 10 years ago, is there? So that was the real purpose of the assassination exchange. To silence the witnesses. This court has no business raking over the coals of a case that was concluded a decade ago. The accusal brought by the prosecution and the defense is categorically denied. I take it there are no objections. Kazuma. He's more or less waited his whole life for this moment. Is there really nothing else we can do now? Is there no other avenue we can go down in pursuit of the truth about what happened all those years ago? If only there was someone who could testify about Clint Van Zeek's autopsy. Alright. It's right there in front of us. Only one other person who would know. At this point, you would likely need the head of another branch of government to help. Probably, I don't know. I really wonder how...
how this would actually be properly handled if the fucking judge is the mastermind of some crazy ass string of events like this. Like, just orchestrate all this. I'm like, who the fuck is going to, like, put him to trial?
He's gone to extraordinary lengths to cover his tracks, even so far as dispatching an assassin all the way to Japan to ensure Dr. Wilson's silence, and Dr. Sith won't say anything against Stronghart. But there's still one ray of hope.
Objection!
Do. Actually, there was one person who could still testify about that autopsy. Don't be ridiculous. There's no one left. Who, Ryunosuke? Who? Tell me! Kazuma, Please, this trial can't end. Not yet! I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing it for the truth. The person the defense would like to call to the stand to testify about the autopsy of Lord Clint Van Zieks is Herlock Sholmes.
Take that!
Heaven help us. Another Japanese. The racism. An expert in forensic medicine, my lord. Professor Yuji Mikotoba, 16 years ago. He came to London with Seishiro Jigoku and Genshin Asugi as a visiting student. And what could his testimony possibly tell us? Professor Mikotoba was the primary assistant during the autopsy in question. And he was also the person who actually penned the report. Incorrect. The autopsy was carried out by the coroner, Dr. Wilson. The report carries his signature. It was a primary assistant's duty to keep a record of the coroner's work during the procedure. In actual fact, the coroner merely read over the report at the end and signed it. In other words, Professor Mikotoba witnessed the entire autopsy from start to finish. The defense demands that Professor Mikotoba be summoned as a witness as a matter of urgency. Whatever really happened in the autopsy laboratory 10 years ago is something only he can tell us. The defense's demand is denied. Well, of course he's gonna deny. He's a fucking judge of which we're accusing him of crime. To go through, there will be a death sentence for him. Someone, Sholmes, bring him to court for us. Of course we won't give the go-ahead for this. What? No shit, Ryunosuke. What do you think was going to happen? You accused the fucking judge. For all intents and purposes, he's still the judge. Of course he's gonna deny it. Ryunosuke, I think you need a little help here and pull on some ears right now. The people in the crowd must be having some thoughts about this. Yeah, because they're all members of the judiciary, and then for the serious accusal of Stronghart, they're like, I mean, in this situation, I'd be completely speechless or outraged, depending. Outrage in what regard? Well, that depends. But yeah, this is like, what, he's accusing the Lord Chief Justice? Like, what the fuck? And for this to carry on for as long as it is, instead of being just denied and closed out, right? Just like, oh, wait. Like, the seeds of doubt, man. But Professor Mikotoba is in London at this very moment. We can summon him to the stand in minutes. No, of course he's not going to agree to it. Stronghart has no intention of summoning anyone who knows. He's too concerned about protecting himself. Prosecutor Asugi, let me refresh your memory. as you seem to have forgotten the prosecution's stance. Only minutes ago, you accused the defendant of being the Reaper and masterminding the assassin exchange. I did, yes. So present your evidence for those claims and make your case complete. At this time, I don't have the requisite evidence, but that's exactly why we need a witness testimony. The Professor case is closed. There are no clues in the distant past that will bolster your argument today. I'm afraid to say, Prosecutor Asugi, that you would appear to be possessed by the spirit of your late homicidal father. Now, as I stated earlier, this court has already reached a conclusion with respect to the matter at hand. Inspector Gregson was murdered by Japanese Supreme Court Judge Seishiro Jigoku. As for any hidden circumstances that may exist, they will be investigated in due course by the proper authorities. As in his authority.
Objection!
But we all know what will happen. Now just give the mastermind the whole venture time to cover his tracks again. By which you mean me. Your punishment for this contemptible behavior will be decided at a later date. As for you, Prosecutor Asugi, you will be remanded following these proceedings. Willingly, I trust, since you gave your word. This futile game of revenge is over. Young Master Asugi. That will be all. I hereby declare this trial to be over. Court is... Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! This is no place for amateur detection, Mr. Sholmes. May I remind you that these proceedings are closed to the general public. You will leave the courtroom at once.
Objection!
You're right, Bryce. Mr. Sholmes was instrumental in the apprehension of Seishiro Jigoku before he fled from Europe. The court shall hear what he has to say. Lord Mael Stronghart, it is imperative that you refrain from bringing this trial to an end at this stage. Is it really? Why would that be? You need only recall your own words from the beginning of the trial to answer that question. We will stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Surely it can't be that the shock of being accused by the Reaper yourself has erased that from your memory, can it? The whole truth, sir, has already been uncovered. It would seem that we have a great many important members of the judiciary present here today. I put it to you, my dear fellows, should the trial end at this juncture? After all, why would you have been invited to attend? To nod along to the prevarications of your superiors? The public gallery is our jurors! He's turning the public gallery to be our jurors! Oh shit! So, oh shit! We will have the jurors after all! It's gonna be the public gallery! Order! Order in court! It seems to me that we stand before a door that leads to a new era of legal practices. A door that is ajar. and has emerged from the shadows of the Reaper's decade-long ascendancy. For you, and you alone, my dear fellows, have the power to push this door open now! The auditors in the gallery have no rights to express an opinion in court proceedings. Silence! He's right. The judge has absolute authority here. Yes, if he calls the trial to an end, it must end. But will I really do? I sense dark things occurring behind the scenes. Dark things indeed. Is there a single person in this room here present who can honestly... What's... The trial should go on. Summon the witness. That's right. We need to clear this up before that young Japanese fellow is reprimanded in custody. Oh, they're rallying behind us. My lord, you assured those present that you would uncover the whole truth here. Vindicate yourself of this outlandish accusation. The truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. That is the very foundation of British law. A toast to my dependable colleagues in the gallery. On with the trial. Testify, testify, testify. Well, my lord, you hear the voice of the British justice, I take it. I think you'll find it would be rather awkward to silence. The court will recess briefly. I have no intention of shrinking from these allegations. Bailiff, arrange for the subpoena of the witness at once. As soon as the gentleman arrives at the courthouse, we shall reconvene. A recess won't be necessary, my lord. Pardon. Mikotoba is a close friend of mine. He accompanied me today and is waiting in the antechamber as we speak. I do believe he's been enjoying a little trip down memory lane, in fact. What? Professor Mikotoba is in the courthouse. Mr. Sholmes, you didn't know this would happen, did you? My dear fellow, no one is in a better position to answer that than you, surely. I wasn't just asking for the fun of it, you know. Well, I must ask you for your assistance in this matter, Mr. Sholmes. However, you are of no further use here. Kindly leave the courtroom at once. But of course, in truth, I find myself rather busy now as a result of these developments. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes. I trust you have Iris's little lucky charm with you. Absolutely. It's still in my pocket. She sends her regards and a reminder. If you find yourself at a dead end, the ears are at your disposal. Just one tug, if you please. Don't pull that hard, please. Oh, of course. In that case, the trial will continue without delay. Bailiff, show the witness to the stand. Oh, shit! So it's Lord Stronghart. He's the Reaper of the Bailey. Where exactly is this trial going to take me, I wonder? Just how deep am I going to be plunged into the blackness of the abyss? Well, I'm ready. I'm ready to head into the heart of this maelstrom and confront whatever horrors it tries to drown me under. To be continued. Mael Stronghart, you say? Dude. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh. She's here too. Quite the witness stand we have here. So witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. So this is why it's called Resolve. I mean, it's pretty much the, like, the overarching theme of this whole game.
It's like, what are you really here for? What do you really want to do? Find your resolve, and then see it through to the end, no matter what. Like, it's like the title is like the theme of the whole game. The first game is called Adventures, and it basically kind of is like, you know, kind of the opening of like going from Japan to broadening your horizons to the Empire of Britain and seeing like a wide variety of locales, at least in Ryunosuke's perspective, the new judicial system that's foreign to him, and all that entails with being a foreigner in Britain and everything at the time. And then we have this, aptly named. Okay, hold on. Well, with all this talking, I come to realize that it's really making my like congestion issues like a constant thing. It just come to realize it now. I'm sorry if that might be TMI. Oh, I don't think it was that TMI, but yeah. Hold on, I need to mute the mic again. Ah. Yuji Mikatoba, lecturer in forensic medicine at the Imperial Yume University in Tokyo, Japan. She's just staring. She's just like, huh. Also, it's just kind of scary how pale her skin is. Just like looking at it more and more now. Just like, god damn. What the hell did your genetics do to you to have such white skin? This is the man from her mom's stories. That is true. That is true. And Professor Mikatoba, the young lady beside you is... Ah, this is Dr. Maria Gori, Scotland Yard's practicing coroner. The daughter of Dr. Sith, I understand. Yes, Dr. Sith. I'm afraid I cannot tell you why she's here. She just appeared. Oh yes, so that'd be allowed in court. It's just like, well, she kind of just followed me and she was just here, so you know what? Sure, let her tag along. You can speak English, you know. You summoned this strange Japanese man as a witness to that autopsy. But you don't summon Mama. That makes no sense. She was there too. That's about the size of it. I had her eyes boring into the side of my cheek constantly, whilst I was in the antechamber too. Poor man. The idea of it's making me shudder. The revelations about Dr. Sith that came to light some days ago defiled the reputation of the entire judiciary. She was therefore deemed unfit to appear as a witness in today's proceedings. But her daughter, on the other hand... The Ministry of Justice's decision on that is final. Well, we wouldn't want any more perjury to be committed, would we? The Ministry of Justice. Some questionable strings are being pulled, I think. I remember you, Dr. Mikatoba, but I certainly never expected to be meeting you under these circumstances. Yes, it's been a long while, Lord Stronghart. The prosecution understands that you were a visiting student of forensic science in London until 10 years ago. Oh, that's right. I studied under Dr. Wilson at St. Sinners. So you were present at the autopsy of my brother,
Lord Clint Van Zieks. I was, yes. I assisted Dr. Wilson with the entire procedure. Mama's far more skilled than any Japanese man. Wow. Well, Dr. Wilson asked me to be his primary assistant on that occasion. And this autopsy report was actually penned by you, I believe. Yes, I noted all the doctor's findings, and when we were done, he read through the document and signed it. Poor Mama. As secondary assistant, she wouldn't have such a good view of all the innards. Yeah. Oh boy. So, Professor, do you remember Inspector Gregson? Oh yes, of course. If it wasn't for his insistence, Lord Van Zieks' autopsy never would have happened. But he was absolutely convinced it would reveal decisive evidence against Genshin, you see. So Lord Stronghart had to entreat the nobility to allow it to take place. You do correct me if I'm wrong, my lord. It was as a result of that autopsy that a mass murderer was apprehended and justice was done. But Gregson admitted to it before he was killed. He admitted that the results of the autopsy were fabricated. You were there at the time, so you must testify. You have an obligation to tell the truth about what really went on. Absolutely. That's precisely why I'm here. And that's why I'm here too. Very well then. You will give your formal testimony now, witness. But before you begin, a word of warning. Oh. Oh shit. You will state truthfully and accurately what you saw and what you heard at the time. I wouldn't dream of doing otherwise, my lord. The moment your testimony verges on supposition, I will expel you from my courtroom. Remember that. God damn. Even a shred of doubt is like out of the courtroom? What the fuck? Well, from my own observations, I couldn't say there was any indication of the autopsy reports having been fabricated. Death resulted from a wound made by a Western-style sword transfixing the heart. That I found a little strange. There were no other signs of internal injury, nothing questionable at all. It was just that beautiful but dangerous piece of evidence removed from the man's stomach. Presumed to have been swallowed by the victim as a way of humorously identifying his assailant. Humor, I was like, wait a second. It was just no laughing matter. No indication. Nothing to suggest fabrication? Professor Migatoba, are you certain of that? Well, no. Well, nothing I could positively identify as such. Much to swear to in testimony. Ah. Well, that clears things up nicely. The only fabrication here, Asagi, has come from you. What? You claim the inspector confessed just before his death, but that is the fabrication. No, he freely acknowledged it. I swear he did. Freely, with the tip of a sword at his throat. The man was clearly at his wit's end. The court will give no credence to this confession that was uttered in obvious desperation. Quite simply, there was nothing questionable about the investigation of Lord Clint Van Zieks' death. And with this testimony we have, without question, uncovered the whole truth of the matter. If I may, my lord. There was most certainly something questionable about it, and the whole truth does rather elude us,
I feel. I beg your pardon. Well, you're obviously aware of the facts of the case. All four of the professor's previous victims died when an enormous beast was set upon them that ripped out their throats. Oh, such horrifying crimes. The Hound of Baskerville. But curiously, the killer's last victim, Lord Clint Van Zeeks, suffered a different fate. Yes, you're right. He was stabbed through the heart with a sword. That's enough. I believe I warned you about this witness. I promised to curtail your testimony as soon as it entered the realms of supposition or speculation. Huh. Very well, my lord. In that case, the defense will pursue a conclusion to this during the cross-examination. What? I have the right to cross-examine every witness after testimony. And I fully intend to exercise that right. Ryunosuke. I'm afraid that even the presiding judge has no authority to contravene the letter of the law. As I'm sure every member of the judiciary present in the gallery would agree. Very well. You may begin, counsel. However, the moment your argument strays from the established facts, I'll not hesitate to bring the cross-examination to an end. Proceed with caution. Yes, my lord. Are we finally gonna get the penalty for pressing and we lose a life? Cause like that's something I kind of miss from the earlier Ace Attorney games, even though it might be annoying mechanic-wise. But it would just like increase the weight of what it is you're trying to decide upon. Cause like during like a lot of those like last second presentations or accusations or whatever, it's like it all hinges on this. This is the final chance. I still have 5 lives left. I'm like, even though it would just make people just save and reload more often and stuff, it's just like, I just want that gravity of the situation to just set in. It's like, despite all the leeway for error, this is the one time you can't, under any circumstance, fuck up. It's like, come on, just give me that again. Come on, I want to see all 5 of my lives ticking right there. Actually, and how many, wait, which Ace Attorney game didn't they implement that, as in like those critical moments where you would lose more than just one blip of your lives? Because I know in Ace Attorney 1 they had that. I think 2? Or I think like the first 3 for sure. I'm not sure about Poly Justice onwards. And I don't really remember much of Miles Edgeworth at this point. It's been quite a while since I read that. And I never read Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice, or... Actually, wait. Was there another game between that? Dual Destinies, Spirit of Justice? I forget. Either way. That's everything, is it? Poor father, he looks so troubled. Perhaps because 10 years ago, something happened that's been weighing on his mind. Oh, I couldn't say were his words. That phrasing was very deliberate, I'm sure. Is the stream about to end? Well, no, not really. I think however long this takes, oh boy, here we go again. I want to see this game through to the end. So, here goes. I wonder if he's had his suspicions all these years. If that's the case, we need to use this cross-examination to prove what really happened and remove any trace of doubt.
If we could establish that Kazuma-sama's claim of fabricated evidence was true, we can't shy away from this now, even if what we might uncover could lead to total calamity. You're going till it's done? Yeah, because I don't want to kill the flow by just ending it right there. Because, like, even though for the past several Ace Attorney streams, I've always, like, ended the stream as we go from one part and to the other. But in this case, with the finale, you can't just stop right here. Like, you have so much going right now.
Hold it!
In all the previous 4 killings attributed to the professor, the victims were killed by an enormous dog, I believe. Their throats were, well, mauled. Correct. And yet Lord Van Zieks was stabbed. Van Zieks? That's kidding. Ah, do you mean to say you think Lord Clint Van Zieks may not, in fact, have been one of the professor's victims? There's no basis on which to doubt the findings of the investigations carried out at the time. But Genshin Asugi confessed to all of his crimes upon his arrest. He admitted to having taken the lives of all 5 members of the aristocracy. Ah! Yet the beast that was used to carry out the killings was never identified. No evidence was found to suggest that Genshin had ever kept a dog. A true hound of hell. Ah. No fucking way. Nah, no fucking way.
Hold it!
No fucking way. Okay, no, I'm gonna need to we're gonna need to gather more information before I think down that line further. No fucking way. I leave everything in possession to Kazuma. No way. And what might those possessions be? But, you weren't actually present at the autopsy yourself, were you, Dr. Gory? Does that matter? Maybe. Well, I just wonder how useful your testimony can be in that case, really. I mean, it wouldn't be different if your mother, Dr. Sith, were in the stand, but... I read all the paperwork about the case, and Mama's told me the story countless times. That statement I just made is exactly what's written in the autopsy report. I did confirm that myself at the time, it's true. Besides the stab wound, there were no other signs of internal trauma. I see. Mama told me all about it. Oh. She said there was nothing of note internally. But they did find an amazing piece of evidence, something unbelievable. Unbelievable? What do you mean? Come on, Dr. Gory. What was it?
Hold it!
What exactly was it, though? What does beautiful but dangerous mean? Well, it was sparkly and round, with a hole, as if it might slip over a finger, perhaps. Sparkly, round, with a hole. It was a ring, belonging to Genshin Asugi. My father's ring was inside the victim's stomach? At the time, Genshin wore a large ring on his, digitus quartus of his left hand, or, sorry, the fourth or ringed finger. I understood it was some sort of keepsake. When my father left Japan for London 16 years ago, I was 8 years old, but I remember that ring. You do? My father's possessions were sent to our family home in Japan after his death, but the ring wasn't among them. Obviously not. It was a key piece of evidence. It remains under lock and key in the stores at Scotland Yard to this day. After the autopsy, Genshin was summoned by the police to check for the presence of his ring. It wasn't on his hand, of course. Moreover, there were deep abrasions on his finger where it had been pulled off. They arrested the man there and then, right before my eyes. How could they? I brought the ring along with me today. What? Here it is. A bit dusty from the years, from years in the stores. No, good gracious, yes, that's it. I haven't seen that in 10 long years. And that was found inside the victim's stomach. Ugh. Yes, I'm afraid so. You hesitated there, Professor Mikotoba. Should we read something into that? He's pursuing it for me. It's just that thinking back now, I didn't actually witness the moment it was extracted from the victim's body. Oh my, really? At that precise moment, Dr. Wilson had asked me to fetch him a new scalpel, you see. How do you remember that exact... How is your memory from 10 years ago that fucking crystal clear to go, hey, can you give me a scalpel? Well, I would have understood if it was like something more significant. It's like, hey, I needed to go get this very specific, important thing. It's like, hey, can you pass me a scalpel? I was like, oh, sure, buddy. And then in that like brief, like couple seconds, it's just like, what the fuck? Life-changing moment. I mean, I know the whole thing is like a life-changing moment, but it's just like, it's like, oh, I didn't see. What do you mean you didn't see? Oh, he asked me to get him a scalpel, so I turned my head. I'm like, bruh. Dr. Gory, the removal of historic evidence from the stores requires my consent, does it not? I don't think that matters when you stand fucking accused of crime. However it came to be here, the court cannot deny that this is crucial evidence for today's proceedings. Very well, you may submit it. Hooray! It's not the sort of ring normally seen in Japan. They almost look like claws protecting the jewel. Those fat claws do a good job of protecting the equally fat gemstone in the middle of this ring. Yes, if you're clumsy you could give yourself a rather nasty cut on them, I think. Ow. My finger's bleeding, the claws really are sharp. Oh my, that's very quick clumsiness, Mr. Naruto. Even for you. Who would make such a dangerous ring? You couldn't swallow it without doing yourself some fairly serious damage, surely. A sticky mochi bun of that size would go down much better, with red bean paste in the middle. Someone as clumsy as me would probably manage to choke on it somehow. A nasty scratch. We must examine it very carefully, Mr. Naruto. Very carefully indeed.
Hold it!
And that was the decisive piece of evidence that led to Genshin Asugi's arrest. Correct. After further investigations by Scotland Yard, the man admitted to his crimes. That's a lie! My father was no killer! Okay, hold on. There. Eric Van Zeeks. It was you. You twisted the truth to suit your purposes. Your hatred of me doesn't change the facts that were established 10 years ago. My brother Clint had closed in on the professor, and in the end he exposed the man and put a stop to his lethal rampage.
in the way only a man of my brother's caliber could.
Hold it!
You couldn't say. No, sadly not. Well, then you couldn't say there was any indication either, could you? No, true, I couldn't. I was at Dr. Wilson's side as he performed the procedure, recording what he did. Many times, of course, he instructed me to fetch implements and such like. Whilst I was away from the operating table, obviously I could have missed something. And at those times, what was the secondary assistant doing? Following this Japanese man's order to adjust the lighting or pass them implements. But that doesn't mean Mama wasn't a vital part of the team. You're quite, yes. So would you kindly refrain from staring at my cheek like that? Professor Migatoba, think. Was there nothing at all that seemed out of place to you? Well, yes, there was, as a matter of fact. Okay, you know what? Hold on. Might as well move, cause what was it? I got a cup of tea and a cup of water. Might as well move this extra ice over. One moment. Okay. So... presumed to have been swallowed by the victim. Recent scarlet ink stains visible on the little and ring fingers of the right hand. But no document and corresponding ink was found? Ink? Oh wait, no internal trauma. The thing is scratchy as hell. So then we would show this, showing the scratch.
Objection!
Or maybe that's not the right spot to present that in. Okay, hold on. So wait. Oh, psh, sorry. Wrong statement, wrong statement.
Objection!
The court has heard that the ring was extracted from the victim's stomach, but you didn't actually see it being removed, did you, Professor Migatoba? That's right. As I said in my testimony before, at that moment, I was fetching a replacement scalpel that Dr. Wilson had requested. In other words, you can neither confirm nor deny whether this ring, in fact, really came from the victim's stomach or not. You know, I would imagine that, like, there'd be some kind of, like, wouldn't, like, the stomach acid or whatever else inside the stomach, like, eat away at part of the coating or material of the ring? Just, like, eat away at anything? Signs of wear? Something? You know, they could also consider that, too. Maybe? I don't know. I'm not sure how strong stomach acid is, honestly, so I don't know. What are you suggesting, counsel? Depends on how long it was there. True. That the ring was never in the victim's stomach to begin with. It's entirely feasible that Dr. Wilson fabricated that detail about the autopsy. What are you saying? That Dr. Wilson was in possession of the ring in advance, after it was somehow stolen from Mr. Asugi. And he produced it during the procedure, pretending to have found it there and then in the victim's stomach.
Objection!
Supposition at best. What possible evidence do you have to support such a rash claim?
this evidence right here. That's the autopsy report. It's explicit in that report, Counsel, that other than the ring, nothing unusual was noted internally, so I'm not sure how you intend to prove your point. You've already done it for me, my lord. The lack of internal injury says it all. What? To swallow a ring of this size would require considerable effort and determination. In addition to its size, there are the sharp claws on the gemstone to contend with. My brother was a determined man, and on the brink of death even more so, I'm sure. He would have stopped at nothing to ensure that evil killer was brought to justice. But if he really had swallowed that enormous ring, it's inconceivable that no traces of its passage down his throat would have remained as internal trauma. No. And there you've arrived at the sticking point. That's precisely what I had my doubts about the findings myself 10 years ago. Then why didn't you say something at the time? I couldn't. I did. I still remember the conversation I had with Dr. Wilson at the laboratory that day. Look at this. Now, this is a very curious thing to find in a man's stomach, wouldn't you say? But, isn't that rather peculiar, Dr. Wilson? What's that now, Migatoba? Well, if we swallow a ring of that size with those sharp metal claws that it has, surely you'd expect to see some damage to the throat and the, esophagus. Torn, mucous membranes at the very least. Shit, he knows too much. Dr. Migatoba, may I remind you that I have a vastly more experience than you. Oh, you're pulling the fucking senior card on him. Come on. Come on. God, I hate it when people, like, God, I just hate it when people pull up that excuse. Like, no matter how valid it could be or is, depending. But just like, man, it's like, oh, I know more than you because I studied a lot more than you. It's like, expecting me wrong? Or coerced into, fabricating things. But man, this pisses me off. I'm terribly sorry. I can think of plenty of ways to explain why no injuries would be seen. No, let's say this. The victim would appear to have ingested the item as evidence to testify, as evidence to identify his assailant. Go ahead, write it down. So I was right. Dr. Wilson deliberately fabricated the results of the autopsy to implicate my father. I'm disappointed, Counsel. That argument is nothing more than speculation. What? Dr. Wilson was Britain's leading authority on forensic science and autopsy work. There's no scientific basis on which to doubt the man's expert opinion. Pardon the interruption, my lord, but damage to the mucous membranes of the throat is easily identified even in living subjects. Using a device called an endoscope, recently demonstrated in practical use in France. I want one. The government can pay. I don't think so. And Dr. Gory, rest assured that your removal of evidence from the stores without permission will not go unpunished. We open up the dead to find the truth. I beg your pardon. But Mama, she chose to stitch your corpses up with all her secrets inside. That's wrong. Dr. Gory, it's looking as though she's chosen to walk a different path to her mama. Quiet murmurs. Ooh. Yes. The ring. What about the ring? I've just remembered something. An earlier incident. What incident? The one I recounted to you before.
about a memory I have of Genshin Asugi saving my life.
What? My father saved your life?
It was 10 years ago on a foggy night. Genshin and I were walking down some back streets at a late hour. All of a sudden...
Don't make a peep. You're coming with us.
All of our assailants were armed with pistols, their faces obscured by scarves. Oh, yeah, I get. Oh, yeah, the ring on.
Hi.
The next thing I knew, there was silence all around. Genshin lay on the cobbled street. Blood was seeping from his left hand. He'd shielded me. It was on the ring finger of his left hand that he used to wear that ring.
Are you saying...
I've always believed those thugs were after me. But now, I'm starting to question if perhaps I wasn't the intended target after all.
Wait, but...
Genshin was arrested 2 days after that attack. And in that short interval, the decisive evidence needed to indict him was miraculously found.
You mean, the ring was stolen from him? You think that's what those thugs were after that night?
Objection!
Oh. You pathetic coward.
You expect me to believe that you weren't involved?
What do you mean by that?
It was you, wasn't it? You're the one who took it. You stole my father's ring! You set the whole thing up so you can paint him as a mass murderer and have him
Kazuma.
Open your eyes. Ryunosuke, you must know deep down. The truth can be completely obscured, even when your judgment is only slightly clouded. But at the moment, you seem to be floundering through a dense fog. Is that why you were so insistent I should be present in this trial? To see you like this?
Well, this is an amusing spectacle. What a grandiose expression on your face, as if you were Lady Justice herself. It seems you've thoroughly convinced yourself of this alleged fabrication of the autopsy reports. So much so that you're apparently blind to the blatant contradiction that would be born out of it.
What?
It was extremely hard to believe, let us imagine that there was some misconduct during the autopsy. If that were the case, why would Asugi not have disputed the findings in his trial?
Oh.
In the closed court hearings 10 years ago, the defendant never once denied the claims against him. Isn't that right, Lord Van Zeeks? Yes, that is indeed correct. Upon hearing the verdict of guilty, he merely closed his eyes, quietly accepting the judgment. The actions of a man who has accepted responsibility for his deeds and is resigned to his fate.
But then... Oh my, that is very strange. If Mr. Asugi did nothing to oppose the charges against him, then... that would surely mean there was no fabricated evidence.
An obvious conclusion at which you should have arrived many minutes ago, Prosecutor Asugi. Your twisted loyalty and clouded judgment are hampering your ability for logical thought. Genshin Asugi's silence at his hearing can mean only one thing. There is no fabrication of evidence during the autopsy of his final victim 10 years ago.
Ah! not like this. What if the autopsy report was all above board? There'd be nothing to stop Lord Stronghart from bringing this trial to an immediate conclusion.
Objection!
Ooh. God damn. Oh shit. That sound effect. Okay, Kazuma means business now. Thank you, Ryunosuke. If it wasn't for your frank words just now, this trial may very well have ended prematurely. Kazuma? What is this latest absurdity, Council? My lord, your reasoning is perfectly sound. But for one giant hole, I beg your pardon. You claim my father's silence was due to the fact that there was no fabricated evidence, but there's one other possible explanation. You overlooked the possibility that he had a reason for maintaining that silence.
Objection!
Silence that would lead into being convicted and sent to his death. If the autopsy reports were an invention, there's no conceivable reason conceivable reason why the man wouldn't have protested.
Objection!
Objection. Oh, those results were an invention, alright. No question of that. Or are you forgetting that two people with a connection to the autopsy have been assassinated? If I force the grievances I feel from my mind, I start to see you in a very different light. I think perhaps it's you who's been living in delusion these 10 years. Me. Kazuma-sama has created one last chance for us here, Mr. Naruhodo. If we can only show there was a reason for his father's silence in this trial, a reason why the man would have said nothing even though he was innocent. Could have been a part of some negotiation, perhaps. Enough rhetoric. This court must be shown evidence. What proof do you have that could possibly explain Asuge's silence in court? Asuge papers, Asuge papers, Asuge papers. The only weapon he has left.
Take that!
This is the defense's answer to that question. Shit. Man. Also, the music didn't stop. Okay, we're too early. We're too early. Give me a second. If Kazuma's father knew that the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated, why would he have said nothing in his trial? For me, I'd have protested my innocence until I was blue in the face. It's good to have it in mind, though. Oh yeah. So if you were right about the autopsy results, there must have been a strong reason for his silence. Saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency? That could be it. Silence is silence. No, that doesn't mean anything. This doesn't mean anything.
No, we know that he already slashed the... A reason for maintaining silence. Reason for maintaining silence.
So...
Take that!
I'm grasping at straws right now. So... Kazuma's father knew the evidence being used to convict him was fabricated. Why would he have said nothing? There must be... So if we're right that the autopsy results were fabricated, there must be a reason for his silence. Saying nothing... He was saying nothing in exchange for some sort of clemency. Some sort of... In exchange for... Okay. Okay, actually, let me do something real quick. Also, I'm not looking things up, but like, let me just... Again, with my vocabulary, I'm looking up what clemency means. An act or deed showing mercy or leniency. Or leniency? Saying nothing.
Take that!
Shit. Okay. I'm not thinking straight. Why would he say nothing about the autopsy reports and the ring? Why would he say nothing? So then... Can you say anything about the ring? Oh, wait.
Take that!
Oh, I forgot about the dismissal notice. Right, because he talked with Daly. He talked with Daly during that night. That moment slipped my mind. It's true that Genshin Asugi's silence during his trial resulted in his conviction. But that didn't actually lead to his execution. On the contrary, it led to his escape. An escape that was only possible because he had been sentenced to death. Although I find it hard to believe my father would have negotiated in that way, the defense is correct. A fake execution, falsification of a death certificate, and a jailbreak inside a coffin. Clearly such an elaborate plan couldn't have been carried out by my father alone. He must have had the help of a collaborator from the judiciary. I have here the dismissal notice of a chief warder who was working in the prison at the time. The notes read, there are indications that the jailbreak was in planning prior to the inmate's incarceration. In other words, there
there were suggestions of some sort of negotiation between Mr. Asuge and the British government. In exchange for his silence in court, he was given an assurance that he would be broken out of prison. Yes, with that sort of clandestine agreement in place, I can imagine he would have kept very quiet. I would go further than that, in fact. I would say that the elaborate jailbreak of Mr. Asuge can be explained in no other way. Order! Order! First fabricated evidence and now a jailbreak conspiracy. Of course, because it's all intimately linked. The prosecution wishes to summon new witnesses to the stand. Witnesses. People who can testify about the jailbreak that took place 10 years ago. Oh. Governor Kaiden and the poor Chief Warder of the prison. I won't allow this trial to turn into a farce, to summon the governor of the prison after all these years. We wouldn't be in any trouble, my lord. What? Father, my dear friend appears to be a little, rattle-pated at times, but I can assure you that he is extremely thorough. He wired both Barclay and the local prison earlier, asking Governor Kaiden and Mr. Vigil to attend the Old Bailey as a matter of extreme urgency. Mr. Sholmes did that? Or are you telling me that? Both men are, unless I'm much mistaken, waiting just outside the courtroom at this very moment. Ooh, Sholmes! There you go, my boy! My lord, you must permit this trial to proceed as you declared at its outset. You promised that we would stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth behind these disturbing findings. Very well. Bring in the witnesses. Make no mistake, I too would like nothing more to lay this business to rest once and for all. Yeah, Sholmes is doing so much legwork behind the scenes for us. Stronghart wanted to stop at nothing to end the trial no matter what. And we took all the shortcuts we can to make sure that no time would be wasted, just as he would want. Time is of the essence, so... Yep. Would the new witnesses state their names and occupations for the court, please? Aye. Barry Kaiden. Governor of Barclay Prison. Everyone calls me Gossip. I so jaunty little your other persona, if you don't mind. Oh, I do beg your pardon. Of course. I love how he goes from like looking so expressive to just like depressed now. My name was Daily Vigil. I used to be the chief warder at Barclay Prison. The reason you've been summoned here to court today is to testify about the jailbreak of the so-called professor 10 years ago. Losh, the professor? We've already been through all this before a decade ago. The conclusion was that there wasn't anything untoward happened. Our convict escaped from your prison, Governor. Only what you call nothing untoward. The convict's death certificate was somehow falsified after he was allegedly executed, and he escaped the prison inside his own coffin. A plan of that complexity could never have been carried out without the help of somebody of influence inside the prison. Governor Kaiden, don't imagine that the passage of time will afford you any protection. If it turns out that you were involved in the plot to break Mr. Asuge out of your prison, then of course, the consequences will be very serious. In all likelihood, a capital punishment. Gods! Hold on there, laddie! All I ever did was... Witness, Governor Kaiden. Oh, aye, sir. You have a critical role to play in the public safety of our country, a great responsibility to shoulder. The significance of your testimony in court cannot be understated. Therefore, think carefully before you speak. Intimidating the fucking witnesses. And Prosecutor Asugi, if you threaten to witness again, you will be held in contempt of court. My apologies, my lord. There's no disputing the fact that an intricate jailbreak plot was enacted 10 years ago. Clearly, you were both involved in some way. So you will testify before the court now and explain exactly what took place. Very well. Let the witnesses give their formal testimony. Tell the court everything you know of the plot to break Asugi out of Barclay 10 years ago. It was the day that Japanese jock was found guilty. The directive came from the prosecutor's office. I assigned the convict to the chief ward of vigil here, and put the plan in action behind the scenes. I was responsible for Asugi right up until the night of his execution, but I knew nothing of any plots. I didn't care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office. All I did was carry out my duty for Her Majesty's Great British Empire. A directive from the prosecutor's office. Are you saying that was a jailbreak plot? Aye, that's right. Who sent it? Who authorized that plan? I didn't get that. You're saying you don't know? Listen, there's not a thing about that professor case that was not unusual in some way. I didn't ask any questions. I just did what I was told to do. More than that, I could not tell you. I see. But if the jailbreak plan originated from the prosecutor's office, then one thing is very clear. As suspected, there were clandestine dealings going on between Mr. Asugi and that office. The jailbreak was promised in exchange for Mr. Asugi admitting to crimes he didn't commit. That, counsel, is nothing more than speculation on your part. So, let me ask the defense. Yes, my lord. I fail to see how these witnesses have any more pertinent information here. Do you intend to assert your right to cross-examination? Absolutely! I have no intention of squandering a single opportunity, my lord. It seems all you Japanese are fiercely tenacious. Very well. Proceed, counsel.
Hold it!
And you say you don't know who actually issued the directive? Aye, that's right. All I can be sure of is that it was official. But if it was from the prosecutor's office, that narrows down who could have issued it straight away. And it wasn't me. I cannot say with certainty that it did originate from the prosecutor's office. What? There's no telling where it started. There's a fair chance it could come from higher up the ladder. Basically, I cannot give you any indication who is behind it. You can't be serious. All we can say for sure is that the order must have come from somebody in authority, I suppose. The likes of us on the ground, as it were. Didn't bother with idle speculation, we just get the job done.
Hold it!
So, Mr. Vigil, you didn't know anything about it at all. That's right. My only role in this scheme was as a scapegoat. That's right, isn't it, Governor? Some poor beggar had to take the rap for it. Alright then, who else did know about the plan? I've no the first idea, laddie. My part in the whole business was practically dealing with the aftermath. but I wouldn't be surprised if there were some other folk in the prison service who'd been given similar orders. So you don't know who else was involved? Aye, that's right. All I can tell you is that the night it actually happened, the person at the reins was Dr. Stevens. Since this is all coming out and you admitting to I did nothing wrong, can I have my job back? If only. Dr. Courtney Stevens, or Dr. Sith as she's known now. Why did I have to get caught up in such a terrible business?
Hold it!
Did you not notice anything unusual happening in the lead up to that night? Oh, everything was unusual, exception after exception. After all, it was the professor, the man had terrorized the country as never before with his crimes. In order to hide his identity, he was forced to wear an iron mask over his head. Hideous treatment. The fellow was surprisingly docile for someone who'd taken the lives of 5 of the country's nobles. Being the chief warder, I was the only person permitted to approach his cell. I can still hardly believe that I was duped by my own country. I believe you jumped from the window of the governor's office when the jailbreak was blamed on you, didn't you? Losh, Vigil, I cannot apologize enough. No, Governor, I don't believe you can. It won't change what's happened. And what else can you tell us about the situation, Governor Kaiden? I did not care if there were some negotiations between the convict and the prosecutor's office.
Hold it!
But you've already acknowledged that the orders came from the prosecutor's office to arrange for the man's escape. There must have been some sort of negotiation. It's the only explanation. Aye, well, be that as it may, I didn't care nothing about that. The witness stand is no place for telling you what you don't know for sure, and I can that much too, or I do. And I presume you also know this. Not telling what you do know is a criminal offense. So you were just following orders, is that it? I'm afraid that won't absolve you of guilt here. A man was still killed, illegally, even if it was a condemned criminal. You may very well be found, complicit in murder, Governor. So that's what it's to be, is it? Even with a threat of conviction, you won't break your silence.
Hold it!
Did you carry out the plan in its entirety? Aye, I did everything I could at the time. As you know, Genjin Asugi was shot dead in Lowgate Cemetery after the escape. Tell me, was that part of the plan too? My instructions were to do with getting the joke out of the prison, or out of the jail, and nothing more. I cannot tell you anything about what happened after that. Only, personally, I believe his death was the last part of the plan.
Excuse me!
Mr. Vigil, is something wrong? Yes, sir. What can I do for you, sir? He's saluting now? What is this? Some sort of park-like convention? What Governor Kaiden, was just saying seemed to upset you. Did it bring something to mind, perhaps? For the last 10 years, I've completely blotted out the memories of that time from my mind. I was betrayed by my superiors in the name of my country. Just as my father was betrayed, it seems. Hold on, I've been sitting here for a while. But you see, thinking back now, I really can't imagine that the shooting of Mr. Asugi in the cemetery was ever part of the plan. What makes you think that? Well, it just doesn't make sense, does it? To make the man admit to crimes he didn't commit with the promise of a jailbreak, only to kill him in the end. That's treachery of the worst kind. Well, the point is, if the intention was always to betray him, why would there be any need for all the chicaneries of an escape? Ah. Yes, that's quite true. If whoever negotiated with Asuke never intended to keep his or her end of the bargain, it would have been far simpler to just let the man be executed in prison as dictated by a sentence. It all happened in that vast chamber of secrets that is Barclay, behind the high prison walls. I suppose nobody knows what really went on in the execution room now. Yes, it's an unsettling mystery, certainly. Truth be told, there's just a wee matter that's never quite made sense to me. If you believe there was some kind of negotiation behind the jailbreak, between Asuke and the body at the top, it doesn't quite add up, does it? Governor Kaiden, I must insist you explain these doubts that you have by amending your formal testimony. Gads! Aye, go on then. Seems to me that the Japanese fellow didn't have nothing to bargain with.
Hold it!
Admitting to the crimes, that was what he had to bargain with, surely. I cannot say that myself. After all, did the prosecution have no conclusive evidence against the Kylie, eh? This, you mean, discovered during the final victim's autopsy. There's every possibility this conclusive evidence was fabricated by Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office.
Objection!
Possibilities are all very well, but nothing has been proven. You can holler about misconduct and the trial 10 years ago all you like. But if you cannot establish that it happened with hard evidence, no one's going to listen. Aye, that's right. So what I'm saying is, the convict had nothing he could use for any kind of bargaining at all. The witness makes an astute point. Logically, it would seem no negotiation could have taken place. And yet the plan to break the man out of the prison was definitely put into practice. So he must have been armed with something that gave him an angle to negotiate. So Asugi-san agreed to confess to the crimes because he was assured he'd be broken out of prison later. I really don't think that Kazuma-sama's father would have engaged in such negotiations. Then perhaps something compelled him to agree. But a terrible thing, using the law to legitimize such underhanded dealings with a desperate man, only to double-cross him in the end. It's quite the opposite of justice. I can't help feeling there's something about this apparent negotiation that doesn't quite add up. Something doesn't quite add up, Mr. Naruhodo. No, it doesn't. But I can't quite put my finger on it quite yet. In that case, we must keep digging to identify the problem.
Wait, there's one final bargaining chip. And I'm gonna jump to conclusions right now. But let me look through all the evidence real quick.
Objection!
Yeah.
Confessing on the oath to murders he didn't commit on a verbal assurance of later being broken out of prison. Genshin Asugi was taking an incredibly risky gamble. Very true. There's nothing to stop the British breaking their word and executing him behind closed doors anyway. Under normal circumstances, no man would stake his life on a gentleman's agreement like that. Which means that Mr. Asugi must have had a trump card. Something that guaranteed he wouldn't be betrayed. Some kind of weapon. Havers! The fella couldn't have possibly have anything like that. But you know that he did, Governor. The Asugi Papers. The name given to the last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. Oh. It turns out that Mr. Asugi was hiding his will in his cell at Barclay. Chief Order Vigil caught him with it one day. You squealed, didn't you, you wee rat? Didn't I tell you not, did I not tell you to keep that a secret? You can't touch me now. Ah! When Mr. Vigil caught sight of that will through the bars of the convict cell, Mr. Asugi pleaded with the warder. Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A weapon? And after the convict had been killed following the elaborate pretense of the jailbreak, that document mysteriously disappeared, didn't it? Well, yes. All the prison warders searched their belongings in his cell, but that will was just nowhere to be found. As I understand it, an exhaustive search was made for the document, which became known as the Asugi Papers. Governor Kaiden, I believe you ordered your prison staff to find it at all costs, didn't you? Yeah? Would I be right in saying that you knew that the so-called Asugi Papers had the potential to make great waves somehow? James, what what the blazes are you blathering, are you blathering about? The will was found right and proper in a fella's cell where I said it would be. But how can that be? Where in his cell? We all searched the place from top to bottom. Well, you didn't do a proper job, eh, you peely-wally galoot. You can't criticize me now. I showed it to you before, did I know you're a lawyer? Yes, you did. I have the document here. It's written in Japanese and reads, The Last Will and Testament of Genshin Asugi. Hold on. Which means everything is as it should be. Not quite, my lord. You see, there's an undeniable inconsistency here. What? What inconsistency? Mr. Asugi described this document as the only weapon he had left. And yet this will contains nothing of significance at all. Nothing that would have given the convict any leverage. Are you suggesting, my learned friend, that the last will and testament stored at Barclay Prison all these years is actually a fake? Oh, excuse me. As has clearly been demonstrated already, what went on at Barclay Prison was far from above board. That last vilification by the defense was an affront to the entire British legal system. This absurd notion of a weapon is something for which we have only the former Chief Warder's word. The man could quite easily be lying, or at the very least be sorely mistaken. What? No, I definitely heard him say that, I swear. Clearly we need to get to the bottom of this. We need to know exactly what happened with these so-called Asugi Papers. A waste of time. If the will was fake, where is the real document?
Objection!
Mr. Vigil was stabbed in the back by the judiciary 10 years ago. He lost everything, very nearly his own life. And now you're going to do it again. You're ready to brand him a lie and turn your back on him without even letting him defend himself. It's clear that Barclay Prison is hiding something. It's clear that the jailbreak was masterminded by somebody in the prosecutor's office. It's clear that some illicit negotiations took place. Is your lordship just going to gloss over these obvious and reprehensible facts? What did you just say? We should hear more from the Chief Warder. Have him testify again. The trial must go on. The man's voice must be heard. It would seem that a vocal few are utterly blind to the truth. Very well then, let the witness testify again. Tell the court precisely what you think you saw on the last what you think you saw of the convict's last will and testament. Yes, sir, my lord. As the warder responsible for condemned convicts, I attended to Mr. Asugi and kept watch over his cell. That night, after he was found guilty in court, he was doing something with that will in his cell. He turned the vessel inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. I only found out about the Asugi papers when a directive came telling me to impound them. The document was in the folds of the fellow's robe that was left in his cell. Kimono, I think it's called. In his kimono? That's a lie. We searched every inch of the man's cell. We looked through all his clothes. It can't be true. Well, you're not satisfied with calling me a liar the once, eh? You wee Waffinger? Ah, there's nothing you can do about it now. You don't have any hold over me anymore. Other than the hold you'd like to take on my cravat, of course. Is that what you're going to do, is it? Are you going to give me a good shake again? Are you too scared? I love how he's shaking himself with like his thing like pulled out already. Little and large, what a double act. We complied with Asugi's will as far as was possible. All of his personal effects were delivered to his family home in Japan, as a courtesy to the homeland of the most notorious killer of our country has ever seen. And we were much obliged. I can confirm that all my father's belongings arrived safely. Aye, and you cannot deny the handwriting is actually that of your old man, eh? Yes, there's no mistaking that it's my father's brushwork. Really? And this last will and testament was the man's last weapon, was it? I think we can safely assume that the convict was merely prattling, knowing that his end was nigh. So, counsel for the defense, your cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. God, we're really going the distance here. Oh my god. How far do we have to go?
Hold it!
So would that mean that you conversed with Mr. Asugi? Yes, certainly. Though there was precious little time before his execution was due. He was remarkably calm, considering his days were very numbered. In all honesty, he really didn't strike one as a man capable of mass murder. Yet he confessed in full to the crimes. I know, but that's why I felt compelled to ask him one day. I can still recall his reply. I'm guilty of the unforgivable crime of ending another human's life, yes. But he was so tranquil and intelligent, it put me in mind of an Eastern holy man. And what about the will you saw him with? What can you tell us about that? This trial will never end. Stronghart is doing everything he can to stop this trial, but we keep digging up more and more stuff. It was the beginning of all the drama. I remember it very well, yes.
Hold it!
And he pleaded with you not to report to him, didn't he? Yes, that's right. And like the band party, yeah? You didn't tell me. A blatant breach of trust that was. I could see that the man had a noble spirit. I found myself wanting to treat him accordingly. But according to what you told us 2 days ago, the convict had been strictly forbidden from having any writing materials whatsoever. Yes, you're quite right. Ah, so when exactly was the will penned? That was before the man was remanded in Barclay, obviously. Yes, at the prosecutor's office, under supervision of the relevant authorities. I personally instructed Asugi to make a will for the benefit of his family in his homeland. And in that case, why was it found in his cell? What do you mean by that? Well, if it was penned at the prosecutor's office, You would have expected that it would remain there for safekeeping, surely. Ah. It's curious. There doesn't seem to be any obvious explanation for why it was subsequently found in the convict's cell. Ooh, the defense makes an astute point. Well, Governor? Prison Governor, can I be expected to ken the inner workings of the prosecutor's office? In that case, Mael Stronghart, perhaps you can shed some light on the matter. I'm unable to offer an explanation here and now. I would have to consult with the notary responsible for the will at the time. God damn it. The fact that my father's will was discovered in his cell is clearly inconsistent with what was expected. I want to know why. Another inexplicable mystery then. Well, the thing is about that will. We turned the cell inside out looking for it after the execution, but to no avail. It was the governor who ordered the search for the will, as I understand it. Is that right? Yes. And when I reported back that we couldn't find it, he grabbed me by the cravat and yelled, It cannot disappear completely in my face. Aye, well, it's due to the governor to keep everybody working as hard as they should. I think the governor needs a wee taste of his own medicine, Mr. Naruhodo. The point is, it was clearly considered a very important document, was it? Wasn't it? But it proved impossible to find. That's right. Then before I knew it, it was in the morning paper, that blood-curdling article. The executed mass murderer who'd risen from the dead. Oh, you mean... The article based on Mr. Drebber's experience in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, that was it. The day after I read that news, I was summoned to the governor's office. And that's when the awful accusation was made. That you aided Genshin Asuke to escape from the prison, resulting in your immediate dismissal. I'm afraid that I really don't remember anything after that. As the governor of the prison, I had no choice. I couldn't have done anything else.
Hold it!
And that directive came from the same source as the one instructing you about the jailbreak. Aye, from the top levels of the prosecutor's office. What name was on it? I didn't ken before, and I didn't ken now. All I can tell you is that my orders were to do everything in my power to find that document. The director said it had to be somewhere inside the fellow's cell. Documents. Was that the wording? Documents, not will. Aye, that's what it said. Am I clutching at straws here? I just wonder if it was really Genshin Asuke's last will and testament that the sender of the directive was after. Continue with your testimony then, witness.
Hold it!
In Mr. Asuke's kimono. Aye, the one he brought with him when he was locked up. Yes, he was permitted to have his personal effects with him during his incarceration, I understand. That's right. He was granted as much freedom as possible during the few days before his execution. Indeed, he had a number of items of personal significance, I remember. He was very reluctant to part with them. Some books, a kimono, his sword. His sword? Karuma, the famous sword of the Asuke clan. It bears the soul of my family. I don't doubt it. But I wasn't really getting at that. Forget about being soul of the clan. Could the man have had a more obvious weapon? Have some more respect, Ryunosuke. Respectful silence? The warders carry firearms at all times, and the inmates have shackles around their ankles. He could not hurt anybody with that thing. Still, he was allowed a sword with no writing materials. He rather well afford came to stay with us at Barclay, you see. Dr. Vigatomo was asked to bring the necessary Japanese writing implements to the prosecutor's office. Suzuri inkstone, black sumi ink, and some, Hanshi rice paper, no doubt. I was present when he wrote it. I'm sorry to say. Letters just look like... Sorry to say, the letters look just like a squirming mass of jet black earthworms to me.
Excuse me.
Are you feeling faint, Mr. Vigil? Mr. Vigil! Sir! It was Scarlet, sir. Recent scarlet ink stains, but no document and corresponding ink was found. Were visible on the little and ring fingers of his right hand. Of Clint Van Zeek's right hand. Excuse me? Why would Clint have the scarlet ink on? What? What? Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I didn't mean to blurt it out like that. Less swearing and more explaining would be helpful. It's something about the testimony we just heard. Had you recalled something of importance? Something of importance. Possibly. Or possibly not. I'm unable to tell which way he's leaning, I'm afraid. My lord, the defense asked that Mr. Vigil be permitted to supplement his testimony with this possibility, or possibly not important detail. Permission granted. Go ahead, Mr. Vigil. Yes, it was Scarlet. As I remember, the document was written in scarlet ink, but perhaps I'm mistaken.
Hold it!
Scarlet, you say? Well, yes. I mean, I only caught sight of it for a brief moment, of course. But even by the dim light of the cell, I remember thinking it was an unusual color. At the very least, I'm quite sure it wasn't black. Oh, damn. Witness, is that really what you saw? What? Sir? Is something wrong, Lord Stronghart? I apologize. Continue. What do you make of that, Mr. Naruhodo? For Lord Stronghart to be so visibly shaken in that way? Ouch, then I hammer. You could plainly see the writing here. It's as black as the Urzo Hell's waistcoat. Well, yes, you're right. Mr. Vigil, I'd like to confirm one point with you. Did you actually see the content of the document that Mr. Asugi was holding that night? Oh, well, no. I mean, there was no time. As soon as he noticed me there, he hid it behind his back. But it was definitely a will, was it? Yes, it was. That's what Mr. Asugi told me. The court need waste no further time on this matter. Though we have the will in question in our possession, there is nothing more to add. A will written in scarlet ink. What did Mr. Vigil really see Cosmo's father holding, I wonder? If you have an inkling, Mr. Naruhodo, you must present it to the court at once. I only have one life. The testimony doesn't give much away. So this will really was penned by Cosmo-sama's father. I wonder what he could possibly have meant when he described it as a weapon. It sounded very much like Mr. Asuke actually had nothing. The plan to break him out of jail went ahead, which meant he must have had some bargaining power. He must have been hiding something. It's the only explanation that makes sense. It's starting to sound like Mr. Asuke actually might have had something. Which is it, Mr. Naruto? I'm not sure, but I feel as though I'm on the brink of understanding all this. Listen to all the information again, and let's see what more we can learn. We can't overlook even the smallest detail. Absolutely. This is the only thing that mentions Scarlet, and I don't think we have anything that would indicate... Oh, I wonder. But let's go with the obvious one first.
Objection!
Yeah. Scarlet-colored writing is what you said you thought you saw, Mr. Vigil. And I believe that's exactly what you did see. What? Have us again. You have no evidence to say that. Have a look at this report. That's my brother's autopsy report. Yes, and there's something in here that's bothered me since I first read it. It states that scarlet-colored ink stains were noted on the fingers of the victim's right hand. Yes, so it does. It's a scarlet ink. Now, I'm not familiar with the habits of the British aristocracy, I freely admit. But I would hazard a guess that they don't go around with ink stains on their fingertips, do they? Your wit is not appreciated. My brother was a well-bred and fastidious man. Should ink have sullied his fingertips, he would have had them cleaned immediately. What did your point, Counsel? My point is this. Whatever Clint Van Zieks was writing on the unusually colored ink must have been directly before his death, because he died before he had the opportunity to clean his hand. What? I remember something troubling me at the time. At the scene, the lid of my brother's inkwell was open. But Clint was punctilious about such things. It seemed unusual, and no document penned in the color of the ink that was in the inkwell was ever found. So the document had disappeared. Are you suggesting that the document my father had in his hand that night in his cell was the same document that Lord Clint Van Zieks was writing moments before his death? Then, it was. If Mr. Vigil's testimony is to be believed, it can only mean that yes. Mr. Vigil! Sir! When you spotted Mr. Asuke with the document in his cell, his precise words were as follows, were they not? Alright then, but what's on that paper? A last will and testament. This will is the only weapon I have left now. A last will and testament! Oh. If the conversation really did go as Mr. Vigil says, then what we know now completely changes the meaning of what Mr. Asuke said. You really think? Mr. Vigil did indeed see the convict with the will, but it wasn't that of Genshin Asuke.
It was the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. No. What?
Objection!
This is madness. My brother's last will and testament. That would mean that he had chosen to die. That is what it would mean, yes. No, impossible. That's utterly out of the question. Lord Van Zeeks. Clint was pursuing the professor. It consumed him day and night. Whatever happened, he would never have abandoned his investigation before its conclusion. Never. He wouldn't rest until the job was done, until the killer was caught. But the idea that he would willingly accept his own death, it's obscene.
Objection!
And yet, we can be sure that he was writing his will moments before his death, and that Genshin Asuke came to be in possession of that document. So what could the will possibly have contained? Clearly something that couldn't be public under any circumstance whatsoever. Because on with that document, my father was able to negotiate with the judiciary for his life. It was something so damning that it prompted the powers It prompted the powers that be to enact that daring jailbreak plot. Yes, there can be no question the will contained information of the utmost secrecy. Information of the utmost secrecy. Ah! No, it couldn't be. I've heard more than enough. Pursuing this notion of a phantom will nobody can attest to having seen serves absolutely no purpose.
Objection!
No, my lord, that's unacceptable. What did you say, counsel? The last will and testament that Genshin Asuke had in his possession was that of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. All the testimony evidence presented to the court logically led us to that as a possibility. We have a duty to pursue the line of reasoning to its conclusion. But with no possible means of knowing the contents of the document, there is no line of reasoning to pursue. A reason why Lord Clint Van Zeeks, a man of high noble standing, would have chosen death. Information so secret, people in the judiciary will be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. The only explanation that fits those facts is an unthinkable truth that turns absolutely everything on its head. But it's just too hideous. Mr. Naruhodo, however difficult the situation might become, you work with your client in pursuit of the truth. That's what you resolved, roll the credits, to do when you entered the courtroom this morning, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sato. So hold your head up high and keep soldiering on. Yes, you're right. Okay, hold on. I really need to pee. I drink so much water and tea. I was holding it in for this entire time. Please, I need to use the restroom. I know it's a critical moment. I need the restroom. Be back. Oh my god. I wanted to keep going so much that I held off on using the restroom for so goddamn long. Oh my god. Anyway. Oh yeah, wait. Actually, let me move my microphone again. Sorry. Okay. Yes, you're right. Yes, you're right. 10 years ago, in his final moments, Lord Clint Van Zieks left behind a will. A will that Genshin Asuke was able to use as a weapon to negotiate his escape from prison. In all probability, the details in the will were related to the Professor case. The defense's last statement is mere conjecture. What are you getting at, man? Ryunosuke. Wait, let me look at the previous things again. A reason why Clint Van Zieks would have chosen death. Information so secret, unspeakable truth. As soon as these words come out of my mouth, there's no going back. I believe that the last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks was in fact... Okay. Shit. A reason why he would have chosen death. So secret, people in the judiciary would be willing to negotiate the jailbreak of a condemned killer. Come on, man, it's a 1 out of 3. You have a 33% chance. So a reason why he would have chosen death. Negotiate the jailbreak of the killer. No way. A confession. You can do this, Mr. Naruto. I believe that what Lord Clint Van Zieks actually penned that day. Was a confession. A confession? Regarding the mass murderer known as the Professor. And his true identity.
Objection!
Enough, Council. What are you saying? Do you even realize? A confession about the true identity of the Professor. That would mean... Lord Van Zieks, I appreciate this must be hard to take in. But it's the only explanation that fits. The killer that terrorized London a decade ago and became known as the Professor. The man believed to have murdered 5 members of the aristocracy. Wasn't Genshin Asuke at all.
No, you can't be suggesting. It was in fact the man believed to have been the 5th victim. Lord Clint Van Zieks himself. Ah! It's finally open, isn't it? Pandora's box. The great Van Zieks family, they've been thoroughbreds of British judiciary for years. And Lord Clint Van Zieks, he was a paragon of justice in the capital, but he was actually a mass murderer, a perpetrator of atrocities of the vilest nature. If the general public ever found out, law and order in this country would be finished. My brother. Oh, this is too awful. Poor Lord Van Zieks. I wonder though, did he never suspect? Mr. Naruto? Lord Beric Van Zieks is a brilliant prosecutor. Is it conceivable that he didn't realize what his older brother really was? Order! Order! Order in the court! Lord Van Zieks. The professor made use of an enormous hound as his murder weapon. Tell me, did your brother own a dog? Yes, he did. Balmung. Quite the name for him. Oh my god, why does that have to be Balmung? He was a well-known hunting dog. People called him a giant. I don't believe this. When my brother would go hunting in the forest of the grounds behind the house, he always took Balmung. After Clint's death, the creature passed away too, almost as if he were following his master. He was a magnificent hunting dog, worthy of the jeweled stud. Oh! Oh! The jewel-studded collar around his neck. The collar stained with blood. Capital letter B. From the last game. A jewel-studded collar. That's right. Though sadly, some years ago now, it was stolen by a thief who broke into the house one night. A jewel-studded collar, stolen by a thief. It so happens that myself and my colleagues have come across such a collar during our time in London. How could you? There's an old emblem attached to the collar too, made of pure gold. It was topped with a small crown, and it bore an ornate capital B. What? An emblem bearing the initial B. Oh my, you know it. It's the insignia of the Baskerville family. What? The Baskerville? Why is that name coming up now? Baskerville is the family name of my late brother's widow. That pure gold emblem was an heirloom which Clint acquired upon their marriage. There can be no doubt then, the collar you described was Balmung's. The family insignia of Lord Clint Van Zieks' widow? There was a considerable amount of blood on the collar when we saw it. Since we know the dog was used for hunting, it could have been from its quarry, of course. But it could equally have been from human prey. So, is it true then? Clint Van Zieks was really the professor? Impossible! These Japanese are making it all out to exonerate their own! So in fact, the person responsible for these murders of nobles and royals was a noble himself. And that threatened to be an enormous scandal that would irrevocably destabilize British society. My father knew that, and was using it to negotiate his way out of unjust charges brought against him. But at the very last hour, those he bargained with betrayed him, slaying him mercilessly on foreign soil. you deny it, Lord Stronghart?
Yes. 10 years have passed. And still now the 6 million inhabitants of our great capital rest easy believing that justice was done. That, though his anonymity remains, the diabolical murderer was caught and executed. Very well then. You may have the truth. Ooh. Tell me then. Tell me what Clint really was. Lord Clint Van Zieks was too pure of heart. When he became a prosecutor and went in pursuit of the black roots of crime, he drove himself into a corner. He came to the uncomfortable realization that to fight the most fiendish of criminals requires one to become even more fiendish oneself. Clint. Taking matters into his own hands. The 19th century was truly a miraculous 100 years for Britain, and indeed the whole world. New industry, new technology, and with the birth of the Metropolitan Police Service, new law and order. But these dazzling new developments meant even deeper shadows were cast on society. What a suburb of factories, the air thick with noxious fumes and crime, growing daily to fill the darkness. Lord Clint Van Zieks made it his mission to combat that darkness, but as time went on, it slowly ate at his soul, until eventually he was consumed. It's ironic, really, and somewhat surprising that the truth has once again been unearthed by a Japanese. Once again? What do you mean? 10 years ago, your father, Genjin Asuge, turned up at my office one night. The professor. Yes, beyond all shadow of doubt. You must issue a warrant to search his home at once. Don't be absurd. The man comes from one of our country's most illustrious families. He's a paragon of justice here in the capital. Yes, that's the point. That's why none of you British can see it. He's using his noble status as a diversion whilst he commits these atrocious crimes behind the scenes. Do you have evidence? Nothing definitive as of yet. But he keeps an enormous savage hound on the estate. We need the full support of the judiciary for this. We're up against a member of the aristocracy. So a large family estate has a fierce guard dog. You should know that's commonplace here in Britain. I'm sorry, but I can't possibly put Scotland Yard onto this based on the tenuous accusation of a visiting student. So I turned down Asuge's plea. As a result, he took it upon himself to visit the Van Zieks mansion on his own. We can only imagine now what happened between the two men. Though we know the outcome, of course. Lord Clint Van Zieks perished. I don't believe this.
So, in actual fact, Kazuma's father did. He made the late Lord Van Zieks meet the same fate. He put a permanent end to the professor's killings by taking the drastic measure of ending the perpetrator's life.
As soon as I heard, I hurried to the mansion. When I arrived, it was easy to grasp what had happened.
And what about the will?
Asuge must have already taken it. Nothing of that nature was found at the scene. We had no idea of the existence of such a document at the time. What the fuck? Holy shit. Clint Van Zeeks is actually the... God. This case, dude, god damn. I was the only person who knew the true identity of the professor. So, I resolved to keep it a secret, and to guard the secret to the bitter end. So you're admitting to it, that you were behind it all. It was you, then, who pinned the crimes of my father! I did what needed to be done in order to protect the law and order of the British Empire. Even if that meant employing an unforgivable ruse. Then it was you who arranged this fabricated evidence! I ordered that detective to take care of it, whilst keeping the truth from him, naturally. Gregson. Obviously, he opposed me at first. Are you off your rocker? We can't do something like that! There's no question that it was Asuki who murdered Lord Van Zeeks. The house staff had made statements that they saw the man running from the mansion that night. Oh yes, well, I've no doubt there was that Japanese fella. But we haven't got a shred of conclusive evidence against the man. And worse than that, he's a cupid dog. We're short of a murder weapon to boot. We're short on time, Gregson. We must put a stop to this man's rampage, for the good of the country. So we'll use whatever means necessary. Do I make myself clear, detective? Why me? So that night 10 years ago, when I was attacked by those thugs in the back streets, and Genshin's ring was taken, that was him, wasn't it? That was Gregson and some hired help. Then the detective handed the stolen ring to Dr. Wilson, who feigned his discovery from the victim's stomach during the autopsy. And in light of that decisive evidence, Mr. Asuki was found guilty of the charges brought against him. However, behind the scenes, he had actually already struck a deal with his accusers, in which he agreed to silently accept the charges. But I just don't believe that part. As far as I knew the man, my father despised such underhand dealings. It was extremely easy to make him comply. You see, he had one crippling weakness. What weakness? Family. Is it obvious? You, Kazuma Asugi. Me? Perhaps you have no desire to return to your homeland, Asugi. What? Though I hear you have a 14-year-old son. Agree to cooperate and accept your guilt without contention, and you will see Japan and your son again. You scoundrel! Whether you choose wisely or not, it will be a closed trial by order of Her Majesty, so whatever rash claims you might make in court, we'll have no trouble of stifling them. There's only one outcome for you, Asugi. The gallows. Don't forget that I still have a weapon at my disposal. A document revealing a truth that I know you're desperate to keep hidden. Yes, it hadn't escaped my mind, which is the only reason I'm willing to bargain with you. I only want to protect this country's law and order, you understand. So, what's it to be, Asugi? Kazuma. He did it for me? And as I told him at the time, my motive was simply to protect Britain from the damage the truth would do. To protect this country's law and order at any cost.
Objection!
Ooh. I've never dared let myself even consider this possibility until now. But in light of all this treachery, I have to ask. The mastermind behind the Reaper of the Bailey. Was it you, Lord Mael Stronghart? A rather brilliant idea, wouldn't you say, Lord Beric van Zieks? That the spirit of your late brother, that paragon of justice, should return to reap justice for a sibling. Could there be a more appetizing tale for London's masses, I ask you? What brazen? I knew that you'd play the part to perfection, but your role wasn't that of some embodiment of death. No, you were London's guardian angel. An angel with bloody hands? I think not. Those who were cooperated with me already were only too happy to participate in my plan. Inspector Gregson, Dr. Wilson. My minions worked tirelessly to ensure that the finger of guilt could never come to rest on you. It's all thanks to them that you were exalted as a demigod the Reaper became. But Dr. Wilson left Britain 4 years ago when he was invited to work in Japan. That's right. So I had to employ the services of his young protege after that. Dr. Courtney Sith. Dr. Sith. So what with the execution of the Professor and the subsequent reign of the Reaper of the Bailey, I've successfully safeguarded law and order in our mighty capital for the past decade. That is everything. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, I do hereby confess, it was I who sired the concept of the Reaper. However, let me say in my defense, it was all for the preservation of law and order across the entire empire. Lord Stronghart did it. An unforgivable collection of crimes, but still, all those who died at the Reaper's hand were brought into the court anyway. It was all in aid of keeping London safe. There is no one left now who can reveal the precise truth of what happened 10 years ago. Therefore, this trial can go no further. Now, I would like to entreat all those present. Sholmes, where are you? Beyond those four walls, nobody need know the truth. Even Her Majesty must be protected from this. I trust you all appreciate the importance of my request. It is, of course, for the good of the country. Can he do this? Can the trial really end now?
Hold it!
I have one last question. For the accused, Lord Van Zieks. What? Of course, I know that you are a highly accomplished prosecutor, so I find it hard to believe that you didn't have any doubts at all. That you never suspected your older brother. Yes, the same thought occurred to me. It was only once, but yes, I couldn't say that I never had my doubts. My brother's sense of justice was extremely strong, perhaps too strong, I observed. At that time, there were members of the aristocracy who were bleeding the country dry for their own gain. And since they were nobles, they were untouchable. For my brother, it was a source of great turmoil. And coincidentally, at the same time, the Professor began his terrifying reign. During the time of the Professor killings, my brother did not appear to be himself. And that made you suspect. Yes. But it was only once, not more. Only once, really. Clint wasn't the culprit. That was my conclusion at the time, and I still believe that now. Do you have any evidence to support that idea? The third victim was the Lord Chief Justice at the time. It was he who had recognized my brother's potential and trained him as a prosecutor. No matter what the circumstances, it's unthinkable that my brother could have killed his friend and mentor. That will do. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. But... There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the three-paged Elasta will and testament penned in black ink and left behind by the man. The wretched truth of what happened is exactly as I have explained. Later today, I will present myself at the Ministry of Justice for whatever sanction is deemed appropriate. That is all. Court is adjourned. Hold it!
Objection!
Oh. We must keep dragging this case on! Thank you, Kazuma. Me. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have made it this far. I wouldn't have made this 11th hour discovery. What discovery? My lord, I'm afraid I must insist the trial continues. I beg your pardon. As the court has been reminded today already, we must stop at nothing to uncover the whole truth. And to that end, one particular statement made by somebody in this courtroom moments ago revealed a very subtle contradiction. What contradiction? But all I did was ask the accused one simple question. Well, it began with Lord Van Zieks and his recollection of it about his brother, but Lord Stronghart didn't permit the defendant to speak at length. I merely pointed out that we can draw no further useful conclusions here, so where on earth is this contradiction? One of them definitely just said something contradictory. It's time to identify who. We still haven't needed that rabbit yet? Oh my god. Oh. Lord Stronghart. It was Lord Stronghart, I'm sure of it. Something he said was slightly off. The black-inked last will and testament of Genshin Asugi. The three-paged will. Where is it? Come on, Ryunosuke. Think back over his words. Find the problem. Neither Clint Van Zieks nor Genshin Asugi still walk this earth. However much we debate this matter now, we cannot hope to reach a conclusion. There are only two extant pieces of evidence from the time. The woebegone ring that acted as the incriminating evidence to condemn Genshin Asugi, and the three-paged will and testaments penned in black ink and left behind by the man. Lord Stronghart, would you care to explain? Explain what, Counsel? Among the statements you just made a few moments ago, something you said was inconsistent with a certain piece of evidence we have. Inconsistent. And whilst an inconsistency remains, the defense has a right to pursue an explanation. Ryunosuke, what? Let me warn you about the statements you are making, Counsel. They are they may very well prove fatal. You claim my words contain a contradiction. With which piece of evidence, I ask you?
Take
that! This here is the will left behind by Mr. Asugi. The 2-paged will. What? Yet moments ago, your precise words were the 3-page last will and testament. Oh! Could it be that originally there was a 3rd page? For a moment, I thought perhaps you identified something worthwhile, but it's a mere trifle, I see. A trifle? Governor Kaiden. Yeah? What can I do for you, sir? You were present when the Japanese man penned his last will and testament. Aye, I was there for sure. I remember the black worm-like scrawls that, to this day. And I'm quite certain, my lord, that there was a 3rd page at the time. What? Only the first 2 pages were the actual will, though. If I mind correctly, the 3rd was a message to his lad back in Japan. For legal purposes, we only required his will. And we wouldn't want any uncomfortable words with Britain to get back to Japan, eh? So it was decided that the 3rd page ought to be sent. To be sent.
Objection!
How dare you make that decision? I had the right to know what it said, to hear my father's final words to me. The courtroom is no place for sentimentality, counsel. As it happens, I have the 3rd page of the document with me here now. My father's message! It will be given to you at the end of the proceedings. It'll be too late once the trial is over. We need to know what it says now. Even the slightest thing might give us a vital clue. My lord, the defense calls for Genshin Asugi's last words to his son to be read out loud before the court now. Your request is denied. The inevitably maudlin words can be of no consequence now.
Objection!
The prosecution agrees. The court should know the content of that message. Every possible piece of evidence must be thoroughly examined. Very well then, Governor Kaiden. You will read the 3rd page of the document for all present to hear. Yes, sir. Only, I should point out, my lord, that I cannot actually read, cannot actually read world language. This beautiful handwriting. Shame on you, Barry. Ooh. If I could be of assistance here, I would be happy to translate the words into English for the court. Father! You're still here, are you, Dr. Mikotoba? Naturally. I consider myself a member of the judiciary, albeit a lowly one. But perhaps I should quietly withdraw after I've translated Genshin's message. Your cooperation is much appreciated. Kazuma, the truth is shrouded in darkness. A darkness only our greatest clan's sword can pierce. Mighty Karuma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. Oh shit. 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 You son of a bitch. He did it. He fucking did it. He fucking did it. That's the end of the message, it would seem. A haiku poem. Twist thy head. Father. What is Karuma? The name of the Asugi clan's famous sword. Or is a sharp blade known to all, passed down for generations. It embodies the Japanese spirit. It's not known to me. It's a katana sword that was submitted as evidence early in these proceedings. The one worn by the prosecution counsel when he confronted Inspector Gregson. All these procrastinations are beginning to try my patience. The adjournment of this court is long overdue. We do this now? Yeah, there we go. Mighty Kuruma, twist thy head and watch them fall. All thy mortal foes. That's the proper way to use a sword, is it? Maybe I should try it. It hurts my neck. That's the trouble. Mr. Nadahodo, if I might make a suggestion, I think perhaps it doesn't mean your head. Ryunosuke, you fucking dumbass. Oh, I once studied the history and development of the katana some time ago. As I'm sure you're probably aware, the sword's head is at the very end of the hilt. It's written as head in Japanese, but it's pronounced as kashira, I believe. Kashira. So, Mr. Asagi's words really mean twist the butt of the hilt. You don't think. Ah! Look what's inside it. Is that a tightly wound piece a tightly wound sheet of parchment in scarlet ink. I penned this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. This is it, isn't it? Mr. Nadahodo, look at the signature at the end. Clint Van Zieks. And the date. 10 years ago, on that fateful night. So for 10 years, it's been silently concealed inside Kuruma, and nobody knew. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zieks. Wait. Oh my goodness. Look at this. This is unbelievable. Oh, we're not allowed to read it. Because we need to present this. Oh shit. As the presiding judge, I've been accommodating as possible. Or as accommodating as possible for of the will of the courtroom. However, despite all that, no new information has come to light. In pursuit of justice, Lord Clint Van Zieks tragically lost all sense of morality. When he murdered his former mentor, clearly he was already devoid of his normal faculties.
Objection!
How dare you! I refuse to believe that of my brother. Too much time has passed. We can never hope to know more than we do now. Especially since the alleged will that he penned in his final moments appears to have been lost forever. Lord Stronghart, you appear to be in something of a hurry to wrap things up. I wonder why. We've heard you state time and time again during these proceedings that everything you did was in the interest of protecting British law and order. And I stand by that. Without the Reaper, we could never have achieved the reduction in crime the capital has seen.
Objection!
What about Inspector Gregson then? And Dr. Wilson? They were no criminals. You used them to achieve your ends, and then you had them killed. However you dress it up, there was nothing fair or just about that. Lord Stronghart, what exactly is it that you're hiding? Dr. Mikotoba, were you not to quietly withdraw after the translation of your former associate's will? In this courtroom, no argument carries weight unless it is supported by evidence. And it would seem that the defense has no more evidence to present. Actually, in which case, I hereby order all discourse from these proceedings to be struck from the record. This is my last chance. Mr. Naruhodo, I have to present some decisive evidence now, or it's all over, but can I? Now let's wait. Wait, my lord. As it happens, the defense does have evidence to present. Don't be absurd. There's nothing of relevance remaining from the time.
Objection!
It's high time that you realize something, my lord. This gentleman has an uncanny habit of producing evidence at the final hour that had escaped everyone else's attention. Nonsense. What is it, Ryunosuke? What do you have? I dare say, a final, decisive piece of evidence that will reveal the whole truth about this rotten tale. You have badge? How? How can you? Decisive. Well, it would appear there's no escaping it now, my lord. Let it be so then. Present whatever you think whatever you think you have that can settle this decade-old enigma, if you're capable. What exactly is this evidence that the defense claims to be so decisive?
Take that!
There's a single piece of evidence that can clarify what really happened 10 years ago. The last will and testament of Lord Clint Van Zeeks. Ha! A wonderfully astute observation, I'm sure. But in case it had escaped your notice, that document was lost long ago. That's right, it was. Only... I have it right here. Discovered just moments ago. Impossible. That can't be. Everything that's happened comes back to this will. This document is the key that will unlock this entire mystery. My brother's last will and testament. Where did you find that? It was rolled up inside this. Inside Karuma. That ultimate weapon Genjin Asugi obtained has lain undisturbed in his hilt, or in the hilt of this sword all these years, just waiting for the right time to emerge and reveal the truth. A signature and seal certainly look official. My god, it's true. It's my brother's handwriting. There can be no mistake. I forbid the contents of that document from being read out. Do you hear me? I strictly forbid it.
Objection!
You can't do that, my lord. This document could explain everything. That document could literally destroy the meaning of justice in this country. I demand that you hand it to me, at once. Why? What are you trying to hide? Could it be that you already know what's written on this page? What are you implying? Court is adjourned with immediate effect. Clear the courtroom.
Objection!
Do that, my lord, and you suffer a fatal blow as Loaf Chief Justice. I beg your pardon. Forcibly ending a trial without good reason. Not any trial, a closed trial by order of Her Majesty the Queen. To defy the monarch's will is treason. Lord Clint Van Zeeks really did pen a will that day. It's exactly as the young Japanese man said. Read it out, now! We have a right to hear what's in that will. A right and a duty. Oh well, my lord. It would rather appear that although proceedings aren't quite going as, it would appear as though proceedings aren't quite going to, go quite as you hoped.
You fools!
Go ahead, Ryunosuke. Read it. The prosecution gives its full support. Very well then.
No, for God's sake!
No! I pen this, my last will and testament, in the final moments before my inevitable and willing death. The hour is 11 p.m., and I sit at my writing desk in my office. My good friend Asuki stands at my shoulder. He has expressed his intent to invoke the dying ritual of the duel, that I may depart this world with honor, an honor of which I am utterly undeserving. The Japanese are a truly merciful people. I, Clint Van Zieks, Lord of the Manor of the Van Zieks estate, hereby confess to the following. I am the killer who has come to be known in society as the Professor, guilty of 4 counts of murder. I will not hear discourse the corruption rife among the aristocracy, which is to me, as one of them, so apparent. However, 6 months ago, I took the life of a member of the House of Lords at the heart of the depravity, a demon who habitually sacrificed the common man to further his own interests, abusing his own position of power. The law is impotent against such vile avarice. Only a fellow demon can rid society of this menace. That demon was my quarry, upon whom I willingly set my great hound. But though I am a hunter of some experience, I am a poor felon, it seems. My guilt was once recognized by another, and I became subject to its extortion. He held over me the threat of exposing my wicked crime to my beloved wife and brother. Under that threat, I've done this man's bidding for months now, killing those he demanded I kill. As I watched my former mentor perish before my eyes at the jaws of the hound I commanded, I realized that I had lost the last shred of decency within me and sunk to the level of a wild beast. There's no path back to the light. Be it I or my dear friend Asuki who dies this night, I am eternally damned. To my extortioner, Mael Stronghart, may you feel the jaws of the beast at your throat every time you swallow. There it is. So now we know. Yes, Clint Van Zieks was a murderer. But somebody was directing him and naming his victims. His extortioner, Lord Mael Stronghart. It was you! Lord Stronghart, a moment ago, you claimed that what the court had just heard could destroy justice in this country, but you weren't trying to protect justice at all. All you were trying to do was conceal the secret of your true nature and the countless lives you sacrificed until now. It just didn't make sense to me that the third victim, the former Lord Chief Justice, was my brother's benefactor and a man of lofty principles. As I said, Clint had no possible reason to kill the man. But you did, didn't you, Lord Stronghart? To eliminate the man who stood between you and the office you set your sights on. So you use your own hunting dog, Lord Clint Van Zieks, to take him down. It had to be done. London's unsavory shadows are deep, and the arm of the law fails to reach their depths. Crime must be cut off at the roots, but Lord Chief Justice at the time couldn't see that. He was weak. Lofty principles, you say,
tantamount to cowardice if you ask me. Which is why I took his place, in order to fight the crime he was allowing to spread like wildfire. By murdering the man, the Reaper, the Professor, the name makes no difference. As I've explained countless times already, it was all done for the furtherance of law and order in Britain.
Objection!
Are you going to legitimize the murder of my father now too? Ah, Genshin Asugi. Well, that was unfortunate. I'd fully intended to send him back to Japan, as we'd agreed. I don't believe you. It was you, wasn't it? You killed him. No, it wasn't me who took your father's life. Then who? On the night following his mock execution, I went to Logate Cemetery at 3 in the morning with Jigoku. Judge Jigoku? There had to be a collaborator on the Japanese side to manage Asugi's treatment after his repatriation. Jigoku had a fierce ambition, and it made him easy to manipulate. 10 years ago, after he stood trial for the destruction of the witness stand, I had words with him. When I told him the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs could be his, he couldn't agree fast enough. Seishiro, you fool! As you know, Asugi escaped the prison in a closed casket and was subsequently interred. We intended to dig him out of his grave before he ran out of air. But sadly, all did not go to plan. Ah! There was an unexpected visitor to the cemetery with his own ideas about digging up graves. A man who witnessed when nobody was supposed to see. Enoch Trevor. Of course, I knew grave robbers frequented London cemeteries. But that grave on that particular night. Blast! If people find out the convict wasn't really executed, the scandal will rock the foundations of the Empire. Then, what do we do? Shoot him, Mr. Jigoku! Shoot Asuke at once! He can't live now that this has happened! He has to go! What are you talking about? You had an agreement! You promised him that he could return to Japan! Everything has changed now. If the truth got out because of this, both of us will be finished. Forever! Come on, Jigoku! Do it! Pull the trigger! Shoot! Jigoku shot Asugi from the shadows. The grave robber was so close. The blood sprayed over his coat. He fled as fast as his legs would carry him. Why not shoot the grave robber? The man is a criminal anyway, just put him in the open grave. The problem is that people would notice that he's gone. And that, like, would raise suspicion around, like, hey, wait. He went to rob a grave. Why was Enoch Drebber going to the grave and then he never returned? Or, like, just went missing? That's weird. Let's go check out the grave. And then it would just keep inviting more and more and more people digging up the grave for evidence and clues. Like, it would just keep inviting suspicion. Like, you kill one, people are going to notice that he's going to be missing, even though he was kind of discredited at the time, given, like, the setup and everything. So then, like, eventually, because, like, also, wait, wasn't that one woman there too, waiting for her time to look at the professor's body? What was that woman's name again? The wax lady. Oh, she left though, Tusples? Oh wait, did she leave? I thought. Oh wait, no, wait then. Well, I think, okay, I guess I might be getting the order wrong, but wait. She left after he died. Yeah, like, she would have been a witness, to Drebber's death at that point. So then there still would have been, like,
more, what was it? Evidence left by, or a witness, I mean, that can testify to what happened that night. And then if they were to take that into account, they found her, then they'd kill her, but then people would notice, like, hey, the wax lady just mysteriously died all of a sudden, what the heck? And assuming Jews were aged attorney things, or if we're on the case, then it's like, wait, why was she killed? And then, you know, it would just, like, continue to string, like, basically, like, this web of lies, like, they can't just break out of, because then, at that point, they might as well just murder the whole freaking country. Because then they kill one, then there's another person that just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time, they had to kill that person, and so on and so forth, or coerce them into silence, and then it's just, like, trying to kill him would just invite just another can of worms, basically. You feel the wax lady would have made more waves than the grave robber? Pretty much. Like, they killed the grave robber, the Tuspels, like, would have been next on the chopping block. And if they killed her or coerced her into silence, then it would just invite more chances for the whole plot to be revealed. So then they had to leave Drebber to live, because you kill one, and then it's like a domino effect that they can't possibly avoid. So they tried to lessen that domino effect as much as possible by just only killing Genshin Asagi, and just leave the man to just, like, go crazy with this story that sounds fake but is actually legitimate. Because, like, you know, like they said, who would legitimately believe him? Like, a dead man rising from his grave with the iron mask at everything at the dead of night, he was grave robbing, and, well, yeah. Oh, no, he wasn't discredited, right? He was still a medical student until the paper published that he was grave robbing in his name. Right. But yeah, it's just like this. There's no good way to, like, clean this up, basically. That does feel like too much logic for this game. Have you seen the levels of logic this game goes to? There is no such thing as too much logic, no matter how far-fetched. Then Jigoku and I put Asagi's body back in the grave from which he just emerged. When I later learnt of the waxwork modeler's presence at the scene as well, I made her swear to two things: never to remove the professor's mask, and never to speak of the events of that night. Oh, so yeah. And with that, the secret was buried along with Asagi's corpse. So, now you know what really happened in Lowgate Cemetery that night. It was Jigoku, your Japanese acquaintance, who killed Asagi in the end, you see. He claimed to be the man's friend, but when push came to shove, he pulled the trigger. Just before Mr. Jigoku left the courtroom earlier, he said that the assassin exchange proposal was a demand from his British counterpart, not a request. So you coerced him too, using what happened in the graveyard! By that time, Jigoku was the Minister of Foreign Affairs negotiating international treaties with Britain. You can imagine what would have happened if it came to light that he murdered a compatriot 10 years earlier. He would have lost everything. I merely reminded him of that. How do you sleep at night? These past 10 years, I fought tirelessly with the darker recesses of London's criminal underworld, and I've used whatever means necessary to ensure that justice prevails and law and order reign supreme.
Objection!
That couldn't be further from the truth. The fact is, you haven't fought crime at all. How dare you? I saved Clint Van Zieks from dishonor in his death.
Objection!
Whilst behind the scenes, you systematically buried anyone who stood in your way. And then,
You made my father take the blame! It was unavoidable. It was the only way to protect our justice system and public order. Let's not forget the others you had killed as well. Setting the defendant up as the Reaper to cover up the truth behind the murders and countless more. That's enough! Do you have any idea of the conniving that led to the acquittals of those wretched criminals? We had to fight fire with fire. All courts can't function without a Reaper. Can't you all see that can you see all I've done for this country? This has been my struggle.
Objection!
You've done nothing. It's Lord Van Zieks here who worked tirelessly and justly in court while enduring the disgrace of the Reaper name. And Inspector Gregson, fraught with anguish for having sullied his hands through a desire to do the right thing. Not to mention Genshin Asuki, who risked his life, going in pursuit of the truth you tried to hide. No, the darker reaches of London's underworld were largely filled by you. You little, when will you get it through your thick skulls? That it was all for the Queen and country. I'm tiring of that excuse. You've consistently twisted the truth for bargaining power to make others do your bidding. No more. His eyes are bloodshot. People who willingly twist the truth and coerce others have no right to call themselves part of the judiciary. I strongly suggest you don't ever talk of justice again. Okay, I'm not gonna scream it because my throat's like giving up here. My throat's actually becoming really sore with all the screaming I've actually tried earlier. I'm sorry, and I ran out of water. I won't last for the credit sequence. Oh, the breakdown? Oh shit. Well. Dear me, my good fellows, dear me. A well-deserved round of applause, I think, for quite a marvelous performance. What are you talking about? Those delightfully grave expressions, that beautifully pronounced Queen's English. Really, our friends from the Far East are quite a picture of industriousness. You fawn! Keep your mockery! Please don't misunderstand. Dude, you can see the vein on his head. It really is exactly as you both said. What are you trying to say? I've occupied the darker recesses of London's underworld, and how did you put it? Done nothing. I confess it's a little embarrassing to have it pointed out quite so starkly, but yes, I really have done nothing, which means I can be indicted for nothing. No. What? It's true. Personally, I've committed no crime. I've merely been surrounded by fools who've acted very rashly indeed.
Objection!
You can't get away with that. You consistently preyed on people's weaknesses. And what? Threatened them? Are you sure it wasn't just bargaining? I would like to address all the good lords, ladies and gentlemen, the judiciary here present. You all know of these darker recesses in our great capital, and deep down, I believe you also know that to fight those who dwell there requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. Ooh, Eureka? I don't know. So let me appeal to your good sense now. Consider the situation with me. If this catalogue of horrifying revelations were to become common knowledge among the 6 million inhabitants of London, what might happen?
To learn that the infamous murderer of royals and nobles was a respected member of the aristocracy himself, that evidence was fabricated in the scapegoat's trial amid secret negotiations with prosecutors to effect a jailbreak, and that Reaper of the Bailey was an organized group of assassins managed by a Scotland Yard inspector. And finally, that it was all masterminded by the Lord Chief Justice himself. If the general public of Britain knew the truth, all faith in the police and prosecutor's office would be completely lost, without doubt. Public order in the capital would completely break down, and we'd be cast into the lawless days of the last century. Precisely as it was 100 years ago, when 1/10 of the population were criminals. Think of what we accomplished since then. A public policing force, comprehensive set of laws. And if we want to continue to protect this new era of law and order, I say again, we must at times occupy the darkness ourselves. We have successfully identified and apprehended the man responsible for taking Inspector Gregson's life. That is all that was expected of this trial. All these other matters that have been discussed will be eliminated from the minutes of these proceedings in the interest of preserving law and order. And to protect Her Majesty the Queen, of course. Well, my lords, ladies, and gentlemen, what say you? He has a point. The things Lord Stronghart has done are quite unforgivable. But on the other hand, isn't it our duty to maintain law and order in the capital? You can't deny that the threat of the Reaper over the years has done wonders for the crime rates. And by fair means or foul, it's all thanks to Lord Stronghart. No. Are you hearing this? This is the will of the British judiciary. For your rousing response, my friends, I express my heartfelt gratitude. Van Zieks, can you throw your chalice at this man's face? Therefore, in accordance with the overwhelming wishes of the court, the record shall be erased. You had to respect the man's ability to turn the situation in his favor. Lord Stronghart really is a master of manipulation. You've conclusively proven his guilt, and he still manages to evade justice. I just don't know what we can do. Ryunosuke, it looks like the trial really is going to come to an end now. I'm almost out of options, I think. There's really only one path left open to me. God, the people in the public gallery. Holy shit. I'm almost out of options. We all know what must be done. Yes. As I know only too well, the only thing that carries any weight in court is hard evidence. But Mr. Naruhodo, what evidence is there to use at this stage in the trial? I have an idea. I don't know whether anything will come of it, but if there was ever a time for using this particular item we have among the evidence, it's now!
Take that!
Somebody! Oh my, yes. Mr. Sholmes asked if you had that with you earlier. We've exposed all of Lord Stronghart's wrongdoing now. I've no doubt that Mr. Sholmes had already deduced exactly how the truth would unfurl. So I think it must be time for the great detective to take the center stage, don't you? Yes, absolutely. Let's take the hair by the ears then, and heave! Alright, here goes. Heave! Ow, 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 ow. My dear fellows, must I remind you every time? A gentle tug will suffice. Mr. Sholmes, you're looking in the quite... you're looking in quite the wrong direction, Mr. Naruhodo. Because I'm over here. Ah, Mr. Naruhodo, he's... It's Mr. Sholmes. What the fuck? Hologram time. What the fuck? What the fuck? I wasn't expecting you back, Sholmes. Delighted to be here again, Lord Stronghart. What is the meaning of this? Yes, early 20th century hologram technology. Only the finest. Thank you, Iris. Bailiff, seize him. Put that man in irons. This is a close court. You've already been warned once already, man. What the? We can't get a hold of him, my lord. We just go right through him. He's just dancing on them. I'm afraid your efforts are wasted. You see, the great detective you see before you is composed of entirely light and shadow. An image, if you will. No, he's just dancing on their asses. Mr. Naruhodo, I must congratulate you on your fine deductions. Mr. Sholmes, what on earth is... Are you familiar, I wonder, with the invention known as the telephone? Well, yes, I hear that some public telephones have been installed recently in Tokyo. The sound of speakers' voices converted to an electrical signal and transmitted instantly to another place. Quite. Sounds are transmitted, so images could not keep them company, I mused. Iris and I did some modest experimentation to develop a device specifically for this day. Modest experimentation, Mr. Sholmes. What a modest description. And somewhat incidentally, I thought we might just as well transmit an entire scene. Somewhat incidentally, Mr. Sholmes. Now you're being immodest. You mean to say you're not actually here, Sholmes? Ah, I knew my trusted partner would have no trouble grasping the concept. Except he's grasping at the stand to steady himself after your shock arrival. Poor father. I hoped he might have been forewarned, being the great detective's great partner. Leave my courtroom at once! Get out, or I swear to you! Dear me. You, on the other hand, Lord Stronghart, appear to have a very poor grasp of the situation. Allow me to reiterate, I'm not here, which I would hope lead naturally to one asking, where exactly are you? The very question I was waiting. I am at present enjoying the air in a rather quite splendid garden. He's with the queen! He's with the queen! I fucking knew it! I fucking knew it! Stronghart will do everything he can to exercise every last ounce of his authority. Just like everything else in this trial, it's always someone higher up, exercising their very authority to the fullest extent. And now, what other authority is left, if not for the Lord Chief Justice, but Her Majesty the Queen of Britain? A garden. Not just any garden, you understand. A garden at Buckingham Palace. What? You can't be. Buckingham Palace. What's Buckingham Palace, Mr. Sato? I've never heard of it. Do you ever read the news, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. Is Iris with you? Is Iris with you there? Ah, well now. Iris is currently enjoying some tea. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. With Her Majesty. Her Majesty. Not just any Her Majesty, understand. Her Majesty the Queen of the British Empire. What? What on earth is all this about? Buckingham Palace is Her Majesty the Queen's residence in London, Mr. Naruto.
Order! Order in the court! I demand immediate silence. Her Majesty the Queen, you can't be... I mean, no! This is some sort of unforgivably distasteful trickery by a third-rate detective, that's all.
They put a Full Metal Alchemist on his ass. Like, willingly, like, explain all of his wrongdoings into a microphone. All for the public to hear. Not just any public. The public presence of Her Majesty the Queen. Unforgivably distasteful trickery. What an apt description. A closed court session attended by elite members of the judiciary is a rare event. I presume that Her Majesty will be more than a little curious about the proceedings. So I decided to show her everything. From start to finish. Huh? You showed her? Indeed. By dint of Herlock Sholmes' remote cinematograph.
You meddling.
This is some kind of nightmare. Just as I appear to be standing before you regaling with talk of my latest invention. No doubt you've inferred that the reverse is also true. You don't mean... Her Majesty has seen and heard every moment of the proceedings. I assume there will be no objection after all. Every trial in this country is conducted under the auspices of Her Majesty, you know.
You...
I confess, I am quite impatient to hear Her Majesty's opinion about the unforgivably distasteful trickery in which you've engaged over the past 10 years.
No, I was merely...
Oh, so sorry to keep you all waiting. Vicky and I had so much to talk about. Iris, there you are. In fact, I have a little message here from Her Majesty. Aw, dude, I wish they actually showed Her Majesty. I wish they modeled her just to give that extra, like, you know, like, impact to, like, everything that they're showing right now. The Queen herself in holographic form. But man, we have a message.
A message.
Well then, if everyone is sitting comfortably, ahem. Forthwith and with immediate effect, all authority previously afforded to Mael Stronghart is hereby revoked forevermore. Furthermore, he will be prosecuted for crimes against his country in a public trial by jury in the coming days. So, it seems Her Majesty doesn't believe we need to fight fire with fire. Justice in this country needn't be administered from the shadows at all.
Mael Stronghart.
The darkness you fostered to conceal your despicable actions these last 10 years is a thing of the past now. After today, your brand of law and order has no future, because no longer are you the Lord Chief Justice. In the eyes of the law and Her Majesty the Queen, you're nothing but the criminal.
Adjourn! 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 Court is adjourned!
Damn. Oh shit. that's symbolic. Oh. Whoa! everyone just got burnt to a crisp. The whole Bailey just burned down. Well, shit. Lord Clint Van Zeeks left a will in which he confessed to everything. When those words came out of Asugi's mouth, it deranged me completely. I knew I must do anything and everything in my power to contain the situation. But I couldn't find the damn documents. I searched his cell, but it wasn't there. Which precipitated the jailbreak plot, I presume. What do you mean? The need to obtain that will was all-consuming. I was sure that if I facilitated Asugi's escape, he would emerge with the will somewhere in his person. But despite searching his limp body in the cemetery that night, it still eluded me. It never even crossed my mind. It was concealed in that sword's hilt. What pains me now is that my brother left this world without a word to me. I'm sorry, Lord Van Zeeks. In point of fact, I think perhaps this isn't the case. Sorry? How can that be? There is more to his last will and testament. What? As I confront the prospect of my demise, I feel bitter regret for my younger brother. Beric, you have always looked up to me, and now you follow in my footsteps to become a prosecutor. It is my fervent wish that my unspeakable deeds should not hinder your advancement. I ask not for your understanding, for none can understand my depravity. I only ask for forgiveness. Asugi is a fine detective and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. And second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. Clint. Mael Stronghart. You colluded with Seishiro Jigoku in a criminal plot so immense it spanned the oceans. You cold-heartedly murdered all those who knew the truth about what happened 10 years ago. But why did you set about that now? A whole decade later? To ascend to the very peak. These last 10 years made me realize being the Lord Chief Justice wasn't enough. Short of becoming Her Majesty's Attorney General, I could have no real power to affect the changes needed in this country. And for that promotion, I needed to ensure no remnants of the past remained. How could you? I like everything to run smoothly in the exact manner that I prescribe, like a well-oiled machine. And I was just a step away. And for your ambition to succeed, did you even bother to count the number of brilliant people you had killed? Ah, Mr. Reaper, are you not forgetting something? Such as? You very much adopted your usual prosecutor-like demeanor in the proceedings now. But the reality of the situation is that you are the defendant in this trial. Ah. However, the presiding judge would appear to have fallen from the bench, as it were. May I present, therefore, that we entrust the final adjudication to an old friend? Yeah. We were talking about this. The good old judge. My lord. As a member of the judiciary, I have been following the proceedings from the gallery. And I must say, I shan't ever forget the extraordinary battle between good and evil that I witnessed here today. The darkness that has blighted justice in our land these past 10 years has at last been dispelled. Thanks in no small part to the efforts of a bright young star from the east. Defense Counsel Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. On behalf of everyone here present in the Old Bailey, I give you my heartfelt thanks. You're too kind, my lord. The first time I faced you in court, just under a year ago now, I had the faintest intimations that if British justice, so warped and twisted over its long history, was finally to know change. This might just be the man to do it. What? But at the time, I wouldn't allow myself to acknowledge the possibility. I couldn't overcome my hatred of the Japanese. I'll never forget the Japanese. After the circumstances of my brother's death. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me to apologize for the countless discourtesies on my part. You are a lawyer of boundless talent. Oh, Lord Van Seeks. When I first arrived in Great Britain, I was literally a nobody, certainly not a lawyer. The truth is, my fortunes have been entirely made by the miraculous people I've met. My best friend, Kazuma Asugi, who led me here to Britain in the first place. My loyal and ever-patient judicial assistant, Mr. Sato, who helped me study to become a lawyer. The brilliant Lord Van Seeks, who never failed to challenge his Nipponese rival. And not to mention, the exceptional master of logic and reasoning, who showed me the true art of deduction, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, saving the best for last, Mr. Naruhodo. What a relief. And I'm well aware that without all these people's help and support, I wouldn't be where I am today. What about Iris? The truth is the guiding light that always leads to happiness. I've lived by that principle for a long time now, but actually it's not true. The truth can also cause great pain, sometimes even leave people on the brink of despair. And for that reason, there are those who feel the need to hide the truth, who do it instinctively even. But as soon as we follow our eyes to settle on something other than the truth, the darkness takes hold. From there, it grows, until eventually, it makes us blind to the guiding light of the truth, altogether. So that's why it's my belief that we must resolve all resolve, never to avert our eyes from what is just and true. So that we can continue to walk straight and narrow, or walk the straight and narrow path ahead. Well, I must excuse myself now. But before I go, Mr. Naruto, let me compliment you on your grand opus. What? Did you give me a 5-star one? Without your beautifully composed case against Lord Stronghart, Her Majesty would have been unable to act. Thanks to you and your fellows, the haunting undertones of corrupting Britain's justice system have been silenced. Thank you very much. So, until our paths cross again somewhere. Well then, it would appear that this long trial has finally come to an end. My apologies for any anxiety caused, my lord. Oh, I'm quite sure we'll meet again here in the courtroom before long, Prosecutor Baron Van Zieks. In conclusion of these proceedings, I hereby declare the defendant, Baron Van Zieks, not guilty. Woo! Dude, my throat is killing me right now. Oh my god, my throat is killing me right now. That is all. Court is adjourned. 6 hours? Hey, at least it wasn't 9 hours. At least it wasn't 9 hours. You know what? Fuck it. After this stream, I'm gonna make some 2 a.m. ramen. I'm hungry, and I just want. Oh my god! I just want some water. I just want some good ass food. My arms are shaking, although I think that's with my poor posture. Considering my blood circulation, I mean, regarding my arms, not like arms shaking from the fact that I've been sitting here 2 hours. Although maybe the sitting part has been. I mean, I did stand up for quite a while. It really is all over. But did I sacrifice too much? Mr. Naruto, I really must congratulate you. It was a truly splendid performance. Honestly, I couldn't be happier for you. Oh, thank you very much. But I really couldn't have done it without you at my side through it all, Mr. Sato. Oh. Your kind words mean so much to me. I'll get a room, you two. It was really a very splendid show, that Naruto. I thought you would be smiling from ear to ear, but you look rather glum. Well, of course I'm delighted about the verdict. But in exposing the truth, I'm afraid I've caused my client a great deal of pain. I'm really not sure that's what a lawyer ought to be doing. Oh well, in that case, I'm quite sure that when you see Lord Van Ziek's smiling face, everything will seem much better. I don't think you can put the word Van Zieks and smiling in the same sentence. Mr. Sato, everything seems worse. He has a face like thunder. Oh dear, I really shouldn't have presumed. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Almost a year it's been now since I first encountered you here in this very courthouse. For you to have risen to the level of excellence you demonstrated today, well, it's quite remarkable. But I exposed the most unpalatable truth you could ever have imagined in court today. I feel as though I've robbed you of something you held so dear. What is it that he said? To fight those who dwell in the darkness requires at least some of us to occupy the darkness ourselves. But that was just the feeble excuse of a coward. Only those with a steadfast eye for the truth have what it takes to fight the dark forces of crime. You made fine work of establishing that fact in court today. Oh. Well, thank you. What magnanimous words. I'm quite sure that Kazuma-sama would have a smile on his face at this very moment if he were here. Susato. Susato. Kazuma. Still alive, are we? Wait a second, wrong line. Mr. Sato. There's another face like thunder here. Oh my, and he really was here. Lord Van Zeeks. Allow me to congratulate you on your acquittal. Congratulate me, or curse me. You failed to bring down the Reaper. I owe you an apology. No, it is I who should apologize. Your father, Genshin. If I had been stronger, then perhaps I made an unforgivable error of judgment. I can offer no excuse. And I can offer no forgiveness. That said, I suppose you fought for justice and the truth. For that at least I cannot withhold respect. Your words mean more to me than you could know. I will hold them dear. Kazuma-sama. I must say, there's one thing that's still bothering me. What's that? The will that Lord Clint Van Zeeks wrote before his duel with my father. Asugi is a fine detective, and a hunter worthy of respect. He has agreed to honor my final two wishes. The first is that this document survives. The second, I cannot commit to paper. I have confessed my sins to my wife. May she find resolution in my death. With my eternal gratitude to my Japanese friend, I rest my quill. Clint Van Zeeks. What can the second of his final wishes have been? That your father agreed to honor, you mean? I think perhaps... Ooh. I might be able to shed some light on that. What? Father? It was 10 years ago, as you know. The day before the execution was scheduled. I went to the prison to say my farewells to Genshin. Why aren't you putting up any more of a fight, Genshin? If only you'd agreed to it, Seishiro and I would gladly petition the government. We've been through this already. You don't need to worry about me. Anyway, Yujin, I have a favor to ask of you. Something of great importance. You're one of my greatest friends, Genshin. Whatever it is, consider it done. I'm going to tell you an address. I need you to go there at once, in secret, telling no one else. You should find a lady of the gentry hiding in there. A lady of the gentry? She's not in a good way, and she's with child. Her birth is imminent. Iris. As a medical man, I'd like to attend to her. Please, you're her only hope. By any chance is the child yours, Genshin? Don't be daft. It's a favor that was asked of me by a man I knew, as his dying wish. My goodness! I swore to the man that I would help, that I would do whatever I could for his wife and unborn child. But if something should happen to me, I need to ask you the same favor. You're the only person I know that I can truly rely on. What did you say? If something should happen to you, tomorrow night you're going to be... You never know though, do you? What life will bring. Alright then, tell me the address. I'll head there at once. What station? No, not with him. Pardon. This is a favor I'm asking of you only. Of you, and only you, Genshin. Eugen. Right, I see. Very well then. That night, I caught a train to Paddington to, Dartmoor in Devon. I found the old house in the middle of nowhere. It was an old hunting hound lay asleep in the grounds. The poor woman was on the floor at the back of a darkened room. She was in mortal danger. I broke her waters, to precipitate the labor before she weakened further. But it was a torturous birth. I did everything humanly possible for her and her child. Also that hair. And in the end, I was lucky enough to welcome a new life into the world. But tragically, my efforts to save the mother's life were in vain. I held the healthy newborn girl in my arms and wept for longer than I care to remember. Eventually, in something of a daze, I looked around the room. There was precious little in it, but an old travel trunk caught my eye. It had clearly been well looked after over the years, made of top-quality leather with fine stitching. But it was when I saw the emblem on the side of it that everything dropped into place. B for Baskerville. Baskerville? You mean the woman was the wife of Lord Clint Van Zieks? That's right. The newborn was his daughter. But that makes no sense. Why on earth wouldn't Clint have entrusted the child to my care in that case? You're too scary. I was completely unaware that he even had a daughter. I suppose he didn't really have any choice. What? Well, your brother said he confessed everything to his wife, so she must have been beside herself with worry for her child. If the true identity of the professor were to ever be made public, the girl will be forever branded as the daughter of the infamous mass murderer. Ah. So the only solution was to distance the young girl from the Van Zieks family as much as possible. I don't believe it. I imagine that in his final hour, Lord Clint Van Zieks made the obvious choice. He would have thought to himself, this Japanese man here is someone I can trust. I finished the trial? Yep. 6 and almost a half hours. We're finally going to wrap this up once we get rid of the epilogue, because oh dear god, we have this and the credits. Holy shit, I want to get some food, man. I'm hungry. I don't care if it's going to be 3 a.m. ramen at this point. I want to make some goddamn instant noodles. I'm hungry and thirsty. And you bet your ass I'm going to drink all that damn broth. Even if I finish it at 3 in the morning. I'm going to finish that goddamn broth. As salty as it is. I'm live? Oh, my stream's live right now. Why, thanks, Twitch. I honor my promise to Genshin, of course. What's the best moment in the game? Well, I'm gonna go with the cop-out real quick, but like, the entirety of Case 5. But if I were to pick one singular moment, like, because like, you know, Case 5 is just nothing but great moments. But one thing that would be unforgettable. Mikoto was tap dancing during the deduction. Now that was gold. Favorite moment in the entire game was the entire... I didn't say the entire game. I said Case 5 as a whole. But... oh dear god, that tap dancing stuck out to me. But just like all the... I don't know, just all the plots, it's like you can't just nail it down. Like, I get people like... I mean, I understand that feeling of like, oh, what was your favorite moment? But then it's just like, come on. Like, can you genuinely, after reading the entirety of this trial, just pin one thing down that's great about it? No. You can't just boil it down to just one simple thing. Because the entire trial is what makes up like the whole freaking deal. You liked every bit of Sholmes in Case 5? Oh yeah, Sholmes is great. Like, it just, again, everyone. The way everything's been like assembled, put together, and executed. The pacing because of the fact that no jurors, the plot twists, Sholmes' intervention, and like the fact they involved her freaking majesty, like just everything. Like, you can't boil it down because it's the sum of all these parts together that make this the most exceptional thing about this game. Like, again, like that's why it kind of bugs me at times when I read like, oh, what's this one favorite thing? It's like, well, I can't just name one favorite thing, like it's everything. It's like naming your favorite pizza topping, but then it's just like, well, like what if you like a bunch of pizza toppings together? Or actually, maybe that wasn't the best like comparison, but it's just like, you can't just have one thing. It's everything put together. However, or I guess more apt description would be like a pizza with all of its ingredients, not just the toppings, the cheese, the sauce, the crust, the very water you use to make the pizza. Everything comes together for the grand pie that is this game. Like, the way that everyone keeps picking, like, oh, your favorite thing, that's like just picking pizza topping, but then what about the rest of the pizza? No one talks about the rest of the pizza, my dude. So, the way Sholmes became actually smart makes you question Case 3 where it didn't defuse the time bomb until 7 seconds. No, I'll just attribute that to Sholmes just fucking with us, even with our lives on the line. When you realize Sholmes' many mistakes in deductions was him teaching Ryunosuke how to make deductions? Pretty much. Like, this is all, like, basically this is his elaborate, fun way of becoming, like, not only the greatest detective in Britain, but the greatest mentor to a young, promising lawyer who is to be taught the art of deduction. So in a way, his character was exceptionally well done. He served his purpose with and with flying colors and everything. Although yeah, with the time bomb, like, you can just attribute that this personality of him just wanting to fuck with us, cause come on, despite him being goofy, he's not that much. He's not that much of a dumbass. He just took his sweet ass time with the deductions, and then with all the twirling and dancing, it's like, oh yeah. Okay, let me do this real quick. It's like, okay, 7 seconds. A new record. And without disclosing the parentage of the child, I couldn't obtain permission to take her with me. Oh, how awful. I was completely at a loss. In the end, I had to ask my great friend. I asked him if he would be a father to her. That's being Mr. Sholmes, I presume. Sholmes, after Ryunosuke messes up 17 times in the deduction dance. Oh yeah, that'd be funny. That'd be funny. If you somehow mess up in your deduction dance during the time bomb with a time bomb present, and you waste all of your lives, just out of nowhere the room blows up. Because you wasted so much time getting the deduction corrections right or going that the bomb just blew up from all the time you wasted. Oh, that would have been hilarious. Although very morbid given the situation, but that would be hilarious. But I don't think they could even just blacking out the screen kill everyone there. Sholmes could at least have something to prevent that? Nah. Like, if Sholmes can't master the art of deduction, then no one deserves to live. All of Britain is doomed to be corrupt forever. It was a gamble he was willing to take to make sure Ryunosuke understands and exercises the art of deduction. I don't fucking know, dude. I'm just bullshitting too. Yes. He took one look at my eyes and agreed to it on the spot. Mr. Sholmes, he has a heart of gold. Have I seen the GBF collab? I haven't yet. I'll look up the news later. Really, all it can be said that I did for the child was to give her a name. Oh. When I come to Britain, I was trying to escape from the grief of losing my darling wife. So it was her name that I gave the little girl. Your wife's name, Professor Mikotoba. In other words, the name of my mother. Ayame Mikotoba. Oh! That's right, Ayame. Or in English, Iris. Iris. I had no idea. Ouch! Mr. Naruto, what's wrong? This little thing pinched me on the behind through my trouser pocket hard. It pinches his ass. My dear fellows, can you hear me? Mr. Sholmes, is that you? Yes, we can hear you. You see what excessive tugging can do? Let that be a lesson to you. Mr. Sholmes, we weren't able to thank you properly before, but you were simply marvelous. Your checkmate move was a stroke of genius. Indeed it was, wasn't it? I surpassed myself, I feel. It had become apparent to me that to stop the Lord Chief Justice, or injustice, would require such measures. Bruno! Susie! Oh, Iris. Oh, I'm so pleased. What a wonderful outcome. Her Majesty Queen Vicky said she thought my special blend was delicious. Oh, I'm sure she did. After all, no one brews a more delicious tea than you do, Iris. Let's have a party to celebrate. And Mr. Reaper, you simply must come too, to Buckingham Palace. I'm afraid I couldn't. The Reaper of the Bailey, busted by a 10-year-old girl. Again.
No, really? Oh, pooh.
But I give you my word that I shall present myself at your residence in the near future to express my gratitude.
Oh, how lovely. You promise now. I won't let you forget. Bye for now then. Oh, alright Iris. Thank you for all your help earlier. Oh, that was nothing. Just come back home soon.
One final pinch goodbye, was it? Everybody getting sent though three people say dot dot dot. Well, I thought I ought to be leaving. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to accompany me? Certainly. Mr. Naruhodo, allow me once again to express my deep gratitude to you. I believe you saved my life. Can I take a sip of the wine first? Damn it! Wait, Lord Van Zieks! Yes. What are you intending to do now? Well, clearly, I shall have to resign from the prosecutor's office.
Oh no.
How you mean believe? I intend to publicize the full truth about the professor case. Once that's done, the Van Zieks family will be ostracized completely from London society.
Surely not.
So as soon as I'm free of my employment, I shall leave the capital. Oh, I see. Don't be a fool. Are those the actions of a man once feared as the mighty Reaper the Bailey? I beg your pardon. For the past 10 years, you endured that pseudonym and been cast as one of the Dark Forces yourself. And now that you've finally been freed from that disrepute, your battle is just beginning, surely. Well, I certainly never expected to hear those words from your lips. I waited a very long time to come to London. Now I'm properly here. I intend to learn all that I can. Anyway, goodbye for now. Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Kazuma Asugi. It seems as though he's really matured suddenly.
He's not the only one who's matured, Mr. Naruhodo.
Huh?
Well, I think we should make our way back to Baker Street. We must help Iris with tonight's dinner. We must.
It was then that I came to an important decision about my future. Is that the same food from last night? I'm home!
Oh! Oh! About time you got here. We waited ages, Otto. What are you doing with that?
A colorful piece of history.
It's a party, isn't it? It's about to go off with a bang. I mean, fireworks ideally. When you ain't got fire, smoke's the next best thing, ain't it?
There's a girl on Fresno Street who could help you with that, I think.
Right. I'll remember that.
You don't have to reload that thing every time I speak.
You must really hear this. It's quite the most extraordinary thing.
I assure you, it would defy your expectations. Take down every detail, now Migatoba. Ah, the world-famous great detective regaling his partner with the tale of his adventure. A sight to behold. Would you care to hazard a guess? Where do you suppose the fiendish runaway had concealed himself? Would you believe? Inside the trunk I found abandoned in his cabin. I would believe it, yes. I say, Migatoba, I detect another hint of surprise. I wonder why that is, Because maybe I was there at the scene as well. Chance. What? You were? Then why the deuce didn't you say so before? Not quite the sight I was expecting to behold, but still. It's quite hard not to feel privileged to see it. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Professor Mikotoba. I'm finally back from the Bailey. Not a moment too soon. Our feast prepared by Iris and Mr. Soto awaits. I must say I haven't seen Soto looking so happy in a very long time. Ah, Runo, there you are. Dinner's on the table, everyone. Please do come and take a seat. Time to fill me boots. The setting's still going on. I'm hungry. Goodness, is that really true, Gina? Yep, I'm losing my copper's clobber and going back to what I know best. It's a diver's life for me. We're really leaving the police force, but why, Ginny? Well, the boss ain't around no more, so... Oh. And anyway, no matter how hard I try, that Reaper ain't ever gonna accept the dive ton ticket, is he? Well, people can change, you know. Ah, yes, that reminds me. I rather thoughtfully offered to relieve the bailiff for this now defunct piece of evidence. Eh? It's the inspector's pocket watch, and the crown has been reattached. That watch was his pride and joy. It was a symbol of his great achievements at Scotland Yard. For 10 years without fail, it measured every second of the man's remarkable career. But now, it's stopped. So someone needs to keep the memory of Inspector Gregson's career alive. By taking on the great responsibility, why not watch every single day again? Yes, somebody with an equally fierce detective spirit. It's gotta be me. There ain't no one else. Quite right. I mean, after all, the boss was... He was my boss. Yes, Ginny. Yes, he was. Oh yeah, and I made you promise and all, didn't I, Iris? That I'd become a proper detective one day and track down your old man. Oh. Alright then, it's decided. I'll do it. And I swear, I'll find your dad and bring him kicking and screaming. Oh boy. I'm not entirely sure that would be appropriate. Yes, I think, Gina, it might be best to, well... I'd like you to forget that promise, Ginny. Huh? Iris? Well, obviously I've always wondered about who my real daddy is. Of course I have. I wanted to know where I come from. I thought it might tell me something about myself. And I've caused a lot of trouble trying to find out. There's so many people. Harley, Runo, Professor Mickey. Oh no, not at all, my dear. Really, you owe no apology to anyone. Well, anyway, I decided to give up on it because I finally realized my daddy is the greatest in the world. I don't think it matters what his name or what his name is or where he's from. Don't you agree? Harley? With every word, Iris. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Daddy. I think Mikotoba... Yes, Sholmes. I think I ought to express my gratitude to you. Oh. For 6 years, you and I solved many a mystery together. And during that time, I remember countless expressions of gratitude for our good services. But a moment ago, I heard the most pleasing expression of gratitude of them all, and I should never have experienced it. Were not for you. You old softy shows. But I must confess, it's a weight off my mind to hear you say it. Well then, I think this calls for a lengthy violin recital, wouldn't you say? Oh well, the food will go cold. That's the only problem. Maybe next week, Harley? Are you sure a week is long enough, Iris? Ah, my throat, dude. Even amidst the most troubling of cases, even reeling for the most shocking of revelations, returning it in the evening to the sweeter rooms, there's always warmth and happiness to be had. In the home of the world's greatest detective, and my home, too, with my greatest family. This really is gonna be 3 a.m. wrong, fuck me. This attic room has been my home and office for almost a year now. I've certainly had some unforgettable experiences whilst I lived here. But I think now, the time has come. Time to bid this place farewell. Naruto. Oh, I thought that was Susato. Oh, Professor. Are you alone? I didn't hear any sound from Susato's room. Oh yes, Susato-san went out for dinner. She took a carriage. Tell me about an important matter she needed to take care of. Ah, I see. I wanted to thank you for what you did earlier. Oh, with Iris I mean. When the subject of her father came up. Lord Clint Van Zieks. I made up my mind many years ago I'd never tell her who her real father was. It's what was agreed with Genshin after all. Oh. Lord Clint Van Ziek's final wishes before he died, you mean? Yes. I had to take some rather drastic steps at times to protect that secret, you know. Calling Susato back to Japan 6 months ago, for example. That's why. When I read Soseki-san's report about his final days in London, my heart nearly stopped. You stumbled across the crux of that terrible case, the dog's collar. The description of the Baskerville insignia left me in no doubt. Baskerville. If you decided to investigate that insignia, sooner or later you would have made the connection to the Van Zieks. And to make matters worse, Susato knew the unpublished story as well. A story that Iris written based on my notes from the time. Ah yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Exactly. It was a work of fiction, but based on the grim reality of a huge beast of a dog, being used as a murder weapon. A dog with the Baskerville family emblem around its neck. Along with those 2 clues, I feared you and Susato might arrive at the truth. So I invented a story about having collapsed to justify her leaving London and returning to Japan at once. All in aid of halting any investigations you and she might have been contemplating. I see. And something I never understood is why Susato came across that manuscript in Japan though. You know, Iris's The Hound of the Baskerville story, I mean. Shom sent it to me. That was before Susato left Japan. He was very troubled about what should be done about it, you see. I'd read it and carelessly set it on my desk. Which is where Susato came across it, of course. Ah. It was the only case Shom's I ever pursued that I didn't record in meticulous detail. I was stunned when I discovered that young Iris had pieced together so much of it from my paltry notes. Sholmes and I dissected the matter, and decided that we couldn't allow the story's publication. At that point, I returned the manuscript by post to Sholmes for safekeeping. So you did all that to stop Iris from finding out the truth about her father? That's right, because Sholmes had told me how astute she'd become. However, having witnessed the events in court today, I must say my opinion has somewhat shifted. Oh. I think at some point in the future, the time will come for Iris to know the truth. And when it does, well, I believe it will be for the best. I think so too. Actually, Professor, I wanted to talk to you about something too. Judging from that expression, I'd say you've come to a decision, have you? Yes, I have. I will be returning with you to Japan. Are you quite sure? I'm really only here as a substitute for Cosima. But he's here in Britain now, as originally intended. Locum student Naruhodo doesn't really have a right, to stay, I think. I see. Looking back now, when I first arrived here in February. While becoming a lawyer just seemed to be the way things turned out. With it, Kazuma, Susato-san, Mr. Sholmes, all gently pushing me in that direction. I spent the best of a year immersed in this world, but always aware of the seed of doubt inside me. Until today. Standing in that courtroom earlier, all doubts vanished from my mind. I was totally focused. I was sure of my belief in my client. I was sure I could see the trial through. And at the end of it, I finally realized no one else chose this path for me. I chose it myself. The path of a defense lawyer, eh? Yes, that's what I am now. That's what I'll be going. That's what I'll be going back with you to Japan as. And that's the path I'll be following for the rest of my life. Well, it sounds like you made quite a resolution there. I have. Well then, I must say it's extremely welcome news. I shall make arrangements for your return first thing tomorrow. I don't imagine we'll depart for a few days. Not with the symposium having been cancelled now. Such a shame. Never mind, I'm sure there'll be other opportunities in the future. Well then, I bid you good night. Oh. Susato-san. I just wanted to let you know I'm back. Did you hear what your father and I were discussing? I'm sorry, I did, yes, I couldn't help but... Oh, how much did you hear? Well, from the part about Iris' real father, I think. In other words, from the beginning. So you made up your mind. You'll return to Japan and continue working as a defense lawyer. Ah, yes, I'm sorry. I really should have consulted you about it. I did want to early this year actually, but you'd already gone out. Oh no, that's quite alright. I always knew that's what you'd decide, Naruhodo-san. You did? Susato-san. Ah, yes. I suppose this means that it has to be farewell soon. I suppose he'll be a great help to Kazuma going forward. I mean, I know he's a brilliant lawyer, but he's new to the British courtroom. He'll certainly benefit greatly from having a brilliant judicial assistant at his side. I'll do my very best. I wish I could say it, but I just can't. I can't ask her to come with me. After all, she can read minds, you know, Ryunosuke. She was always supposed to be coming to Britain as Kazuma's assistant. It's growing late. We should both try to get some sleep. I'm sure you must be exhausted after today. Oh, yes. You're right. Before I retire, let me just say one more time. You really were quite splendid in court today. So if you ask me, anyone who thinks of you as a substitute or locum should be ashamed of themselves. Susato-san. Thank you. Aww. Please let this game end, please. I'm hungry. I want food. I want to make food. Let this end. It's 3 in the morning. I can't believe this day's finally come. You're really leaving then, Runo? I'm afraid so, Iris. Thank you so much for everything. I don't know what I'll do without your wonderful cooking and delicious tea. Oh, I do wish you weren't going. But you'll have to come back and visit. Stay you will. Of course. I promise. Well, it was a very brief reunion, but it was a pleasure to pursue a case with you again after so long. Farewell, or for a while at least, it felt like old times. Yes, I suppose on reflection, there's something to be said for it. Having a little fun once in a while. I'll just go and say goodbye to the professor as well, I think. Alright, Iris, you do that.
Susato-san.
Oh.
I've just checked, Naruhodo-san. Your luggage is already on board. Such a beautiful morning. Perfect for embarking on a journey, isn't it?
Before I set off, I'd just like to say how thankful I am for everything you've done for me. And give my warmest regards to Kazuma, please.
Actually, I think you ought to give him your regards in person, don't you?
Sorry?
Ryunosuke.
Kazuma! What are you doing here?
Do you really think I'd miss my best friend's departure?
Thanks. To be honest, I'd been looking forward to our wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's capital, but,
Well, we'll have to save that for another time. Personally, I'm looking forward to facing you in court again.
Me too. But, we're both defense lawyers, so,
I'm going to become a prosecutor.
Ew.
I'll stay in Lord Van Zeek's tutelage for the time being, but before long, I intend to be just as formidable as the Reaper himself.
Damn.
oh, I see.
Ew.
Actually, Ryunosuke, I have a favor to ask.
Another favor.
Name it.
Ooh.
I'd like you to take care of this for me for a while.
Karuma? Why?
Because I've seen it now. I've seen what's inside me, the demon that reared its ugly head that day. It was only for the briefest of moments. The last time I came face to face with that inspector, but it was unmistakable. I wanted to kill him. I've always known there are demons that live inside people. And now I know there is one in me. The fact that it very nearly consumed me is something I'll carry with me until the end of my days, while I devote my life to fighting those whose demons have got the better of them. As a prosecutor.
So, that's what you've resolved to do, is it?
There's that word again.
Until I'm ready to face the demon within me, to slay it once and for all.
To overcome this barrier.
I leave this in your care, if you'll take it.
Of course I will. I'll keep it by my side. Always.
I'm sorry, I was just hoping for someone to say the word barrier.
Until we meet again, then. You have your path to follow,
To face my demons.
and I have mine.
Overcome this barrier. It's some shit I don't fucking know, dude. I saw trails on my mind.
Naruhodo-san,
Uh-oh.
the path you're going to follow from now on, I wonder if I might follow it at your side, and unless I'd be a burden.
Ooh, she finally asked of it.
What? I mean, I would very much like you to come with me.
He said it! He said it! Oh my god!
But aren't you...
You're so predictable, Ryunosuke.
I am?
Yeah.
Honestly, you never change at all. But that's what I like about you.
You mean you knew about this?
It was the evening after Lord Van Zeek's trial came to an end. She came to see me at the prosecutor's office.
Really? Or when I had that conversation with Professor Mikotoba.
So, you'd go with Ryunosuke back to Japan?
Yes, I know it's unfair of me to follow my own interests like this.
Coming here especially to tell me. You're a stickler for etiquette, aren't you? Well, what are his feelings?
We've never discussed it, of course, and Naruhodo-san has made no such suggestion. I worry that perhaps I'd be a burden to him.
He's just as much of a stickler for etiquette as you are. He'd never say anything before he was asked. But I'd feel happy knowing you were with him. Look out for him on my behalf, will you?
Of course.
Susato-san.
What do you think, Naruhodo-san?
With you by my side, no trial would seem too daunting.
Aww. Aww.
So if you're willing, I'd be honored if you'd come with me. Together we can take on the world.
That is one hell of a confession.
I'm terribly incompetent, but if you'll have me, I'd be delighted.
Oh, no, not at all. If anyone's terribly incompetent, it's me. Ah! What's
The
wrong?
boat!
Your luggage, Susato-san. There's no time. The ship's going to set sail any minute now.
It's all right. There's no need to worry. As it happens, my luggage is already on board too.
It is?
So whether you like it or not, she's coming with you.
Your fine judicial assistant has everything in hand as always, I see.
Bruno! Your ship's about to leave!
Ah.
Time to go then. Look after yourself, Ryunosuke.
Kazuma, draw your sword.
Ooh, let's fucking go. Oh. Anime.
One day, when our paths cross, once more, we'll fight a duel of words across the courtroom. A day I eagerly await as a lawyer.
I've been waiting to hear you say that, partner.
Oh damn. This is so fucking cheesy, I love it.
Don't forget me then, Kazuma.
Everything just got brighter.
As if I could, Ryunosuke.
And Mr. Sholmes, thank you so much. I'm very much indebted to you.
Indeed, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe you are.
I'll never forget all you've done for me during my time in London.
Quite. I should like to think you will remember your debt of gratitude. Especially when I visit you in your country.
Ooh.
What? The truth is, although many are ignorant of the fact,
We're coming with you.
is far smaller than most folk realize.
Yeah.
Well, I'd be delighted if you came to Japan one day.
Oh yes, would welcome you with open arms, Mr. Sholmes.
Oh, that sounds wonderful! I can't wait!
In that case, let us conclude that this is to be merely a brief parting, my dear fellows.
And that brings us to the end of my adventures in Great Britain. A peculiar twist of fate brought me halfway around the world those many months ago. But that was just the start of my journey. Who knows where fate will lead me next? Still, I'm confident this won't be my last meeting with the friends I've made in London.
The ending really was another hour.
And when we're together
A little
again,
more than that.
no doubt the first words I'll hear will be,
Oh, he's gonna say it.
Come, the game is afoot.
The ship, with our friends from the east, sailed steadily towards the distant horizon. But Sholmes's face was alight with joy.
The times may change, but a steadfast friendship will remain true, Wilson. We have but to gently close our eyes, and we are with our companions once more.
So I do just that.
Oh.
And when I do, I can hear his strong, familiar voice ring out.
"Objection!"
Hey, there we go.
Until we meet again, Runo.
This is great. Oh, I'm so. Oh my god. these are such great games to burn through. Oh, I'm not gonna bother reading the post credits. I mean, reading aloud, but oh my god. Sojourn, the Empire of Japan, perhaps. Long game or a dense game? Yeah, there was a lot to there's a lot put into this game. Thank you for everything, but it made Harley cry. Gave him some lotion he'd invented to dye Hair red. Might make him cry too, so he'd rather not use it. Pouting Iris is pretty cute too. Iris is precious. I really like Iris. Out your presence at my side. Oh. Iris is good? Oh yeah, pretty much all the main casts are pretty good. I say main casts along the lines of like, you know, Van Zeeks, Iris Sholmes, even Mikotoba and stuff. When I refer to side, I'm like referring to like the witnesses and stuff in like a lot of these other trials and stuff. But yeah, all the main casts, oh my god, they're really nice. Also, the composer for this game and all the people who worked on the music, oh my goodness. Great Ace Attorney music is fantastic. Really helps drum up the mood or bring things down at the right times. Oh my goodness. In typical Ace Attorney fashion, but they always do a bang up job. Sidecasts were good too, like Gina? Oh yeah. Like Gina's great. Like out of all these, like out of all the main cast and side cast and stuff, it might be Dab Happy's a bit hard. Oh. Detection, I like Gregson. Gregson. Yeah, I don't think there's really a character that I really hated. Well, I mean... Oh shit, wait! Catfish counts for the defense. This is side-of-side courtroom. Oh shit! Ray is in the courtroom as well. Oh shit! Dude, what the fuck is that defense? Natsume and Ray? What the fuck? Still a black guy? Nah, it's a new black guy from whatever Hosonaga had the unfortunate or misfortune of investigating. Is it true about Japanese people? Are they experts at filleting corpses? Yes, they are. Fish corpses on the whole. Like the whole my filleting skills. she's gonna... She's gonna go to Japan to like become a sushi chef. No, but that'd be a little funny. Like in another game, you just see like, or I guess like if it'll time travel or they'll skip time periods, like you just see one of her descendants as a sushi chef in Japan. Oh yeah, Brad. And now I can't afford the bill, you fucking dumbass. Hairbrain, you goddamn hairbrain. Why would you go to the most expensive fucking hotel? There's cheap lodgings at the Gyarados if you want to go there real quick, a hairbrain. Struck a bargain. It's only the hotel we had assets for. calls me gossip. Oh my god. The Peter, he's in there with them. Oh my god, they're sharing a jail cell. Oh, that's torture. Oh, that's torture. Lots of new friends here, I see. That's one... Man, that is one optimistic wife. We're all gonna strike it rich together. Man, that is one optimistic wife you got there. That is one optimistic wife you got there. Holy shit, dude. Wanted you there to see it. There's no one I would rather have defending me. But now, thanks to you, there's a new path I want to take. I'm sure we'll meet again in the courtroom, my dear friend. Until then, I leave Kuruma in your care. The prosecutor's path, his wife, was a juror from the other case? Oh yeah. I think you missed it in the... if I'm not looking at the last stream earlier. I made some tea, Naruhodo-san. It's important that you rest whilst you can. Once we arrive in Japan, you'll be busy establishing your new office. I'm so delighted to be accompanying you. After all, your talents have been recognized by a great detective. Because you really are the greatest of lawyers. A great ace attorney, some might say. Roll the credit. Oh wait, here we are. We're already in the credits. Oh, the Daruma doll got fully painted. Oh, the Daruma doll got fully painted. Oh, that's so nice. Oh, that's a nice touch with the doll. Once he became a full-fledged lawyer in his eyes, he'll finish the painting. Oh. Now that's the thing that adds the the cherry on top here. The Daruma doll. Oh, he said once he fully made it through that he paints the last eye. I also gotta say, I wish we could see Susato more in uniform more often. She looks sharp in that. She looks really sharp in that. I'm so tired. I don't think I can go for 3 AM ramen anymore. Or I think I'll just fuck, I'll just get like a piece of chocolate and just snack on that and just wait for tomorrow morning. This is definitely not a good idea at this point for ramen. I mean, of course, not like 2 AM ramen would be any better, but at least it won't be 3. Yeah, I'll just get a piece of candy and then just go wash up and then go sleep after this. Holy shit. Oh, hey. Early and Iris are walking behind us now. 4 AM ramen is the play? Nah. Oh my god, there's the gas company lady. I forget their name. I forget their names exactly. Oh, I just noticed the cat's with us too. I forget the cat's name. Wagahai? Ah, right. Oh my god, Dr. Sif. Throwing knives. Or I guess scalpels. But yeah. These were great games to read through. I'm so... I'm very happy to have played a new, at least new to me, given that this is out in Japan before, but yeah, I'm so glad that I finally gotten a chance to read a new Ace Attorney game for the first time in many, many years. The last Ace Attorney game I've read myself was... oh my god, the tap dancing. Was the Miles Edgeworth game. I've watched bits and pieces of a playthrough with Spirited Justice, but like, yeah, I'm not gonna count that as part of the thing, but yeah, I haven't played one myself for such a long time, and going through it myself reminds me of how fun it is going through your first, going through a new Ace Attorney game your first time. So nice. So Ryunosuke, you're going to practice how to use a katana, right? you're gonna practice, right? You don't want Kazuo to kick your ass. I'm back in the courtroom of Japan. Welcome home. They're dealing with words, not swords? Oh, not like one S makes a difference. Bin. Ooh. Oh, dear God. Special contents. The accolades, all these achievements. For completion of all the extra escapade adventures? Oh, there's like extra... I guess they're all like mini episodes in a way. Like mini cases. Fuck me. Includes spoilers about... Okay, let me take a look at what this is about. Give me a second here. Oh. Okay, wait, okay, I'm not gonna like read through this myself, but let me just like... Okay, so I guess it... Okay, so I don't think like... Okay, hold on. Yeah, no, just like extra cutscenes, and stuff, right? Let me see. Do we do anything here, or is this just like extra stuff to like supplement like the existing stuff? Oh yeah, there's just like, you know, some extra scenes, maybe some extra like... Yeah, okay. But yeah, I'll go skip through all this just to like make sure how this is all laid out. And then I'm guessing that's how the rest of... That's how the rest of these escapades will play out. Oh my god, this really is quite lengthy. Holy shit. I'm trying to skip through all this just to see how long it is in general. I'm like, damn. You know, with something like this, man, like this is kind of what this is sort of what I kind of wish, like from the first game earlier. Like before the sudden like killing of Kazuma, or his supposed killing on case 2. I wish we got something like this, although I guess they couldn't fit it into a normal case, that's why it's in an escapade. But like, yeah, I just wish we gotten more development and like just any more conversations like to build up his character and why we should like him a lot more. But I mean, I guess I couldn't really fit inside the... couldn't really fit inside case 1 itself, given its structure, and then this would be out of place. So it's kind of like fillery. If we were actually reading this, it'd be time for 5 AM ramen. I might as well just go for some regular breakfast with like 8 AM ramen or something. Okay, so that's it then. Okay. So basically, these are all... Wait, the Rants magazine. But yeah, these are all filler episodes that they couldn't really fit, like, within the regular structure of these cases. So this is it's just pretty much like I said, supplements like each... I would assume each case and stuff. Or not each case, but maybe just like maybe like filling in the blanks and during like some time periods or some silly gags here and there or whatever it is. You actually do make a dish using ramen noodles and eggs and parsley. Ramen packet, pretty good breakfast. Rants magazine, which is totally legally distinct from Strand magazine. Did they seriously just take the first 2 letters and just shift it? Oh my god. For playing the game in all possible outfits, dug around to find every argument about shovels and spades. Nah, I didn't really go to extreme lengths to uncover all the interactable conversations from examining stuff. Also the stuff about ladders, I'm not gonna go back. For having read every new idea on Iris's blackboard. Oh really? That's a thing? Examine the bed. In episode 2. Wait, I didn't examine the bed? What? Identify the milliner responsible for the victim's hats. Examine the violin before talking with Iris. Oh, what? Examine the fireplace while what? That's an achievement? What the fuck? Wait, there's an achievement with the two brothers? Oh, hell no. For having named Takasuchi Auchi and Yujin Mikotoba as the victim. Oh, if you just kind of intentionally fuck around. Oh, okay. Having examined Miss Green's bottle before it falls from the table. Erroneously answering Mrs. Jones's question about who might have something that belonged to the convict in episode The Noodler. Presenting the armband. The best chips. We're talking with Gina after Ryunosuke regains consciousness after the incident with Toby. Wait. Huh? And I guess this is like the platinum machine we're getting everything. Oh no, this is the platinum thing. What the hell is this? A sword? Huh. Presenting the bandage or something? Oh yeah, I got lucky here. Oh. Oh, well then. Oh, this looks great. What the heck? Oh, this outfit looks nice on her. Sholmes' Japanese jumble mix. Oh boy. So wait, if you have Susato in that outfit, she pulls her book out of thin air. Oh shit. You know, I really like this outfit. Too bad we won't really be playing this game much, or anymore for that matter. But that's cool. Oh, the portraits. Thank you for playing. Oh, a lot of that's neat that they have the like artist or dev messages and stuff. That's cool. Ah, what a game. What a series.